got my number figured out. A motive born in drought and brevity. And if I'm not the soul of your design, I blatantly decline your remedy. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. I wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie. And I can burn it brighter than the sun. I have a golden gun inside of me. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else. And if I fall behind, ignoring all the signs, and if I lose the fight, I still rage against the I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. Got my number figured out. A motive born in drought and brevity. And if I'm not the soul of your design, I blatantly decline your remedy. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. Wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie. And I can burn it brighter than the sun. I have a golden gun inside of me. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else. And if I fall behind,
All right. Good morning, everyone. How are we feeling? All right, we got day one is behind us, and now we're looking forward to the second day of NORDEEP Summit. If you weren't here yesterday, my name is Werner Ivalima. I'm program manager at Arctic Startup. We're so happy you guys are here. We're gonna kick it off with a super interesting track, leveraging key enabling technologies. Very important. These are, as the word says, enabling industrial innovation and enabling us to create sustainable economies in the future as well. And now I want to welcome our first speaker of the day. It's going to be a keynote by Pekka Laurila from ISI. Give him a hand. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Space technology is very sort of quintessential deep tech. And around 5 years ago, by now, the first Finnish satellite, Aalto 1, that came from this university was launched. And who can guess how many Finnish satellites there are in space right now? I can give a hint. A year after the first satellite was launched, there were 3. And then another year after, there were 7. And then right now, around 4 years later, we are already at more than 20 Finnish satellites in space right now. And in a way, like, that highlights that not only space technology and around here is a deep tech area, but is also like the very definition of an exponential industry right now. And why I'm here today is that ISI, a Finnish company, we own and operate just about, 80 or 90% of those Finnish satellites. So we are very much responsible for that exponential growth around here. So what does ISI do? In its very, very most simplistic terms, what we're building is a sort of enabling product that you imagine a world, here's a map, you put a dot on it, and then you start a real-time data stream with the type of reliability and objectivity and timeliness that, from your application point of view, it is sort of infrastructure. It's there. Right now you can see this is actually real data from our system. So it's you put a dot on a port in Rotterdam, and then you have a sort of multiple times per day updating picture of what's going on over there on the ground. And now, this is really the idea in its core simplicity, that enable a sort of an objective, reliable, real-time data stream of anything that is ongoing on the globe. And you would sort of think that this has been done already, because you see your Google Maps and so forth. But actually, it's actually surprisingly hard to be able to produce day and night, all time, reliable data streams like this. And what it needs is a sort of couple key enabling technologies that we have had to sort of start from scratch, if you will. So the number one technology is that if you want something to be real time, then it needs to be updating both day and night, half of the time, and then here in Finland, sometimes even more than half of the time is darkness on the globe. And at the same time, also the imaging technology cannot be affected by weather. And this is actually something that ISI we spent a long time developing on the background, really from the ground up. It's a technology that is called synthetic aperture radar imaging. So we are the world leaders in this specific technology that allows us to do active imaging. So the satellites in space send pulses that then reflect from the ground and then are recorded back at the satellite. So the satellite produces its own energy for the imaging, so it doesn't need sunlight. And at the same time, those microwaves penetrate clouds as well. So in a way, the imaging is not affected by any weather. So the imaging and the sensing needs to be reliable. That's one thing. But now that's not all. What also is required that if you want to make it sort of real time from the point of view of the application, there is really no other way to do that from space than by having just a very, very large amount of satellites. Because you get one pass per day, for instance, from a single satellite, and then if you want to make that the measurement repeatable with higher and higher frequency, then you just need to have a lot of them. And now these two things sort of combined, forced us to start really with a sort of very fresh look into this technology, because in a way, yes, radar imaging in sort of large governmental programs had been done before, but clearly you will not be able to build hundreds or thousands of satellites in that type of budget scales if every single satellite is hundreds of millions in cost. So we had to take a new approach into building this technology so that we can actually operate these in scale. And sort of what I'm very happy to tell you that like ICEYE is very much a sort of world leader in both of these areas. So we do the world leading research in the radar imaging, and we've been able to package that technology into such a size scale that for a company like us, we're able to already operate the world's largest constellation group of these radar imaging satellites. And what that means is that like as of today, if something happens in the world, then it is sort of statistically most likely that it will be an ICEYE satellite that captures a picture of that activity on the ground first. And that's why we are featured on various cover pages every once in a while, because we actually are already, let's say, producing this data in various forms. And now, if that's sort of the core, think of this as the core enabling technology that we're trying to build. If this is the core of the power plant, so to speak, then of course you need the actual let's say power plant around the reactor core as well. And we operate a bit further into this world that that key enabling technology there inside is what makes this system unique. But also, of course, just the sort of pixels or the imaging data tends not to be enough of an abstraction for this technology to be implemented in a variety of applications. So we work a decent amount in the sort of detection and insight where other data detections get fused into this measurement as well. And at the same time, if you want to work in the sort of very present moment, then you to a degree you're working with predictions as well. That the real-time understanding of the world has to guide models that allow us to know where to point the system already before something happens. Because if you want to actually be in the very present moment, then you need to be able to predict at least seconds, minutes, hours ahead. Our goal is not to predict years or weeks ahead, but to work in that sort of real-time cycle. And to work in that real-time cycle, you need to actually be able to build models that also, to a degree, predict what is going to happen. And that really is the sort of context that the type of a sort of core power plant that ICEYE is trying to build. And examples of this sort of slightly higher abstracted data is that right now we work very heavily with insurance industry, where we have these major enterprise customers, the world's largest insurance companies like Swiss Re or Tokyo Marine, where we would be producing that sort of real-time view into natural disasters. And it's a good example of something where sort of the objectivity of the data and the real-timeness and the reliability of the data really counts. And that's really if you try to kind of take a step back into why are we doing what we are doing, that now, back to the sort of power plant analogy, it is intended to be infrastructure. It's intended to be something that is, we sort of view this as a new layer of digital infra for the world, that we want to build a system that allows, really any business application to plug in objective, real-time, and reliably available information about what's going on in the world right now. And we view this from the sort of benefits point of view in three different categories. That the first category is maybe the simplest. So if you think that you know what is happening around you, you can make safer or more efficient decisions. And this is actually where ISI, the name, comes from. So we started from trying to make shipping operations in the Arctic more safe. So you can imagine a ship is sailing in the Arctic waters. There's no other infrastructure around, in the next 100 to 1,000 miles, and you need to operate safely in an environment that is full of potentially dangerous icebergs, sea ice, and so forth. And then the operation doesn't stop because it's nighttime. The operation doesn't stop because it's rainy. But you still need to know what's in your path. And then the very initial business case around the need for such a system that we're building right now was built around that type of use case. So just knowing what's happening around you allows you to operate safely. But now, if you think of this as a bit larger sort of infrastructure style enabler, then now if you can have that real-time picture, but not only you, but everybody will have that same real-time picture. Now, then it's a question of sort of what are the types of markets that you can enable by bringing trust in that sort of real-time view. And that's where, for instance, the insurance is a good example. That right now we might be working with the insurance companies to first understand that how do we respond to an ongoing natural disaster? How do you send rescue groups, or how do you alert people of roads that are not functioning? But then immediately down the line is the question of, can we use this objective data in a way that allows payments and allows payments directly even. So if you take the extreme example of that is that based on this type of ISI data of how many centimeters of floodwater was there at flood peak in a specific property in a specific insurance portfolio, you could use that data to enable direct payments. And then now going one step further from there, you could use that data to be a fundament of an insurance product to begin with, what is called as a parametric insurance. So where if you can enable the overhead of loss adjustment in its entirety, there's actually a good 80-90% of the world's properties that are not insured at all, just because the overhead of that type of, let's say, loss adjustment is too high. So in a way, we see that these type of sort of trust-enabled markets are out there. Insurance is a very clear example that we're working with, but you can take the same example in say, finance, where a certain type of, micro loans, for instance, the markets don't work because there's no trust between players. And these type of markets go into the sort of second category, that if you can make the picture not only reliably available for everybody, but make it so that it's the same for everybody, then that is where we see a lot of value in this system. And then finally, the third category is something that maybe sort of the aspirational goal for ISA, if you think of it like this, that trust enables agreements on a global scale. What does that mean? That means that it only makes sense to agree on something if you can actually verify that it's also happening. So this goes with, say, fishing quotas, that it only makes sense to agree that there's a certain quota of fishing at certain time of year in certain economic zones if you can for real monitor and then deter actors not to do it illegally anyway. And then the same is true for you take demilitarization, that it only makes sense to agree on a, say, demilitarized zone if you can for real, in an objective sense, monitor that that's actually happening for real. And then that's sort of what takes us to the end state of this system, that what we are trying to achieve by building this is anywhere between CI's monitoring for real-time operations all the way to the world peace on the lower end. So that's why we believe that building such a system is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Pekka. Awesome start. Okay, now the next session will be about, it will be a panel about leveraging key enabling technologies. And joining us will be Emily Meads, Jan Götz, Juha Kokkonen, and Juha Salmela. So 3 company CEO founders, 1 CTO, and welcome to the stage. Oops. We got the 4th one.
Is there any?
Okay. Okay. Amazing. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all today. It's my pleasure to be on stage with 3 deep tech entrepreneurs today. And we're going to be discussing a little bit about how to enable future business opportunities with deep tech. So before kind of kicking things off, I think it would be best if you get to know who's on stage with us today, so we can do a round of introductions. My name is Emily, and I work at an early stage venture capital fund called Speed Invest. And of course, I'm focusing mainly on deep tech opportunities. So maybe Juha, would you like to introduce yourself, tell a brief couple of lines about your company and since when you've been involved with it?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm Juha Salmela, CTO and co-founder of Spinnova. Spinnova is a startup or growth company. We are established 2015, and we produce the most sustainable textile fiber in the world. So we have a big goal, and it's been. Well, our background is very much from research and development. So this event is actually very nice to be here presenting and telling about story of Spinnova. Yeah.
Thanks, Juha. And also, Juha, could you tell us a little bit about you and the company you're representing today?
Thank you. I'm CEO of Keynote. My background is actually in Nokia, like quite many people here in Finland. I was heading the smartphone products there. Keynote is actually the origin of Keynote is here at Aalto University. So it was founded here. So this is the kind of great place to be in this panel. This is like a nanotechnology company, a carbon nanotube company, and it has been existing already for a while. So I'm a professional CEO, not the founder here. And the first time we got seed money like 15 years ago. So it has been a long journey to get here. If you think about carbon nanotubes, maybe a couple of details there. So it's like 1 nanometer thick kind of the tube. So it's like 100,000 times thinner than the paper sheet. And if you have like 1 gram of that material, you have a surface area of football field. So it's kind of amazing to be in this nanotechnology era, and we are right now in 2 major industries, in semiconductor industry as well as in automotive industry. So fantastic to be here.
Thanks, Juha. And last but not least, Jan, could you tell us a little bit about yourself and your company?
Yeah, sure. Great to be here. I continue the row of research-heavy companies, I would say. And I like it because the topic is enabling future business. And I like the idea that actually the future business is enabled by technology and research. So my name is Jan Götz. I came to Finland a few years ago to work on my scientific career, worked then at Aalto University. So the company that we then founded also has the roots here on the campus at Aalto University. It's Iqm, a company that builds quantum computers. So very much focused also on the hardware efforts. We were 4 co-founders in 2019. Our offices is right next door, and there at Keilaranta. I'm looking forward to the discussion. What we contribute, I think, is an enabling technology, really, because a computer is something that solves problems. But of course, we solve other people's problems in the end with it. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion.
Amazing. So maybe I think what would be great today would be to guide our audience a little bit through time. So starting off a little bit in the early days of your company, how you started to address these first customers when you were still very early in the days of your startup, moving through where you are today, and how we can continue to leverage future business opportunities looking ahead. So Juha, as the CTO of Spinnova and also someone in background in research, could you maybe tell us a little bit about the early days and why you think you chose to develop this technology via a company rather than any other ways, and how that kind of started?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite topics, so I'm happy to tell about that. Our innovation is actually something that I can immediately say that this is the moment when it happened. I was participating a lecture, very, very interesting lecture about spider silk, how spiders spin their silk. It was in Oxford, and Professor Fritz Wallrath was telling about this, and there I figure out that maybe I could combine our know-how on wood fiber flows and the way spiders spin their silk. I came back to VTT, Technical Research Center of Finland, and we started developing this further. And fortunately, perhaps, it didn't go as fast as we would like to happen. And at the moment, together with my co-founder Janne Poranen, we were all the time talking about how fast these kind of innovations should be scaled up, and how we should make new companies and commercialize innovations. So because we didn't get funding enough, it didn't go forward fast enough, we decided that 2019 that this is something we want to spin out from VTT. And we started basically first collecting funding.
Yeah.
And it's a long story, but to put that short, we decided that we want to have industrial partner.
Yeah.
This is very important decision. If you want to go just with the private funding, or in our case, because this kind of textile industry and machinery requires a lot of capital and support. So we decided to go for 2 ways: private funding and industrial partner, big industrial partner. And since we did IPO a year ago, I think our path was quite a good decision.
Amazing. And would it be correct to assume then that some of these industrial relationships that you had were already pre-existing with VTT? So you had kind of an understanding of what these industrial partners would need, or was it did it happen on the go afterwards?
Yeah, it's that was a very good part working at VTT. So we knew how to work with big companies, even though these partners that we have, they don't originate from those contacts. We made new contacts. No one had any contact to textile industry, for example. But way of working, how to work with these big industrial and international companies, that had roots from VTT.
Okay, amazing. And maybe Jan, could you tell us a little bit about the early days of Iqm as well, and when you thought, okay, today is the day that we're going to turn this technology into a company?
Right. I mean, as mentioned, we were 4 founders.
Yeah.
Actually, I was the last one who joined the round, so it was by no means my idea. The connection actually is the professor, Mikko Möttönen, who had or still has the research group at Aalto University. I was working for him as a postdoc. A while earlier, actually, our CTO was working for him as a postdoc. Then he was going back to Australia, and also the 4th founder, they did their PhD together. So there was kind of a connection, and it was, I think, really Mikko's initial idea to say that, okay, quantum computers are now happening, but it's not the role of the universities to kind of scale systems and do the systems engineering. The universities, they are good on doing the fundamental science and find out the kind of breakthrough discoveries. But then when it comes to building a product out of it and kind of bringing it to the market, this is not anymore the role of the universities. So he had this idea of spinning out something, but he wanted to continue the research that he was doing. So he was looking then for a team. And at some point when I talked to him and said, okay, kind of my postdoc time is coming to an end here in Finland, I want to move on. Then he said, okay, why don't you join and we do the company together? And this is then what we did. And we went out and did all the fundraising and these kind of things. So it was more a longer process, and the other founders were already there. And I was kind of then the last person who had to execute the story in the end. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess a lot of, again, emphasis on the relationships with industry, a little bit of a question of momentum, right? And kind of turning the research into an actual product to be shipped is important. Juha, I know you weren't there in the earliest days of Canadu. You joined the journey a little bit later, but I think you know kind of what was happening. Could you tell us a little bit about that story and how that kind of turned into a company rather than just research?
Yeah, it was founded, like said, here at Canada, so under Esko Kauppinen's nanotechnology laboratory. They were actually 4 founders from different countries, so it was a very international team right in the beginning. They focused initially to the kind of creating a lot of IP, and that was very, very wise thing to do. And then in later stage, they look at that the kind of main application would be like ITO replacement. ITO is used in touch surfaces, in kind of smartphones and so on, and for the foldable products. Unfortunately, development with this product and this material was not fast enough from the performance perspective, from the cost perspective, and even from the variability, managing the variability. So actually, company was too late to capture this market opportunity and never actually was good enough to kind of really replace ITO.
I see.
So that was like the early days, and then we changed the strategy at a later stage, and now we are very successful, but maybe I can tell later about that one.
Amazing. So again, kind of an emphasis on the need for speed of execution, and sometimes how a startup is the kind of best way to make that happen. I think in deep tech, it can also be challenging in the very early days to get customers, right? Because you're doing a lot of proof of concept projects or kind of short-term things, and you eventually want to turn these people into your long-term customers. But often the technology is still evolving. There's a lot of research that needs to be done. So kind of to all 3 of you, whichever one wants to address the question first, would you like to discuss a little bit some of the opportunities, but also challenges in working with those very first industrial customers when you're in the earliest days of a deep tech startup? Open floor.
I can maybe start. So what we did, we changed our strategy and we started to work with automotive industry. And one of the key things what happened there was that these autonomous driving cars were coming, and we found the kind of opportunity there will be a lot of sensors. And with these sensors, what we can do that we can make those sensors to work in any weather. And basically this our film would work as a kind of the heater element there. So then what kind to capture that market, we found a business partner, exactly like you mentioned earlier. We got to kind of the Denso, who is the world's second biggest automotive technology company. They invested in us, and we worked very closely with them, both developing our technology, developing the reliability to meet their customers' most difficult targets, as well as to develop the cost position that we are cost competitive. So they were not only giving us money, but they gave deep kind of the industry knowledge, as well as they helped us really to grow in all kind of the critical matters. And that collaboration has been extremely successful. And now we are about to really to scale that to the not only with that customer, we never signed any exclusivities. So we made sure that, hey, yes, we are collaborating deeply with them, but never signed any exclusivity there. So now actually we are utilizing the same technology with various customers. And that has been an extremely successful case.
So I guess what's important there, if I understand, is really managing kind of that development of intellectual property and making sure you can benefit from that boost and that partnership, but not locking yourself away from other opportunities.
Precisely. And you said a kind of very good point there. So in our agreement actually with that very close business partner, we always wanted, and we managed to make the contracts in such a manner that we always owned the core IP, what was created there. But we did not want to leave that to the other side.
Super important. Interesting. Jan, maybe?
Yeah, so we are actually not yet even at this stage. So quantum computers are so early that there's not yet a business case for industry to use it. Of course, they can test proof of concept algorithms, but this doesn't mean that the systems are useless. It's just a different customer base, and I think the customer base will evolve towards industry. But at the moment, it's very much the, let's say, scientific community which is interested in the technology. And the business model that we are establishing, and I think Europe here is on a very good way, is going through public procurements. So if you look at a company, let's say SpaceX, all the first big orders they got was from NASA, a governmental organization. And this is very much the idea that we are also following, that we say, okay, this is very strategic technology. It needs to be there and it needs to be local. So we are discussing with the government so that they enable deals for research organizations to get our technology. So we are doing this very successfully here in Finland with VTT, but then also, for example, in Germany, where we are delivering to a scientific computing center. And there are a few other deals like this in the pipeline. So this is the idea that we create a revenue stream from this business to government now in these very early days, and use, of course, then the revenue that we get from this to reinvest to accelerate the R&D development, so that at some point we are ready to work with industry and industrial customers.
That's super interesting. And do you think that, I guess this contributes largely to the formation also of an ecosystem, and like you said, building up relationships for further down the line? What about interacting with other startups in the space? Do you view that in the same light, or kind of partnerships and building up your tech stack with other actors?
Yeah, I think this is super important. And also this can justify, for example, these government deals, which in the end is taxpayers' money, right? So the question is, how do you justify it? You need to get some return. And of course, the return can come from the development of a local ecosystem. So if you look at AI, for example, a lot of computing power, classical computing power, has been deployed in Cambridge area. And then a lot of startups have been settled there and developed a local ecosystem. And this is exactly what we are also building here. So for example, the machine that is at VTT, it is already attracting other software algorithm startups to come to Finland or to be created in Finland. And this then justifies the local investment. And this allows us also to be then an active member of these ecosystems. So it's very much a kind of a collaborative effort, because the whole topic of quantum computing, it's so complex that anyways, it's not going to be a single company which creates the whole value chain. But you need to kind of be part, of course, of the value chain, but then you need to be collaborative on all the other ends.
Yeah. Super interesting. And maybe Juha, so we've heard two quite positive lights on working with industry and customers in the early days, but I think we all know that it's all not fun and games, and sometimes it can be quite challenging. Could you maybe tell us a little bit about some of the challenges that you felt working with industry at the very beginning, and kind of some takeaways from that?
Yeah, I could tell million stories about difficulties also, but maybe first also in our end, IP has, without IP we would have nothing. So currently we have about 50 international granted patents globally, and that makes the discussion first of all easier. If you don't have those, it's really difficult. So at the early times, we went through very many possible industrial partners, and it's interesting. You sit in the same table with different companies, and you can immediately see so different kind of cultures. Some companies bring 20 obvious problems or challenges to the table, and some other companies bring both those to a side and bring these positive sides, and that's really in long term makes things either very difficult if you always approach things through difficulties or challenges, or through positive thinking. So that's something to think about. What kind of partners you want, and then you, for example, in our case, and we are now 7 years old company. 5 years of that. First of all, we have once made a big decision to change the production technology to one direction, and that was very good decision. But that kind of decisions, when you make those, you have to be very. It's not easy decision, and sometimes you just have to make those and explain to your partners that this is the way. It's not always easy. And then maybe third difficulty is we play with scarcity. So always, until we have big factories, we have too little fiber to give to our brand partners. Yes. And that discussion is always, I want ton of fiber, I want 10 tons of fiber, and I can only give half a ton. So these kind of things is something you have to manage and prioritize who is the most important and things like that.
You actually kind of run onto exactly what I was going to ask next. So how you prioritize those things in the early days. And I guess there's no secret recipe. It's a lot of a situation by situation decision making, and kind of just working with what you can.
Yeah. It's you have so many variabilities. So do you want to make opening to a new product area? Do you want to make sure that some big brand is happy and these things, and I think we or this kind of company has to do both. So we have to secure new customers. We have to keep big brands happy, but also we have to look for the future openings. So it's this kind of balance, and as you said, no secret recipe other than you have to have good people, good minds in the management team, in the all levels. So to make educated guess, and that's the most important.
Yeah, amazing. And Juha, maybe we could focus a little bit on the today or the last few years with Keynote. Could you give us an example of a customer that you've been able to work with where you basically opened an entire door for them? So opened a business opportunity that maybe they wouldn't have had before if it wasn't for working with you, and kind of how that happened.
Yeah, maybe I can tell. So as we are a material company, this material can be used for the various applications. So we have right now like mass production in two industries, with automotive industry, but other is the semiconductor industry.
Yes.
And this semiconductor industry started very exciting manner. So there was a kind of the research institute. Many of you may know IMEC from the Belgium, who is owned by semiconductor companies as well, like a little bit like the Finnish VTT, but kind of the industry domain there. And they contacted us and wanted to, hey, we think that your material would be good for like nanoparticle filter application. It's called pellicle application. And for EUV technology, that is like extreme ultraviolet technology, that you can make 7 nanometer and 5 nanometer kind of these chipsets like iPhone latest M1 Pro and so on. And at that time, it was like 4 years ago, I was kind of first, what is EUV? I didn't have any understanding of that when I started to study this one, and we will look at, and we did not really understand, but we look at, hey, yes, this is definitely something that is going to happen in the industry. And shall we go there? So we decided, not based on the huge amount of facts, but yes, let's go, let's try this one. And we started this collaboration with IMEC, and at a certain point in time, with research institutes, you can go so much.
Yes.
But then you need to find somebody with whom you will commercialize this one. And we were lucky that based on the publications that IMEC did, there were 2 major industry players who contacted then us and asked, hey, could we start developing this product further together?
Okay.
And then we started this collaboration with these companies. With another company, it actually went really fast. We had to do the development work for this one. We had to make like our reactors to work perfectly for that product. But it was very close collaboration, kind of, because we didn't know actually the end product at all. They educated us what it should be, how it should work, and what shall we do. And so it was very open collaboration for that purpose. Idea came from their side, as they understood that this is the kind of the perfect material for that specific product. So and that the collaboration with another of these partners went really fast. So within 1.5 years, we went from the start of the project to the mass production. And we have been now mass producing for 1.5 years. And they are now like our biggest customer. So this has been like the great story also that, and we would have never known that our material would be perfect for such a kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's all sometimes you are also lucky when you are making the decisions, you start something and something will happen based on this one. So basically we started with these touch products that never worked, but basically actually new opportunities happened. And this was also that if you think about 15 years history of the company, this EUV started now like 2 years ago. So it could not have happened earlier because this market was not there. So luckily our investors were passionate enough, they saw the opportunity and they invested in the company to be now ready, and now market is booming.
So what would be maybe a takeaway from that opportunity being opened when you least expected it, perhaps?
I don't know whether there's a takeaway. The part of your business is sometimes also luck.
Yes.
Sometimes when you are doing the kind of the business decisions with whether you will go to a certain area with very limited knowledge. But I think that you need to think about what are the big trends, what are happening in the industry. Like yesterday we heard from the Silas, hey, what are those big things that are happening in the industry? And if you are part of those trends, and if you have a kind of the amazing product for that trend, good things will happen.
Super interesting, thanks. And Jan, like you said, I guess your company is in a slightly earlier stage, and a lot of what you're doing is research, but you are still working with clients and generating revenue from all sorts of different projects. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about how to balance that all when research is such a big part of your business still. I imagine that you have to make a lot of promises and have a lot of visions that people come at you with that you want to fulfill. So how do you balance these opportunities with kind of realism and keeping it all within a commercial mind frame? It's quite challenging.
Well, it is challenging. It's a lot about how you communicate and what you communicate. And of course, there we also see different cultures, let's say in the US and in Europe, if you look at what is getting published, especially on the quantum side. But I think in the end, you can always find stories that are credible and that work. And it's, let's say in quantum, two possible applications could be one in finance and one in pharma. So if you take those two, it's actually very different, because in finance, this is very much a product-oriented industry. So they need something that they kind of give to their customers, but they don't do a lot of R&D in-house. So they need a ready product, and there we are very far away from. But then if you look at the pharma industry, the way they work, I mean, let's say drug discovery takes many, many years, and they invest billions. So if you take this timeline and then our timeline to develop a computer, actually you see some kind of a mapping. So it's very much a question, okay, in which directions do you go and how do you tell the story? And then of course it's not so that we are giving a product to the pharma industry, but what we can do is we can do joint development together, and in this way create value and maybe even revenue through joint development agreements or things like this. So I think you can always find a story. The most important point, I guess, is that you don't get too much pressure from the outside, from investors or whoever, to just make any quick promises, but think carefully. And then maybe also taking a little bit on this argument is just be patient and then wait for the luck to happen. So I think, I mean, in the end, it's the probability of being lucky or then multiplied with the time that you have. And I think this is also then very important if you choose your investors and the way you tell the story, that they give you the time, that they don't say, okay, you have to be ready in 2 years, because I think all of the stories that we hear here, they are much longer time scales than 2 years. So I think it's this combination of finding the right investors that give you enough time and then creating a story that you kind of execute on the long run over time.
Makes sense. Perfect. Well, maybe in the last few minutes, we can focus a little bit more on what's ahead. I think we're all here together because we're at the intersection of technology and business, and hopefully also because we think that the technology can make the world a little bit of a better place. And I think all of the companies that you work in or run can have a positive effect in the future. So could you tell maybe just a couple brief words, because we're running out of time quickly, about how you think or hope to have a positive effect, whether on the environment or on a different part of the world, via your business in the future?
Yeah, for Spinnova, this is of course the core thing. By using Spinnova fiber in the future, we replace polyester and cotton, save CO2 emissions globally. Our product is actually CO2 negative, so just by producing Spinnova fiber, we are saving or reducing CO2 emissions. So legislation, brand awareness, customer needs or end user needs, they all drive the environment or drive these kind of habits and needs what Spinnova is all about. So I think future is very good. In 10 years, we will be producing 1 million tons of Spinnova fiber from wood. So
an impressive impact, to say the least. And Juha, how do you see the future of Keynote?
Yeah, I think that when it comes to first of all this environmental friendliness, so the EcoVadis who is measuring the kind of the global companies there and about the environmental friendliness, did the kind of the research, and we are right now among the top 2% of the companies there. So that's like they're kind of the great achievement from the environmental perspective. What we are looking from the company perspective is now, as we are the material company, like the high-tech material company, we have now the automotive business. We have also the semiconductor business. We are actually working now with the third domain, and that is biosensors.
Okay.
So like mentioned that it is this CNT is like the excellent. You have a lot of surface area. It can be working as a perfect sensor for the various type of things. And this is like the third domain that is again started with our collaboration with Aalto University with this material. And we are now looking how can we make a third leg for our company and kind of making the company even bigger and bigger.
Amazing. So keeping that extra branch in view.
Yeah.
And finally, Jan, maybe a couple words.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in the end, a computer consumes energy, right?
Yeah.
So it produces heat. But of course, you have to compare also to existing technologies, and there's a huge chance that the quantum computers are more energy efficient, and you can think about reducing CO2 there. But then there's something which people call rebound effect. So actually, if you reduce the energy consumption, you will just consume more of it.
Yeah.
But actually, this is in the end a good thing because the potential of quantum computing is not in the direct energy consumption, but is actually in the solution that it enables. So for example, if we would be using a quantum computer to optimize fertilizers, we could reduce a lot CO2 emissions by making it more efficient. Or if you use a quantum computer to develop better materials, let's say to replace cement, which is a huge producer of CO2 emissions, then actually we have a huge impact. And we did a very detailed analysis with the lead investor of our last funding round, and we kind of identified all of these, or not all of these, but many different topics where actually the quantum computers can be used to enable solutions that then reduce the CO2 emissions.
Very exciting, and I agree. I think the opportunities are kind of endless there, so super interesting to hear about. Perfect. Well, I think that's kind of a wrap for today. Please do reach out to Juha, and Jan if you want to hear more about their companies. And thank you for listening today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. All right. Thank you, Emily, for a wonderful moderation. Also, Juha, and Jan for participating in the panel. So we got the show on the road very well, and now we're going to continue with some startup showcases. And I'd like to welcome our host, Richard.
Thank you very much, Berneri, for the intro and helping out. And I would like to welcome on stage Olli. All right, guys, please give a huge round of applause for our first showcase.
Hi. Thank you very much. Before I begin, I would like to thank Jan and the whole team for putting this together. It's been a great show so far. So I would like us all to give them a round of applause. Great show. So my name is Ole. I'm from Iceland. How many of you have been to Iceland? Can I see a raise of hands? Okay, so a fair number of you. How many of you knew that there are words in Icelandic and Finnish that are exactly the same and have the same meaning? You? Okay, great. Súkkulaði rúsína. Does that sound familiar? Múrari meistari. Isn't this a wild coincidence? Well, anyways, my name is Ole and I want to tell you a little bit about my company called Genki. So a couple of years ago, me and my friends started our company, and for some reason the video isn't working, but that's completely fine. We started a company and we wanted to change the way that musicians interacted with their instruments. We wanted to give them tools to make their work in the digital world more engaging and breathe life into their creations. And we released our first product in 2019. It's called Way for Music. And since then, it's been used by composers all over the world. It's been used on Guardians of the Galaxy movie. It's been used by Herbie Hancock, by Ólafur Arnalds, and great other musicians. We've sold over 6,000 rings all over the world, used by all these amazing artists. But in the end, we couldn't make the unit economics work. It's a beautiful story, It really solved a need for a very particular niche of users, but we couldn't make it work. So what happens when that happens? Existential crisis. We couldn't make the company work, so what do? And we brought up this question, where can Genki bring the most value? So we created this ring, and it has all this fancy electronics, fancy communication layer, amazing algorithms that we've designed in-house, so that are super snappy for musicians. All this technology, but is it going to be for nothing? And these are the existential questions that we were faced with, and are being faced with currently right now, if I'm being honest. We're trying to understand where we can bring this technology, the machine learning part, the ecosystem part that we built, and try to bring that into a new market and figure out a solution. I hope this video works. Can you see if you can play this video? Well, anyways, we have a demo of our latest technology and the way that we see this technology moving forward at booth 8 here, right behind the door. Essentially, what we are doing is we are taking this data that has been streamed from the ring, and we are training highly advanced machine learning algorithms to detect if you're touching a surface or not. It's kind of magical. And if you think about this relation that I did before, that you have Icelandic and Finnish in such a completely different worlds, right? But there are some words that are the same in these two languages. We feel that we've made this product for musicians, and it's for reliability, and it should make complete sense, and it should just work in all environments, be super snappy. But now we are having this new world and the tens of billions of dollars being poured into virtual reality and augmented reality. And I think it's inevitable, if you think about it, that we are having this amazing computers in our pockets. And this will just be more engaging and more, it's just a stepping stone towards a future where we'll have more information, a seamless integration to the digital world via smart glasses. But you're always going to need some kind of a controller to be able to interact with it. So we're not going to be carrying around keyboards, and we're most certainly not going to be wearing these controllers, these clunky controllers. And hand tracking simply does not work. It's very hard to be able to detect if you're touching your fingers, for example, with hand tracking. But our technology enables you to do that even today. You can try it out at our booth later. So we are looking at this intersection of technology and where the world is moving forward with these new mixed reality and augmented reality, and building an interface to fit those needs. I was going to show you really cool demos, cool videos of musicians using our products, and a video of showing you how this technology works today. But I'm going to have to invite you to come by our booth that's just outside the window here to try it out. How does that sound? That's good? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Olli. I think pretty interesting stuff, guys. I hope you're enjoying the pitches. And next on stage, I would like to invite Eric Puro from Kappa Biotech.
Okay, great. Alrighty. Howdy, everybody. Thanks for being here today. Wonderful for all of us to get together a little bit like this every once in a while. I'm here to talk about some kind of weird stuff, actually. Some weird biotech stuff involving fungi. So I hope this is kind of interesting for you. I have a company called Kappa Biotech, and for us, our mission is really to, let's say, uncover the unknown, those things that we don't see every single day. We're the leading R&D technology platform to bring fungal inventions to the market. So our goal is to take a look at how can fungi help different industries, and then how can we commercialize that? How can we take that here from Finland, our mycological laboratory, work with larger corporate partners, and help solve their problems? If that's e-waste recycling, if that's increasing efficiency in agriculture, that's our wheelhouse. There's our team. So we're about 34 people here in Uusimaa province, just outside Helsinki. I won't go into any more detail than that, but a great team of scientists and production folks. Okay, now we get into the meat here. So basically, if we think really, I have 3 minutes and 45 seconds left to tell you about a very important topic, but if we think really importantly about how we grow food, how we grow trees right now as a species, it cannot last. So we're actually really selecting different strains of plants that are very good at being in a totally devoid of nutrition soil and working then with pesticides and fungicides to effectively allow them to produce food for us. This is really, really far away from what nature is and how a properly functioning ecosystem actually works. But this is maybe not the most productive way of doing it, right? So, okay, what do we do? What does the future of agriculture and forestry look like? What does that look like? So I told you before that I'm here about fungi. I'm really inspired about fungi, so you can probably guess the answer. It's ectomycorrhizal fungi specifically. So when we think about synergistic relationships of fungi and plants and how they can come together and actually help us grow food or trees, this is the process where it goes. So the plants actually take in CO2 from the atmosphere. They convert that to sugar, which is carbon-based. They deliver that sugar to the ectomycorrhizal fungi through their root system. And the roots are actually there to have fungi connect to them. The roots are actually not to pull nutrition and water out of the soil itself. It's a vehicle for the fungi to connect to. So yeah, sorry if you learned wrong in high school. But what this process does, that sugar goes into those ectomycorrhizal fungi. They give nutrition and water back to those plants. And they melanize that carbon. They turn that carbon into a form that's closer to diamonds than to wood, so it doesn't decompose again. So when we think about long-term carbon sequestration in these different systems, it's mainly fungi that are sort of dictating that process. So what are we doing in this space right now, right? So we're working here in Finland with some of the largest, let's say, forest companies, actually looking to commercialize living strains of ectomycorrhizal or mycorrhizal fungi that are supporting plant growth, tree growth specifically. So we've been working from licensing different strains from Luke, which is the National Research Institute of Finland, and then working in large-scale commercial greenhouses, doing 30 million seedlings a year on how we can implant those living strains of mycorrhizal fungi into those seedlings so we can guarantee some result, right? 20% root mass increase, higher survivability, more carbon sequestration, whatever metrics are important to us, just as when we eat an apple, we want to have a Fuji apple, right? Something that tastes good, that's nice and sweet. Whatever criteria we can have the same for mycorrhizal fungi, right? Maybe they don't taste that sweet though, right? But they do other things. So what are the results so far? So about 3.5 years of research, we've been able to actually increase the seedling height by about 20%, increase survivability, increase root mass. These are pretty phenomenal numbers for this industry, right? This is a biotech approach. We look to nature for answers. Well, how does this process naturally work? And how can we come in there and make a little piece of that more intentional? So we're not choosing any strain of mycorrhizal fungi that's going to create a connection. We're looking at strains that do that really, really well, according to our metrics, right? So that's our company's ethics in the way, and that's how we got this project to be successful. So if we think about what are the benefits of ECM or ectomycorrhizal carbon sequestration, well, I was talking before about these sort of melanization process. You can see here in these microscopy photos that the hyphae, or the small parts of the extension of these fungal networks, is sort of turning black. And that basically continues and continues more and more as it grows. And that black color, you also can see it on the outside of a very famous mushroom here in Finland called Kappa, or chaga mushroom. That's also melanized carbon. So that's sort of the process that goes in nature. This melanized carbon has not only benefits of carbon sequestration, which is very interesting, it also can store water. So when we look at the future of agriculture, the future of forestry, you can't have that conversation without thinking of the future of our planet, the future of our climate. What does climate change look like? And I promise you, the agriculture and forest industries are spending a lot of money to figure out exactly what things look like in 50 years or 100 years. If we're planting a tree that we expect to have some revenue from in 80 years, you better know what the climate's going to look like in 80 years, right? So we're able to go and say, these ectomycorrhizal fungi not only are going to be sequestering carbon, which is interesting, but it also holds water. So if we look at Finland, we look at many places in the world, we're looking at these extreme weather events where we have big rains, then we have droughts and everything kind of in between. It's becoming less stable. Ectomycorrhizal fungi create that stability in the soil system, such that we can be planting species of trees that maybe are more profitable in places where they shouldn't be planted, right? We can bioengineer a little bit that soil, and that's the story of ectomycorrhizal. That's the story of Kappa, and the future of fungi is definitely Finland. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Eric. Really interesting stuff. I have to say, keeping in consideration that fungi has been for hundreds of millions of years with us, I think is a great topic to.
Yeah, we keep them alive.
Exactly. Thank you very much. All right, and our next guest on stage is going to be Marianne Menigo Fonseca from Galetex. Welcome on stage. There and just straight ahead.
All right. Hi, my name is Marianne. And, I'm the co-founder of Estonian materials technology startup Galetex. 86% of people eat meat. But I think we all know that it's, besides the ethical issues, it's not really sustainable and healthy. It has massive land and water use. 15% of all greenhouse gas emissions come from animal agriculture, and 70% of all antibiotics in the world are used for animals. Cell-cultured meat is an ideal solution that is healthier and more sustainable. And we can make the meat that is exactly like the meat we know, but instead of growing it inside the animal body, we grow it in bioreactors. And it's estimated that already by 2040, 35% of the 1.8 trillion US dollars market is going to be for cultured meat. And for that to happen, there are special materials needed. So in the bioreactors, in the proliferation phase, there is needed microcarriers, which are like small beads where the cells can attach and start to proliferate. And in the differentiation phase, there is scaffolds needed in order to create a product that is just like a steak or a fillet, to give a structure for the meat. But currently, these materials are all really expensive because they come from tissue engineering field. So there is nothing really that could be used for cultured meat and the scale that the cultured meat needs. So these materials are whether not edible, so they have to be removed later in the process. And some of them even cost 30,000 euros a kilogram. Or if they are edible, if they can improve the structure, so some of the best materials in the market are electrospun nanofibers, then the problem really is the price and scale. So there is right now nothing that a cultured meat could use. And this is exactly what we want to solve. So at Galetex, we have already invented completely plant-based edible scaffolds and microcarriers specifically for the mass production of cultured meat. The job of these materials is to mimic the natural extracellular matrix, which is the non-cellular component in a tissue. And here you can see just the comparison with the natural extracellular matrix, Galetex nanofibers, and the electrospun nanofibers, which were kind of the go-to materials so far. Our uniqueness relies both on the materials recipes, but most importantly, unique production technology, which is the fastest technology in the world how to produce bio-based nanofibers. So compared to electrospinning, the electrospinning biggest industrial unit costs 8 million euros and can produce only 360 grams of nanofibers per hour. And we can already produce 5 kilograms per hour and with 40 times smaller capex investments. And considering all of this, we can reduce the cost of these materials over 90%. So it really ticks all the boxes for the cultured meat in order to make a material that, meat that has the right texture, but also cost parity and scale. We're piloting with 67 companies all around the world, have LOIs from 20. First chicken and scallop prototypes have been done, and just a few weeks ago, one of our customers said that Michelin-starred chef made a tasting test with the chicken fillet produced with our material, and it tasted just like a regular chicken. First products are on the market right now. First products of cultured meat are on the market only in Singapore so far. Most other companies are waiting behind regulations. So we are estimating that the scale will start from 2024, 2025, 2026, and from there on, in the beginning it's pretty slow, but then it takes off very quickly. So only the scaffold market opportunity by 2030 would be already almost 9 billion euros. But the opportunity for our technology is actually much wider than that. So the technology can be used also in regenerative medicine, in wound care, in filtration, or also energy storage. And our goal is to become one of the leading material providers for nanofibers. We started with Gelatex in 2016 already. We met in the same university when I was studying MBA and my co-founder material science. Initially, we started with the company with the aim of making leather-like textile, but because of our own needs, we developed this halo spinning technology and decided to pivot in 2020. When we realized that this is our strongest asset and it's really needed in cultured meat. So right now we have a team of 15 people, raised our seed round last year, and right now the next step is to get everything ready for commercial pilot production with at least 7 cultured meat companies in 2024, and we're raising a round of 50 million euros for that. So if anyone is interested, let's talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Really interesting, and you know that this is the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll have a next track, and I would like to invite now our next keynote speaker, Ilona Illinampa, and she will tell us about the technology value selling and how to build the winning sales.
Great to be here.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. So, hello everyone. My name is Ilona Illinampa. I'm the Deputy Managing Director at Fujitsu and also Head of Sales. And I will be speaking to you about value selling in technology and how to build winning sales teams in our organizations. And I've been really excited. I had the pleasure to join the dinner yesterday, and I was so excited about all the networking and discussions that people are having in this event. So, very great to be here. But as mentioned, I have had the pleasure to work in technology for over 15 years. I have been working at scale-ups, which have been sold to, for example, public listed companies. And I have also been working at corporations such as Accenture and now Fujitsu Finland. And I've also had the pleasure to be awarded as Nationwide Sales Director of the Year in Finland in 2019. And also TV, which is this kind of ICT media in Finland, chose me in the top 100 ICT influencers last December. And in addition to my daily job, I'm also actually active in some boards. So for example, I'm the vice chair of Divya Processing Association and also a board member of Information Technology Research Foundation. We actually just gave a 40,000 grant scholarship to Metaverse research. So really excited about new technologies and how they can be utilized in order to create growth and business success. And in addition to these, I'm sitting at a couple of startups and scale-ups in their boards, such as Document House, which is a SaaS software as a service company, and Idea Group, which is a totally different industry. So it's media marketing agency. And as we all know, networking and partner ecosystem is really important. So therefore, I'm also excited to be a member of Innovation and Competitiveness Committee of Technology Industries in Finland. And not more words about Fujitsu today, but just so you know where I come from. So we're the 7th largest ICT service company worldwide. And in Finland, as the Deputy Managing Director, we're responsible for 2,000 employees and 360 million euros revenue. But globally, we're around 36 billion euros annual revenue and 130,000 employees. And sustainability and partnerships and ecosystems is really important for us. So we don't believe that everything is done, in-house with our own employees, but we're doing collaborations with Zelo AI, for example, and several other partners as well. And what is affecting these days is, of course, the really dramatic and sad events of Russia's war to Ukraine, energy crisis, high inflation, and these kind of things. So the trust and being in a borderless world has become even more important these days. And our circumstances are really drastically changing. So there where we need to have dynamic resilience in our work and in our everyday operations. And then moving into the value selling in technology. What is the purpose of value selling? Why do we need to be excited about it? Well, of course, there's always this. We can drive up win rates, we can close deals better, we can have more fruitful win-win collaboration, and we can increase sales efficiency so that we're working smart and not only hard. And of course, we want to improve our profitability. So basically, what are the deals and opportunities that we want to be focusing on? Are they good for us? Are we on the right sweet spot? And where is our competitive angle in this? So we need to target the right clients and know what we're doing, choose our battles, so to say, and also manage sales so that we can have win more profitable deals. And overall be a trusted relationship partner, because I believe that it's not about closing the deal, ABC, always be closing. When you sign the deal, that's only the starting point of your fruitful collaboration, which can expand significantly if you handle the matters right. So what exactly is value selling, for example, in technology? We all know, we're probably here quite excited about technology and features and functions, and many of us might have an engineering background. We have to keep in mind that product and feature selling is kind of like the lowest point, in a sense that customer is not interested about hearing about the features and functions. The customer is excited to hear what kind of value you can bring to them and how you can create savings or efficiency or help them gain more new business from their functions. So that should be always in our back end. Not about the features or functions, but about the results and added value that we can create. So after the product and feature selling comes the solution selling, and then we move into the generic value selling. But when we're actually doing differentiated value selling, then we're at the top of the top, so to say. So we're creating more customer value in that sense. So please keep this in mind. And of course, I want to also highlight that this doesn't work for everyone. So the customer in our other side might be the other engineer who wants to hear about the tiny details and these kind of things. But especially when we're speaking with the CEO level or vice president of the business areas, they don't want to hear about the tiny things or tiny details. They want to hear about the big picture. What are you offering to them? What kind of partner will you be for them? And what kind of journey will you have together if they close the deal with you and start a collaboration with you? So in technology, of course, we have to keep in mind that technology is very diverse and complex. We cannot say that, what we're doing in technology or how we're doing business is same, or that the same model works for all of them, because we have very large scale. Our business might be something about doing, mobile applications, or we might be selling something to factories and plants. So it's very different. Are we selling something that has to be closed on one meeting, or are we building something which can take up to 2 years or even 3 years to get the deal signed? But what was really interesting by IDC research company was found that value selling at a cloud-based software company led to a 70% improve in close dates at new accounts. So it really had a significant impact. And not only did it help them to close new deals and gain new customers, but it also improved their upselling scores, which rose approximately 70%. So please keep in mind when you're doing the value selling and thinking about the business models that you're operating at, that how does it fit into my business category? Am I the one who tries to close quickly and where it's all about volume selling and scaling? Or is it something that is more like enterprise sales, which really demands, networking and getting to know the customer and all the key people, decision makers, etc.? What is our scale? Do we close one deal a year or 2 deals, or is it about closing thousands of deals? Because we need to have the scalability in our operations as well. So So what is the challenge that we're facing in value selling these days? I mentioned about that in order to be at the top, you need to be differentiated in your value selling. But the challenge is that the way of buying has changed. So according to a research made by McKinsey, was that 70% of buyers prefer virtual interactions. So they don't want to meet the sales representatives. They want to have it effectively so that they can find all the relevant information online, read from the Forrester or Gartner or some testimonials or customer references online. So you have to be relevant in the omni-channel that the customer is interested in. Where do they operate? What kind of people and research and customers do they listen to? Because they want to have as little time with the sales representatives as possible, and they only want you to step in when they're quite ahead in their sourcing or procurement process. So how do we make a difference if we think that 70% happens online, and Gartner actually says that by 2025, which is less than 3 years, 80% of B2B sales interactions will be between digital channels. So it makes it more challenging for us in the business. We have to differentiate each other, we have to make a difference, and we have to make the customer listen to us in a short amount of time, which is not even, face to face. We cannot have that, coffee talks while we're going to the meeting room, or we cannot see the faces and expressions so well as we would in the physical interaction. So how are we prepared for this? Because, the C-level also thinks that transforming to remote sales is one of their top 3 priorities. So it is really out here. And the COVID even boosted this further. Of course, it does have good sides as well, such as we can have much more interaction with the customers, we can have much more meetings with the customer because we can end up one and then take the next one in like 5 minutes as we're on Zoom or Teams. But what we really should be worried about and focusing on is, do we have the interaction? Do we make a difference? And what was also a little bit worried that Gartner made a research in 2021 to chief sales officers. And think about that. Gartner is saying that by 2025, 80% of interaction will be online. But still, almost 60% of top chief sales officers are saying that they're not prepared for this. So we're in a hurry. If by 3 years we have to get everything in order to be, doing B2B sales digitally, but we're not prepared for that. If our sales directors and chief sales officers are not prepared, how are our own teams and our own sales peoples and representatives? We really should be taking matters and consider how to fix this. And of course, when talking about value selling, it's also important to think about the sources. Where do we get the growth and new business? It can be non-organic. We might have mergers or acquisitions or gain new strategic partnerships and alliance, for example. It might be about cost optimization or that we're selling more to existing customers, or we're doing cross-sells or upsells, or we're creating new products and new services which we can sell. There's all these different sources, but we have to make a business plan. Which industries are we going to target on? Which geographic regions? And what is our way for the go-to-market strategy? Is it about cross-selling? Is it about using our partners' references? Or what is our plan? And I also gathered this kind of best sales tips, both based on the research, but also based on my experience, because I have had the pleasure to be working with our sales teams. So first of all, sales representatives are often so excited about what they're selling that they talk too much and don't listen enough. So there's a reason why I have 2 years and only 1 month. So we should get the customer to speak more and about the right things. When we go to the meeting, it's a good thing we know about the customer. Is he a cat person or a dog person? Is he interested in motorcycling, or what is his thing? And do your homework. So read the strategy of the company that you're prospecting. Know what is at the annual reports, what are they aiming at? And as you're working in technology, it's quite simple, because all the companies, no matter what their industry is, are saying that one of our top priorities is digitalization. So then you can walk into the meeting and say, hey, I checked your annual report and it says that you want to invest 20% or X% to digitalization and it's one of your top priorities. So I have a solution for you. But first I want to dig deeper. What is behind your annual report in your digitalization plans? What kind of challenges are you facing? What is really the pain point for you? And then only after that, go into the solution. I am also approached a lot by salespeople. And so many of them come to the meeting and they start telling me about their presentation, about their fantastic product, about their features, but they don't do the background check first. They don't ask me, hey, Ilona, what is going on? What are the challenges that you're facing these days? What is your top priorities? Where do you see that the company is going in the next 3 to 5 years? So do your homework before you go to the meeting, but also listen to the customer and listen to what they're saying before you jump into the conclusion and the solution and all the fantastic features and functions that your technology solution has. And remember, it's important that we know the internal stakeholders at the customer. And the best thing that we can have is that we can have this kind of partner inside of the customer organization who can sell us upwards. So we can start from the top and then go down, or we can go the other way around, but we need to have the internal partner who is kind of like promoting us internally, and with whom we can have a little bit off the record discussions as well. How did our presentation go? Was there something that we could improve? What should we do better next time? And then be both optimistic and critical at the same time. So don't believe in everything that the customer is saying. Challenge them, because they don't want to hear a person saying that, yeah, everything is fine and we can fix everything. They want to hear a sales representative who has a view on the industry, on the world and on the trends. Where is the market going at? What should the customer be focusing on? And what is ahead of us? So teach something useful for the customer at the early stage of the buying process, so that they see that you actually have knowledge and domain industry expertise. You know where you are at. What can you bring to the table, so to say? And there has been a research that the best sales representatives who meet their targets, they spend 36% more time externally for customers, because we also get so easily excited about, the internal meetings and internal product development and all these kind of things. But we really should be focusing so that our sales representatives have enough time externally to talk and network with the customers. And what is also, I've been mentioning about the partner ecosystem. So the best sales representative, according to research, is they have 30 to 40% wider network internally at their own organization. So of course it's about that within their organization, but also externally. So then moving into the best winning teams, what makes a good sales organization or this kind of winning team? First of all, of course, we have to have the employee experience. We know that it's a tough competition about the best people out there, so we have to unlock the people's potential so that they have the right tools. Is it about CRM or digital signature or market automation or whatever you want to use in order for them to succeed? And then, of course, keep the customer in center of everything. And then have these everyday operations as smooth as possible, because there are a lot of salespeople who hate CRM. They see it as a bureaucracy or as something pain point for them. So let's try to make them to see the value as well, so that you're not asking for the results or how is the sales going, because they have put it in the CRM, and it's about transparency and how you can be efficient and how you can have more lead generation and inbound leads, for example. So what is the importance of trust in business? I have mentioned that now, due to the circumstances of the sad war, etc., the trust is really coming even more important. So there has been a research that when a customer feels that there's, for example, contradictory information out there, or what the salesperson is doing and then saying is controversial, that they don't buy that much. There's actually 33% less likely to buy a solution if they don't see where's the value, or they see contradiction in the amount of information. So what is the best way again, according to research and surveys and actual facts, what is the best way of convincing the customer? What was quite interesting was that it was sense-making. So giving only got us deal 3 out of 10 times. Giving means that we're trying to give so much facts to the customer that he feels that I'm overwhelmed with this. And telling means that I'm bringing the funny stories and anecdotes and all these kind of things in addition to the facts. And the sense making, as it says, is that we're kind of like combining the information, but we're sharing only the information that we see that is relevant for the particular customer. And when we know what kind of person they are like, do they like facts, or do they like references, or do they like testimonials, or what do they like? So please keep this sense making in your head always when you're doing business, because 8 out of 10 times it was the best approach to close the deal and gain new business. And more about the best sales teams. So these are actually quite simple things. It's about doing your homework, as we've been speaking. It's about being visionary, so we know where the market is going at. We know a little bit about our competitors. What is the challenger? Are we a forerunner, or where do we see ourselves? And we have to be trustful, because even though we're doing interactive things, and we're doing that more and more in a couple of years, but still it's about the feeling. Do I believe in this person? Does he or she seem genuine? Can I believe in what they're saying? Are they empathic? And are they nice? Of course, in business, we sometimes have to make tough calls and be the bad guy, so to say, especially when we're negotiating about some SLAs or something else. But overall, do we see like a nice person? Do we seem like a person that would be nice to have a dinner or coffee or whatever with? Because it's all about the people in the end. And Google made a research about the winning teams, what makes the best teams. And what was quite interesting was that it wasn't about the individuals in the team. It was about the way that they worked together so that they were best performing in a sense. And there were 5 factors that were found in these best teams. And this is actually quite similar to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We have the psychological safety so that we can be ourselves. We are appreciated as ourselves. We have different kind of people in the team. Some are more outgoing, some are more fact-oriented, some are more number-oriented, etc. And we get the things done on time so then we can meet the targets. And about the structure and clarity, there are often organizations who are also lacking, what am I supposed to do? What is my colleague supposed to do? Is it clear what is expected from us? So please get the basic things in order, because the people want to have a meaning in their work in order to have the impact. We don't want to work only because, our top management is saying that now we need to grow our revenue 25% this year or this fiscal. We want to have a purpose in our work. What can we bring for our customers or our society, or how can we create a difference in the world? And the trust, it's a simple thing, are we creditable? Do we seem honest and open, and are we close? And of course also, are we full of ourselves? Do we come to the meeting and tell that, hey, customer, you really want to buy this stuff from us because we're the best? Or do we come to the customer meeting saying that, hey, I've been checking your details, let's chat more, and I might have something interesting for you, which might create a difference in your daily business. Well, guess which works better? So basically, it's all about the right people in right places. Also knowing from the customer side, who are the key buyers and influencers internally, not only at the top management, but also at the middle management and lower levels. How can we build this relationship and make it boost so that we can drive the strategy and business plan that we have created for this particular customers or this particular industry where we're operating at? And then we must have the tailored messages so that we don't go to the meetings and have the discussions on a general level. I just took our PowerPoint deck and I'm coming to here, and after this meeting I will have another meeting exactly with the same PowerPoint. Don't do that. It can be as easy as, putting the logo or taking a screenshot from the prospect's strategy from their website or something else, but show that you actually care and that you have tailored the message for them, and check where they are heading at, so that you can be visionary in this. And then, at the end, I would like to share my doctrines in international value selling. As you can see, here is a business card from my previous job, where I was working as a software as a service company, and I was responsible for EMEA, so Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And I had, for example, a business card which was English and Arabic on the other side. So have the courage for the international markets and dare to use juniors. So not everyone has to be a seasoned expert. If they're motivated, if they're excited, they can grow on the role. And about the focus, I can honestly say that, for example, in this particular company, Claudia, I was responsible for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. But still, I was doing something with my teams in Mexico and in Singapore. And you might wonder, since when has Mexico and Singapore been part of Europe, Middle East, and Africa? So you really have to have the focus and have the discipline to have the focus. So what are your top countries and interests you're focusing on? So less is more. And the references, if you don't have, often customers are asking, what is your specific reference from this industry or from this region? Well, be creative, use your domestic ones or use your partner's references or something else if you don't yet have them. And then emphasize your localness. So no matter if it's a partner or agent or that you have postal restaurant address or local telephone number or something else, but show that you're truly present and not only, having Teams calls from somewhere all over the globe. But of course, you cannot have an office in every place, so be creative in this as well. And use your knowledge in culture. So for example, in many countries, Teams or Zoom meeting is actually offensive, so it doesn't work at all. So you might have to go there face to face or use your partner or something else. And be brave with using all these networks that you have. Ask if someone knows someone else who could introduce you to someone else and take their advantage of the expertise of, for example, banks and finance and law firms. And mingle in these networks. And what I really want to emphasize, mingle and network in the evening events as well. I've been to some conference where some people actually leave at the end of the official seminars. And that's exactly the time when you should be going for the dinner and discussing with your prospect or customer so that you can have more closeness in your relationship afterwards. And remember the importance of partners. And also don't trust too much. So for example, there might be some times when you should demand prepayments, for example. So don't be naive in this either. So be present in a creative way if needed, have the partners, remember to use the expertise, have mentors and partners who can help you out and connect you with the right people. And remember the focus as well. But the most important thing that I would like to say that don't overdo and overplan. So that remember the balance between the strategic planning and execution. Because we sometimes plan too much and then we don't have enough execution. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to speak with you today. And please feel free to reach out to me shall you have any questions or comments, or if you want to debate about something and you didn't agree, for example, what I was saying. So thank you all very much and wishing you a nice seminar day ahead.
Thank you very much, Ilona. What a fantastic pack of information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do a little rearrangement on stage. And next we're going to have a panel talking about the solving consumer needs. Okay, and next I would like to welcome on stage our moderator, Kimmo Irsbjørsund, and our guests, Peter Vestabacka, Tanya Carilla, and Raghunath Kadhuvar. Welcome on stage. Guys, please give a huge round of applause.
Otan tän. Oh, yeah.
All right. I'm very excited to be here on this stage with these three fantastic people. My name is Kimmo Irsbjørsund, and for the last 5 years, I've been managing EISA business incubation activities in Finland at EISA Business Incubation Center. We are about 25 centers around Europe. And so I would like to start first of all to welcome all our interesting guests and let them introduce themselves. So why don't you start, Tanya?
Yes, my name is Tanya Carilla and I work as a Chief Marketing Officer at Infinited Fiber Company and really happy to join this panel today.
Peter?
Yeah, so I'm Peter and I'm focused on regional development here in the finest Bay Area.
And Raghu?
Hi, my name is Raghunath Kodwayar. I'm heading marketing and communications for Iqm Quantum Computers.
So I think we have a very interesting setup of people here to talk about the specific challenges of deep technology and customer needs. Deep technology can be disruptive and as such difficult to communicate and find a market fit for it and also to convince a customer. So we are going to focus on these topics. First, I would like to start with Tanya. We had a discussion last week and I was really intrigued to hear about the story, how you managed to convince the industry to use a new type of fiber that you have the technology for. And the company name is Infinited Fiber Company. And you collected 11 industry players in one EU-funded project called the New Cotton Project. So could you please tell us a little bit more about how you did that and how it managed to solve your customers' needs?
Sure. Maybe I start with a couple of background facts. So our technology turns trashed textiles into new regenerated textile fiber. That's the technology. Then there are a couple of backgrounds from the whole planet. I would say there is every second one garbage truck dumps textile waste which is being landfilled or burned, and only less than 1% of that is utilized for making new textile fiber. That's one fact. The other one is that textile industry is responsible for 10% of the emissions, CO2 emissions created in our planet. And also textile industry has responsibilities in clean water pollution. And this has led to textile giants, brands to make their climate pledges so that they are kind of part of the problem, but they want to improve their businesses. And for that purpose, I think our technology is one of the solutions to make it more circular, because we can utilize waste to make new textile fiber for their use. But then I come to this project itself. It's in that sense disruptive that like a linear value chain needs to be turned into circular. So it's not just our technology, our company, but we needed these other 11 players to kind of work together with us. And in this project, we had two brands, Adidas and H&M with us, and they wanted to see the demonstration of this circular value chain, if it works or not. Is there collection systems in place? Is there kind of textile sorting in place? Can yarn producers produce from our fiber? So it really is the effort of the whole value chain. And that's why we set up this project to demonstrate and now have the kind of industry blueprint for others to use as well.
So what are the next steps in this journey for you?
Next step is to really turn this into business model, the whole outcomes of the project. Just last week, we launched the first garments made with this group of companies. So now, Aalto University is making their work in defining this industry blueprint, and for example, Rise in Sweden is making the LCA work to demonstrate also the environmental benefits.
All right. I personally find your company extremely fascinating, because I think that we have material science, we have biochemistry science, we have knowledge in the pulp industry, and there's a lot of leverage there for us. as a country. Touching upon the subject of pilots, so you started with this kind of project/pilot. This is more like an open question to all of you, that is a pilot the best way to approach a customer when you are dealing with a deep technology? What is the best approach? Maybe you can start. Do you have any ideas on that?
So maybe I'll let Peter answer it, because how do you pilot a quantum computer? You need a physical quantum computer to do it. So it's we don't use that approach. There are few approaches of remote access that we are working on. But maybe I'll let Peter answer the first part, and then I can take the second half.
Yeah, I think that you can't really generalize, because again, and of course, when we talk about deep tech and technology, it's pretty broad. And I think that you need to pick the approach that works for you. And many cases, I mean, piloting, if it's something that's not proven, of course, it's a great way to do a pilot and not do a real project, if you will. But I'm also, let's say, I think that it's about picking the appropriate approach, because many times, okay, let's do a pilot, even if you already have the product is ready to go and all of that. So do you really need to pilot? I would, many times I would question the need for piloting, and it can be part of your, sales approach that, okay, let's, get people hooked by doing a pilot. Makes sense. But also, you shouldn't use it just that to cover for your inability to sell properly. So I think that, again, no right answer. I mean, sometimes piloting, sometimes not. I mean, absolutely right. I mean, okay, how do you pilot, quantum computing? I mean, that's not so easy, obviously. And I think we have many examples where you can't really, let's do a little quantum pilot here.
That's true. So Tanya, would you say that in your case that was the only approach?
Yeah, that was the only approach. We are commercializing the technology, meaning that we are building huge factories. So there is a big investment involved, and it really needs to be piloted first and proved that it works. And small scale as well, selling to brands, they want. Normally textile brands, it's all about haptics. You need to touch, you need to feel before you believe in it. So in our case, concrete pilots have been really, really essential.
Yeah. Then I would like to touch upon the subject of branding and marketing. That's one of my favorite topics, and we have an expert here on the stage for that. Deep tech is scientifically and technologically very advanced, but also that brings the challenge of how to brand and market that. Which communication channels, how important is the branding side of things, and how do you go about the marketing side?
Fantastic question. So I'll tell you a real story that happened. I was coming in from Nokia, Microsoft, where marketing was the heart of the company, where you did everything. Everything was influenced by marketing, part of the product leadership teams. And then when I joined IQM, 30 quantum researchers, you heard Jan say this, 4 quantum scientists had started this company, and no business competence in the team, not corporate experience much. The first question I received on day 1 is, so what does marketing do? I thought the person who was asking me was joking. In a room, when you walk in, where you consider that marketing is very important. And then that was my mirror moment, where showing the mirror and saying, dude, you need to earn your bucks here in this company. So that was from a colleague. From that time, we have done relatively well, I would say. So we have become the European leader. We have closed over 50 million euros in sales. We have raised 2 rounds, 150 million. So marketing has done something right at IQM. But the way we started, and then we are still true to marketing, is we are building a brand. Like in deep tech, you need to understand that it's all stakes in, all in. Like in poker, you're going all in and you are building a brand. There are no midways there. Either you get acquired if you are somewhere in between, or you go all in and build a global brand. So that's the approach we took. We said we will focus on it and we'll build brand. And not just in terms of customers. We said we will start acting like a listed company. So although we were a small startup at just 12 million raised, we were growing very fast, burning a lot of money, but we said we will build a brand which is a global brand. And we started focusing on different groups. Analyst relations, we considered it's very important because they were the ones who were influencing our customers. So starting day one, we reached out to that. Investor relations, we invested into that. PR, like the media relations, we invested in that. So we took a 360 approach where we didn't just focus on customers to build the brand, but we looked at the holistic approach saying, how do we build a brand across all the touch points? Because for a startup, we are also growing a startup. We need to raise money and we need to also raise customers' money. The thing that worked really well for us in terms of customer understanding is in deep tech, most of the customers need to realize that it's a long-term bet. So we as marketing, the role of our teams is to equip them with enough information that they can go back to the leadership teams and propose a long-term bet or a long-term strategic bet. And that was very important. So where we have invested a lot of resources, money and content is to produce that kind of content which our customers can proudly carry forward and present it to their leadership teams. So we have not taken any traditional marketing approaches. So our digital marketing spend is zero. Our agency spend is zero. Our press media relations agency spend is zero. So we do everything in-house. So we are a very, very lean, good marketing organization because we have focused more on content and also understood that it's not only customers but all the stakeholders involved in the ecosystem.
Well, I think you've done a great job because your brand looks much bigger than it was in the beginning. The same question to you, Tanya, because you are the Chief Marketing Officer at Infinited Fiber. So how did you build the brand?
I think that it is really key. You mentioned customer understanding. So if we wouldn't know our customer, then it is really impossible to build a brand that is strong. So I'm an engineer, but still I use this word a lot in my work, which is empathy. It's not about sympathy, but empathy. You need to know how your customers think even better that they think. So we need to know their pains, and it's really old value proposition thinking. You need to know their pains and their gains, and even better than them, and then tell it in a way. So our brand was kind of based on our best understanding of our customer needs, like textile brands.
Great. So, Peter, what is your take on the role of marketing and branding?
Yeah, marketing and branding, guys, I would say that it's like everything. But I think that, also like what discussed previously, it's again, you have to understand what you're doing. And I think that it's always like a good start that you understand what you're up to and you understand your customers. That's of course always about solving their problems. And I think that there's always a danger when we, if you look at the technology industry in general, and then if you look at like deep tech, then like serious technology, it's very easy to get carried away by the technology. And then we can like easily forget that we are not there because of the technology. We're there because of the customers. We're solving some real world problems. And the technology is kind of like a detail in the end. Who cares, and why do I need this quantum computing thing in the first place? I can just go like buy a computer, or something like that. So I think that in many cases, and we've seen, if you look at the history of like technology industry and all of that, there are so many companies that get carried away, and and I think that in Finland we have a lot of this that why don't they understand that they need this technology? We don't need any marketing because people should just like be smart enough to buy it because it's like so good. Very like it's of course a bit stereotypical, but I still run into people who have that kind of like thinking that this is like such an amazing technology that people should just come and buy. We don't need any marketing. It's like sells itself. And of course there are very few technologies or products like that. And I think also maybe here we should talk about like product and solution. And then we happen to use there's like some fiber stuff or some quantum stuff or like whatever. But in the end, who cares? I think that it's people are buying solutions. They are not buying technology. And this is something that we need to remind ourselves and everybody of like every day, because it's so easy to then like, hey, this is the most amazing technology ever.
Peter, I agree with you so much. One of the first things that we do in the space incubation project, when we get a new company into the program, that we put them on a branding path. They very often lack totally a branding, and they come from engineering backgrounds. They are very good in that, but nobody's perfect in everything, very few people. So we help them build a brand, and that usually makes a difference. You know, it may not make all of the difference, but if there's two equal technologies and one is superior in communication and branding, unfortunately, they are very often on top of the game.
But I think, this is actually a very important point, because I mean, like the thing here is that what I always say that, and then when we're working on like Angry Birds at Rovio, that I always say that everything we do is marketing, like everything. Or then you could look at it the other way around, that none of the things we do, you know, is marketing. And I think that we shouldn't separate kind of like the two. And I mean, then, you know, we can always say that, oh, those guys, that their technology is not like as good as ours, but their marketing is so much better, so that's why they're winning. But I mean, who cares? I mean, you have to look at the whole thing and the whole package. And, you know, like it's the lamest excuse on the planet that, yeah, we have better technology, but those guys, you know, have better marketing. I mean, that nobody cares. You're still losing.
Yeah.
You know, and you want to win. So then you have to have the whole package. And I think that, and just one thing that I think great example of, you know, like getting carried away by the technology, VR, you know, like the whole virtual reality, year after year, this is the year. Now it's gonna, you know, like we're gonna see a breakthrough. And we had so many companies that, oh, of course, you know, don't you understand that you want to wear this stupid looking headset, like, and you know, like isolate yourself from like the rest of the world for hours and hours. Nobody wants to do that, or let's say very few people. And I think that this is again like a great example that, oh, but it's VR, it's like amazing.
Yeah.
Who cares? It's just technology, it doesn't solve any problem.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I will ask you one more thing about I lost the thread of thought, so I let you answer.
So I would like to add something on this. Like most of the times when I go out and when we discuss about brand building in deep tech, it's made into technology and marketing. But it's not that black and white. Marketing can be science-led storytelling. And the important part here is building a deep tech brand is very different, because you need to still be deep in science. Your customers are mostly PhDs or who understand the science really well. Like I cannot go into a meeting where I bluff about quantum computing or just be on a superficial level about quantum. So my customers will call me out within the first 5 minutes of that conversation. So it's important that your marketing material, every asset, every post, every content that you produce, or even every conversation that you have, it should be science-led. But the storytelling should be the benefits that they get on a longer term.
Yeah.
So the answer that they are looking for as customers is, why do I work with you? And how will you help me get from here to next 10 years when quantum advantage is realized? And if I cannot walk them through that journey in a language that they understand like science, then I lose my customer. And that is where building a brand should be more in terms of excitement, more aspirational, but also science-led.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I would like with the science-led, I mean, it has to be true. Your marketing should be true. Has to enforce that.
Of course. Tanya touched upon the idea of empathy and the importance of empathy, and I would like to elaborate on that. There is the human connection, and everything is about human connections. You don't sell anything without a human connection, and we sometimes, especially here in the North, we are not so great about the human connection. And when you go to a country where social interaction is everything, how do you? Let's start with Peter, because you professionally are full-time employed with connecting with the different nationalities and getting people to Finland, and the human connection is so important. How do you see this importance?
But I think that in anything that you do, you have to place yourself kind of like in the place of the customer and understand what they're trying to do and what you can do for them. I think that exactly you said that. I mean, if you go into a meeting with these like PhDs in quantum and you have no clue you heard about quantum computing, they will throw you out in like the first 2 minutes, or they will just like ignore you and start looking at their phone. And I think that this is again, it doesn't matter if you're talking about like deep tech or like whatever, but it always has to start with understanding your customer and what you can do for them. I mean, this is again really like part of the marketing. That marketing is not just like pretty brands and pictures and slides and like all that, but it's really at the core. I mean, and that's how I understand the empathy, that you understand and you can put yourself in their position, and then hey, I have this and I can solve this for you. But it's really like as simple as that.
Yeah. Would you say that this lack of empathy or lack of human connection in Finns and in the Nordics is more of a myth nowadays than a fact?
We have a lot of myths and a lot of stereotypes. Many of the stereotypes are at least somewhat true. But I think that also, if you look at your stereotypical Finn that doesn't say much and like all of that. But I think that it's also once you can like then really get going. I think that it's a little bit like this, that and that's also like this stereotypical thing that it might take a while to kind of like become friends with like a Finnish person, but then at least like it's real and true, and it's not like how are you doing, great, and blah blah blah, and then next, So I think that I think that it's not totally true, but it's not completely false either. Maybe something like that.
What is your take? You are not finished.
Maybe I'll add on this one. On the empathy, it's an important topic. If you're building a B2C brand, a consumer brand, there I understand the empathy, because you do need to deliver the messages to consumers where you have very little window of opportunity to have emotional messages delivered. With a deep tech, at least the way I've seen it in my experience, having worked both in B2C, also in B2B and deep tech now, is that you need to be authentic. So you need to be authentic in putting the right people in front. It cannot only be a CEO or an evangelist or a CMO who comes on stage, but you need to make the scientists as champions. You need to still speak to different levels and different peoples. Most importantly that I see is deep tech purchasing is still tender based. Most of them are tendering processes. So there, however authentic your brand is, however empathy you have, you still need to go through the basics of business building. So account-based management and all of those, I can go on about the processes. So there is a good line that you need to balance between being authentic, understanding your customers and empathy, but also having your business fundamentals in place and knowing how the customer makes the decisions. Because the tendering processes, however strong your brand is, if you're invited into a tender and if you don't win it, then you don't build a brand which is successful.
Exactly.
So we have a couple of minutes left. Is there something that you would like to address and leave the audience with when it comes to specifically deep tech related challenges and how to overcome those?
No, well, I could a bit summarize what we have been talking here. Like there is value in marketing, and marketing is not just making nice pictures. It's knowing the market, knowing the customers, how they behave, what are they driving them in their decisions. It's all about them, and it's really valuable to consider it in maybe even before you start developing a technology. Is there somebody who will buy and pay to create profit for you?
Is it also about appearing a little bit bigger than you are in the beginning to be more credible?
Well, sometimes yes, but I think that more important is to be able to deliver the same story with the kind of facts behind you through the whole.
Yeah. What about you?
So maybe my take is, if you want to run your scientific lab as a company with small money and small funding and so on, then you don't need a marketeer. But if you want to go big, and then if you want to really build a brand where you can convert it into a very, very big business, a global business. And if you have that kind of an aspiration, then I would say the first leadership hire that you need to hire outside of the product team should be a marketeer. If you don't do it, I don't think how a brand can be built or how a company can be successful. And I'm really looking for examples like that, but I've not found one which does not have a marketeer in the leadership team.
One easy question to you, Peter, to finish. Is the customer always right?
To start with, yes. But what I would like to add to this marketing thing is that marketing is about telling the truth. As simple as that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for my guests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kiitos. Thank you, thank you. Thank you also Kimmo. Thank you Peter, Raghunath and Tanya for finishing off that previous track. Now we're going to move on, and the next track is how to fund your rocket. And to lead us off is going to be a keynote from the Director of VC Investments at Tesi, Juha Lehtola, talking about funding and growth profiles for deep tech companies. Please welcome Juha to the stage.
All right. Hello, everyone. Really nice to be here in this inaugural NORDEEP Summit in a historical building, which I have historically associated more with student parties and lunch canteens. But now today we are here for a more important topic, I hope. So indeed, my name is Juha Lehtola. I'm heading direct venture investments at Tesi, which for those who don't know about our company, we are a Finnish institutional investor, both a fund investor as well as direct investor, and very much focused on deep tech as one investment category. So my presentation today will be about the funding environment and the growth profile of deep tech companies. And the presentation is building upon some factual research of our own into this field, as well as some maybe personal views and opinions also about where we are heading in terms of the funding environment. So if we first go into the kind of the growth profile of deep tech companies and what kind of makes these companies specific also from an investor's perspective, I think it's fair to say that investing in deep tech is a game of its own. So I'm sure all experienced investors in the space recognize that there are certain challenges related to picking the winners, creating value, and capturing value when it comes to deep tech, as opposed to maybe other sectors like software as a service or fintech. There's a long-lived perception that it takes a lot of time and a lot of capital to scale deep tech companies. And if you look at our research, there seems to be some truth in this kind of perception. So here what we have basically done is that we've pooled 250 Finnish deep tech companies. So this is a Finnish sample. Put them on a timeline starting from the year of founding for each company. And looked at kind of how the cumulative funding and cumulative revenues are building up. So as you can see that for this group of 250 companies, which should represent the whole ecosystem of growth-minded Finnish deep tech companies, it has historically taken like 7 years to catch up in revenues versus the amount of funding that these companies have taken in. Then maybe going a bit deeper and on a more granular level, sorry about the picture, may look a little bit messy. We actually refer to this as the spaghetti picture internally. But again, the same 250 companies put on the lines, kind of seeing how their revenues have developed from the year of founding. And this is now annual revenues, not cumulative as with the previous slide. So clearly, for the companies that ever cross the 10 million mark in revenues, they typically do that somewhere between 5 and 15 years of funding. There are some exceptions, of course, but typically it takes a fair amount of time to get into that kind of revenue levels. Then what else you can see here is that obviously not nearly all of the companies ever make it to that kind of revenue scale. So the classical power law effect that you always have in venture capital is very evident here as well. And in fact, we are not talking about 80-20 rule, but it's more like 90-10. So 10% of the companies or the company population accounts for more or less 90% of the revenues. So again, making it or kind of underlining the fact that it's picking the winners is really important in order to be a successful venture investor in deep tech. So if this sounds like somewhat bad news from an investor's perspective, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of capital, and you may question, is it even possible to make profitable investments in the space? And clearly we can say yes. So there's a good number of investors making good returns in deep tech companies. And one of the reasons behind this is that if on the previous slide I showed the revenue scale-up curve, but the fact is that revenue is not a perfect proxy for value creation in deep tech. It's obviously a simple, very objective measure of success, but it's not the only one and probably not even the most important. So eventually it's exit value that really drives the returns of venture investors, and that is what we should be looking at. And now this is not a Finnish sample, this is actually a group of international deep tech companies that you see on the scatter chart. And all of these companies have had less than 5 million in revenues at time of exit. And if you look at the kind of the exit valuations for this group of companies, you can see that even going into hundreds of millions of exit value is not unusual. And maybe the phenomena that is behind this is what the investment bankers like to refer to as strategic exit windows. So there is an opportunity for exit even in the early stages of a deep tech company life cycle, especially if the market dynamics as well as the competitive dynamics between the strategic acquirers are aligned with a target. It can create kind of a perfect storm and a situation where you can command really high strategic premiums in exits. And this is not just a pitch, but it's actually a factual data. But then again, timing of the exit, especially for these early exits, is really crucial because these time windows, they may appear, but also disappear very quickly. So if you kind of miss this kind of time window, then it may take several years for another opportunity to emerge, and then you may have to argue for the exit valuation more based on the financial metrics and the revenue metrics of the company. Good, but that's about the growth profiles. So if we then go into the current and historical environment and state of deep tech funding, and again, especially in Finland, the volumes have really soared. Obviously, environment is changing, but if you look at the investment volumes historically, we are in a completely different shape compared to 10 years ago, when the whole market was really small, like just tens of millions invested into Finnish deep tech companies. Maybe worth mentioning here, if you think that the investment amount seems a little bit small compared to Dealroom, for instance, we have actually manually selected this group of 250 companies, and we have applied a pretty strict criteria into what qualifies as deep tech. So, as you know, the definition is pretty fluid, and you see more liberal definition of deep tech as well. But I can clearly say that this these numbers represent the true kind of engineering, science-driven companies in Finland. So if you look at 2022 alone, so current year, we have actually already made a record year. So 350 million invested in this year alone, and we have a few months to go into companies in deep tech in Finland. Obviously, and as usual, again, driven by a few large rounds, kind of flagship companies. So these 3 companies in total account for almost 300 million of the total funding raised. And maybe all in all, this phenomena of large rounds, let's say more than 50 million euros, this is a very recent development. So only during the past 3 years or so, we have really seen the emergence of these kinds of rounds in the deep tech companies. So that's great news for the ecosystem. But if we look at who are the investors behind this growth and kind of the investor profiles, as well as where the market seems to be heading. And now here I'm not so much relying on data, but more like maybe observations about where the different market actors are going into. So first of all, what we have observed in our portfolio of deep tech, and especially if you look at larger rounds, tens of millions or more, they are really widely syndicated. So there's typically a large number of investors, also different investor profiles. You typically see VC funds, corporate VCs, as well as government entities, all being part of a syndicate. And starting with the VC funds, I mean, you have seen the emergence of specialist VC funds, both in Finland as well as Europe, mainly being active in the seed and Series A stages. But what we are kind of lacking in the European ecosystem still is these large later stage specialist VC funds who could lead and, let's say, write tickets of 20 million or more. And that is maybe one reason behind the fact that, as I said, the investment rounds are widely syndicated. And I guess it's a known fact that currently the VC market is a bit of a, let's say, if not in a downturn, but at least we are slightly concerned about where we are going, and rounds take longer to negotiate. Valuations are perhaps a bit pressured, especially in later stages. So this is perhaps not so much relevant in the early deep tech rounds, but if and when these companies go out and raise funds from generalist VC funds in later stages, I think it's fair to say that it takes more time. The valuations are being pressured. But then, as I said, corporate VCs, governments are an important part of the puzzle or the funding rounds as complementary sources of funding. And obviously corporate VCs can add some very specific dimensions from a value add perspective as well for the company's operational development. And what has actually been an interesting development in the past 2 years is that even public markets and IPOs have become an important source of funding for deep tech companies in Finland, but also what I have observed, the same thing has happened across the Nordics. And obviously this window, at least for now, seems to be more or less closed, which puts a pressure on the other source of funding to kind of fill this gap. So all in all, fair to say that there are currently many forces in the market that seem to be pointing a bit downwards. So fundraising will become more and more difficult and time-consuming for the companies. But then as a kind of a closing remark and summary of all this, if you look at the fundamentals for investing into deep tech and put that against what has happened this year, you can clearly say that the fundamentals have only gotten stronger. So obviously with deep tech, we are always dealing with pretty fundamental stuff. So things like climate change that has been there for some time already, but I mean the pressure is only mounting on us finding solutions to tackle that, and I'm pretty sure that deep tech will have an important role in this challenge. Then the 2 other things that have been, let's say, emerging this or previous year is obviously the war in Ukraine, the result in geopolitical tensions, which actually have changed the common perception on dual-use technologies, for instance. which is kind of a theme that is very much relevant to deep tech companies. So many of the companies in, let's say, space or cybersecurity do have this kind of dual use element, and the kind of the general perception towards these kinds of companies and business models has changed to the positive. And finally, we have, I guess, painfully come to realize that our economies are very dependent on critical digital infrastructure components whose availability have been really challenged recently. So this is yet another reason for the kind of the, also from a European and why not even national perspective, to make sure that we have sufficient kind of technological sovereignty in place. So what this all means is that the fundamentals are even stronger than before. The opportunity has not gone anywhere, on the contrary. So whereas capital is not the only bottleneck, talent development and things like that are at least equally important for us to create a thriving ecosystem. But nevertheless, we really need to make sure that the capital supply for European and Finnish companies in deep tech space is on a healthy and solid foundation. And especially we at Tesi at least are willing to do our best to contribute to that objective. So with that, I thank you for the attention and hope you found some insightful data points there, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Juha. Yeah. So, show of hands, how many people would like to start a deep tech VC fund? Even if it's super ambitious in the future. Okay, we got a few. So this next panel will be really interesting for you guys. It's going to be how to start a rocket deep tech VC fund. And I'd like to welcome to the stage our panelists, Terhi Vapola, Lise Rechtsteiner, Juho Aminov, and Harri Brade. Please give them a hand.
What do you want to say? The other way around?
Sorry.
Okay, we're the wrong way around.
I think this is a good way to start the panel, right? So we can mix it up a little. So thank you very much for coming to listen to us. This is a super exciting topic. So we're going to talk about how to start a rocket VC fund. And I have the experts here with me talking. So first of all, we have Lise. Lise is coming from V Squared VC. So having the perspective of being there, done that, succeeded in doing it. And then we have Harri Brade, representing Business Finland VC. And then we have Juho Aminov coming from EIF. So really looking forward to this discussion. And to kick it off, the first question, of course, what's your angle to this discussion? Do you want to start?
Sure. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think so. Yes, I'm with V Squared Ventures. I'm not going to take all the credentials for where V Squared is today, since I just joined a year ago. V Squared has been on the market in the format that we are today since 2020. Did exist under the name of Vito Ventures, though, since 2016. So that's when we started doing deep tech investments. Today, under V Squared Ventures, we have 2 main funds and also 2 opportunity or SPV funds. So a few $100 million assets under management right now, and currently fundraising, and we'll have some exciting news going out publicly soon.
Fantastic. And Harri, what's your perspective?
Yeah, my perspective is Business Finland Venture Capital Limited. So we're incubating new venture capital funds in Finland. Have done so for example, Superhero Capital, Icebreaker, etc., Nordic Food Tech. There are a number of general and sector funds which we have been incubating. And incubating is the key word. So we help funds to become successful, to be launched, etc. Talk about that more later. Thanks.
Fantastic. And Juho?
Yes, so
I represent European Investment Fund, which you could say is the VC fund investments arm of the European Union. And actually, we are probably the largest investor in the European venture capital asset class at the fund level. So we do roughly 100 investments per year for over 2 billion euros. And obviously, within deep tech, our aim is to help the best deep tech companies and founders to get access to investors who actually can add value to their activity, help them to commercialize their R&D intense disruptive innovations. And by doing so, obviously, we try to foster some policy objectives at the level of the European Union, like increasing competitiveness of EU, also fostering our strategic autonomy and digital independence.
Fantastic. And then maybe for the audience, it would be really interesting to hear, Lisa, your fund's perspective. So what are the practical steps you need to succeed in order to get where you are today?
There are many things. Of course, you'll need to have the right team in place, first things first. It's also really good to have, I think, a team that has different competencies and also split a bit of the tasks, doing both, deal flow management and sourcing, and someone taking more care of admin and fundraising. I think it's very beneficial as well to have outsourced quite a few of the things on the administrative side. Most funds do these things. And of course, extremely important as well for fundraising is to be out there and network, build genuine relationships. Attending conferences such as these, but also one-on-one meetings with the larger networks.
Fantastic. And maybe the perspective of Harri. So what are the resources and advice? What would you recommend where to get support when you're starting a new thing?
Yeah, when you're starting a fund or thinking about starting a fund, especially here in Finland, we have governmental limited partners, LPs, who support you, be it Business Finland Venture Capital or TESI. So we're happy to help you in. And looking at the fund, there's three perspectives. So one is looking at the team. So we're happy to help also finding the right team members. So you don't have to think that you have the team as such when you're approaching us. Secondly, looking at the strategy, we're happy to help in looking at the strategy is crisp enough that you actually have thought through how you will fund and find the LPs and find the funnel for the first fund, but also the succeeding funds. And thirdly, looking at differentiations. That's something which has emerged in the last years as we here have a deep tech fund from Lise. So yes, you can have a generalist fund, but more often than not, you need to find a pocket where you differentiate from the kind of current offering in the market. But those would be my advice.
Fantastic. And maybe Juho, just to take it one step further. So if you would choose one thing, because you've seen so many funds, so what are the most, if you would choose one thing, what would be the most critical thing to get right?
Well, I'd like to refer to the often used term USP or unique selling point.
Yeah.
So also from an LP perspective, you see if the fund manager has done his or her homework and in a way understands what is actually the market opportunity that I'm targeting. So you know the incumbents, what the shortcomings of the market are, what are the needs, unaddressed needs of the founders and companies, and why am I the best person to address those needs? And most importantly, from an LP's perspective, particularly in the long run, I'm going to make money on that opportunity. So this you need to somehow package. What's the opportunity and why am I the right person to address it? And, package it well and also be able to sell it and communicate it to your potential investors. Maybe to Harri's point, I would also like to add that a good resource for, emerging teams that consider raising a fund is to speak to other VCs that have gone through the journey and can probably advise you on the do's and don'ts. So that's, and we all know that VC investing, even though there is always an element of competition for the best deals, but it's also a very, very cohesive and friendly environment. So people actually are there to help others as well. So that I would also recommend.
Very good point. Thinking of the USPs, easier said than done. So what would you, Lisa, been there and succeeded in it? So how would you approach it?
Of course, finding a niche in terms of the investment thesis, like deep tech, for example, makes a lot of sense. Deep tech is not that unique, though, anymore, as it was in 2016. There's a lot of, luckily, deep tech funds popping up all over Europe, so that is great to see. You can, of course, try to do distinguish yourself through track record, etc. But if you don't have that, I do think my recommendation would really be to just, do what you're claiming and just show the LPs that you actually have access to unique deal flow that others don't, that really fit very well to your investment thesis, and show it by doing.
Exactly. Very good. Maybe the other side of the coin. So these are the things you need to get right. Maybe going into your perspective. So what are the typical mistakes on the other side of the coin? What to try to avoid and how to tackle them?
Well, at least for first-time teams, something that people typically underestimate is that how difficult it is actually to raise a fund and how long time it takes, because we, like Harry and I, we have the luxury of choosing from a very broad range of different strategies and propositions that come our way, and we cannot invest in all of them anyway. So the competition is hard, and that's why the USP is really important. So you need to be really differentiated. Somehow you need to convince why should anyone give you money. But on the shortcomings, in addition to maybe setting the bar to a realistic level, both in terms of timing and what you may be able to raise as a first-time team, is on the capital deployment model. So fund investing is a different thing than investing your own capital in stocks or even as a business angel. So fund investing is typically a journey of 10 plus years, and you have a fixed amount of capital at your disposal, and you have to allocate it wisely and build a portfolio and follow a certain strategy. So usual shortcomings is that people don't actually prioritize their time and money well enough. So you need to cut your losses early and obviously double down on the winners. And that's easier said than done. Also, follow-on reserves, like linked point to the earlier. So you need to allocate a certain amount of capital for initial investments and also safeguard that you're not short on capital if the need arises later. And first-time teams, they tend to be a bit too aggressive on the initial deployment phase and maybe discover later that maybe I should have allocated my capital a bit less progressively.
Yeah, I think Juho's points are very, very to the point. If I add to that, one thing which I think Finnish VCs in general could prep up is the LP kind of management or relations. So kind of having a long-term vision and a structural approach into LPs, be them Finnish domestic LPs, but then later international LPs. And one reason for that may be that we have kind of a fostering atmosphere with the governmental LPs, be it Business Finland VC or EIF, where we bring a certain amount of money, and there are certain LPs which often also invest if we invest, so we give kind of a stamp of guarantee of quality. But I would recommend having a structural approach and really spending time in building good relations, long-term relations to LPs, and also then finding international LPs, maybe through the international investments and the connections there.
Very good. Then maybe jumping into a little bit different perspective. So thinking of what do you see missing from the market? Because there are so many funds and more popping up all the time. So what are the sectors to look at, and what areas would be interesting? Maybe I'll start with Harry from your perspective.
Yeah, thanks. So generally, I would say that more and more we are looking into sector funds and pockets where there might be opportunities in sectors. Having said that, it cannot be, especially looking at Finland and Nordics, the pockets can't be too small, so then you have to find opportunities that are large enough. So if, for example, you're looking into smaller pockets, so then maybe you have to combine certain pockets to make an interesting proposal. If you're looking at sector funds, then it's almost automatic that you have to look at a Nordic level, and then for some funds you have to look at a European level, like Lisa's fund is doing. So sectors, but of course healthcare is now interesting. A fund has emerged, and there are a number of smaller sector areas which are emerging. But I would generally say look into sectors and pockets rather than generalist strategies.
Very good. The other perspective of what is really topical at the moment is the ESG and the implications of that. So maybe the LP perspective, Juho, from your side, what would you say about how to really tackle the ESG question in a good way?
ESG has definitely become mainstream in the last years, so it's no longer something that differentiates funds. It's no longer a nice to have and an element for greenwashing. It's a must-have risk management tool. And also LPs take it increasingly seriously because every LP, and particularly a public investor like us or Business Finland VC, we take our reputation extremely seriously. And if there is an unaddressed risk management channel at the GP level that may then spill over and damage also the reputation of investors behind the funds, that's obviously something that's definitely cannot be ignored. So, but we're happy to see that actually the market is proactively taking active steps in raising the bar and improving the standards in this regard. Also, it's important to distinguish between kind of the market standards and also impact that investors and also LPs want to achieve with their investments in funds. So, for example, us and also many other LPs, particularly the bigger ones, are, in addition to requesting some level of ESG compliance, rolling out different impact criteria. So, for example, we are currently requesting all funds that receive an investment from EIF to agree and commit to a certain percentage of the fund's investments being compliant with certain green KPIs, because we all understand that the challenges that we have on the climate change front are so enormous that everybody needs to chip in and try to generate some positive impact on that field.
Very good. Do you want to continue?
Yeah, for the ESG perspective, and I would be happy to hear Lisa's view, but because she's and her fund is doing this in practice. But my chip in here would be that we see a number of funds which are discussing the ESG, and when discussing with them, we feel that they are kind of ticking the box. So they are feeling that we are compliant, being to the LP community or be it towards the kind of portfolio companies which will be in their portfolio. What we like to see is kind of through the values of the GP, of the general partners, that they would actually live and breathe kind of the ESG norms and the impact norms. And that's why we try to encourage, and we also encourage them to have the right people in the team, perhaps getting new talent enabled to go away from the compliant and more into kind of the values and culture of the fund in looking at ESG and compliance. But I'd be happy to hear Lisa's view as you are living and breathing this in your fund.
Sure. I was also in an impact fund before I slipped into deep tech. There's many overlaps there. I mean, at V Squared, we certainly do ESG reporting more as this basic framework that everyone should do. We do, however, also take a bit more active approach to impact. And I think that is even more important in early stages. ESG reporting is more of a checklist, and it is something that is very applicable, especially in later stages of companies, where you can actually implement much more practices, governance, routines, etc. There are certain things you can already start at the get-go, but the implications are much bigger at later stages. It's still a negative kind of checklist, though, and I do think these impact-driven investments are perhaps even more suitable in early stages. It's difficult, though, to measure impact. We don't really have any standards yet. So I think everyone should be truthful to their own thesis and what they see as meaningful. We've chosen to basically focus on what is the founder motivation, map that out from the beginning, map out whether impact is actually an inherent part of the business model itself. So if the business model grows, impact will grow with it. And of course, also look at the market opportunity. But yeah, in general, I would tread a little bit carefully about quantifying many of these measures because it's also easy to end up with vanity metrics, unfortunately, before we see any clearer standardization out there.
Very good. Maybe another perspective, Lisa, for you. So discussing about the differences between different LP groups. So how would you say, from the perspective of a fund, how do you approach different types of like government or private or different kinds of private LPs?
Sure. I mean, especially, I guess there's differences between the public and the private investors. Of course, even within these groups, there are differences. There's certainly a lot of advantages of having, and some of them are mentioned before, having the public investors on board as well. The quality stamp that you get, you're going through, especially also here with our dear supporters in IF, also through a pretty extensive due deal process. But that is also something that gives you a lot of credibility on the market. Not just that, it also give you certain inputs in terms of the right strategy. So you also mentioned, for example, the insights around follow-on investments. Typically, a fund would, in later stages, maybe reserve 50% of invested capital for follow-on investments. However, at WeSquared, after having good conversations with IF and getting insights into a lot of the statistics, we chose to even go even more into follow-on investments, reserving a total of 75% of our capital in the newest fund into follow-on. So I think there's a lot of insights, statistics, experience that you can lean on. With the private investors, is a little bit of a different interaction. You can also shape it much more yourself. If I'm to give maybe a bit of a practical advice as well, I think one can work more there on relationship building and not so much as a formalized process where you need to have a data room where there are specific givens that you have to deliver. I think you can try to hold a little bit back with the private investors and have a continuous engagement with them, slowly, forwarding them more and more information on your strategy, on the portfolio, etc., just to keep up that kind of interaction that you have. So you have much more room to shape the conversation, I guess, yourself. But you need both.
Exactly. Then maybe if you look forward and forward into the market trends, so what kind of things there are in the market, in addition to what we have already discussed, what to watch? Maybe we'll start from your side.
Well, I guess generally in the venture capital markets, we see that there will be some moderation or decline in the returns that we've seen, particularly last year. So 2021 was more or less an outlier year, both in terms of investment volumes, but also exit activity and liquidity events that we saw also in our portfolio. But the good thing is that if you look a bit more like mid-term, or even if you exclude last year, so we're still on an upward trend in terms of everything that relates to VC ecosystem. And I think deep tech probably is even one of the faster growing areas within that market. So we're on the right track. And there will, at least we don't expect a major correction in terms of capital availability for good companies, because there's a lot of dry powder in the market. So a lot of funds that actually raised a significant amount of capital before the current crisis. So capital is available and looking for good opportunities. Maybe generally trend on the investment level, and maybe Lisa can confirm this, but generally we see that there is definitely an increased appetite for, let's say, quality companies that don't have high burn rates and grow at all expense and burn cash by doing so, but rather appetite for companies that can become cash flow positive sooner rather than later. That seems to be one of the more hotter topics for this year and probably also for the next quarters to come.
Do you want to continue?
Yeah, sure. So I think, as Juho mentioned, I fully agree that profitable growth, those two words together, is always in fashion. So it's never out of fashion, and now it's more in fashion than in 21. Having said that, I agree that basically looking at the kind of secular trends, so the trend over this cycle, the VC industry, looking at Europe versus, let's say, US, Israel, it has proven itself. It has looking at Finland and VC returns, we are in the top quartile in European VC returns. So there's good data backing up the new VCs, the VC industry in general, and the track that it has done. So understanding the kind of imminent recession, be it mild or severe, still, I think secularly this industry is doing quite well. Looking at the trends, I think in Finland, understanding the recession trend we have now, the funds will become larger and we will become more towards the European level. For GDP per capita, I mean, the VC funding, angel funding is the largest in Europe. So I think there's many positive things. And of course, for now, profitable growth is something which all the companies should look for sooner than later. So not going into the mega trends here, just saving time. So thanks.
What do you think, Lisa? When's the trends to watch?
So I agree with everything that was said before. I think we do see a trend going back to the fundamentals of value creation in terms of venture capital itself. I do see that venture capital as an asset class is getting much more stable. It's growing and it's taking a much more serious role of the capital allocation that you have in the private markets. I think that's a trend that will remain. It is getting more crowded though in terms of funds. Competition is increasing, and I do think a lot of the incumbent funds are starting to get challenged. There are a few new ones that are rethinking a bit of the schemas, the dogmas out there, and I do think we will see a bit of a shift in generation.
So what kind of things you see coming up? So if you continue on that one, the new emerging things.
It can be on the very specific thesis. It can be on the composition of the team. It can be on incentivation schemes, the motivation of the GPs driving the funds forward. It's pretty wide, actually. Let's see what the LPs go along with.
Fantastic. So maybe we innovate the whole market together then going forward. Also the VC market, not just the startups. But hey, we are out of time. So I would like to thank you all, the panelists. Thank you for all your insights and thank you for sharing it. And thank you for the audience.
Yep. Thank you also, Terhi, for moderating. Now, deep tech companies can take a few different types of capital. We just heard about the venture capital, and it's good to hear from the VC perspective as well, what they're looking at, how the market is looking. And now we're going to hear a little bit more about the public funding instruments from the principal consultant from Spinverse, Eeva Viinikka. Please welcome her to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. So today we are going to talk about public funding instruments. And maybe the first question in this audience is that why you should be interested. And the answer in short is that when combined with private funding and invoicing from your own clients, utilizing public R&D and I grants is the best way for you to assure that your solution is of cutting-edge competitiveness for the future. And the good news is also that these public funding instruments are typically grants. So you don't have to pay it back, and it does not dilute your ownership, and it will just improve your competitiveness. And I think this would be of great importance, and it should be of interest for both investors and the companies, specifically if they are considering when to have the next investor round. And today I'm not going to talk about Business Finland funding or any other national funding instrument. And the reason is that Business Finland is actually a good authority. They would love to provide you personal advice on how to get access to Business Finland grants, what suits you the best, and kind of how to access it. So today we are going to focus in EU grants. And the reason is that there is 100 billion euros of grants for the period of 7 years. 100 billion. Every cent will be shared. Somebody gets it. And you should consider what is your fair share of it. And EU money is organized in a rather complex manner in different kinds of funding instruments and funding programs. For example, this EU multi-annual financial framework will include kind of funding for digitalization or different kind of environmental topics and even defense sector. But the fact is that some of these funding instruments are, let's say, more industry or more private sector friendly than the others. And that's why we'll be taking a bit closer look into Horizon Europe, which includes more than 90 billion euros for the 7 years. And the structure of Horizon Europe is based on 3 pillars, and specifically pillars number 2 and 3 are the most important for industrial players and private sector. And pillar number 2 has 6 different topics ranging from health and kind of culture and civil security and so forth. And they are organized as clusters. And each and every one of these 6 clusters will publish a funding program every 2 years. And this funding program includes the calls where you can apply money from. And in addition to these 6 clusters, kind of Horizon Europe includes a number of public-private partnerships. And these public-private partnerships, some of them also have their own specific funding calls, for example, key digital technologies joint undertaking. And of course, the next question is why specifically EU funding? Why not just national grants? And of course, you could consider that kind of getting, say, 2 million euros for kind of improving your competitiveness would be the key attraction, but actually it's not. It's the least important. In my opinion, the most important attraction and benefit of EU grants is the opportunity to kind of collaborate with the best partners. And just imagine an opportunity where you work in a very large consortium project, where you have your clients or your dream clients or participants from the sector you would like to penetrate in. And you develop your own kind of R&D activities, and then you can have an opportunity to demonstrate your R&D outcomes as a part of a wider solution, kind of perhaps your customer's solution, and then get feedback from the customers. And for 3 years you do it, you get a lot of feedback, and just imagine the competitiveness after that. Not to talk about the kind of the, let's say, positive visibility you can get in the project communication and dissemination, or the fact that kind of participating in this kind of project, European Commission is actually sharing your risk of long-term R&D. And of course, kind of if your company is not born global, EU projects provide a very nice opportunity for you to lay the foundations of your cross-border collaboration for your future exports. And then, how does it work? There is funding opportunities ranging from really kind of close, kind of very research-oriented activities to kind of very close to market actions, even from almost science fiction up to places where you demonstrate system level in operational environments, so very close to market. Typically, the projects include, say, 5 to 50 different partners who share a grant from 2 to 12 million euros for a 3-year project. And in most cases in Horizon Europe, the funding is either 70 or 100%. Just imagine, you can put your R&D personnel working in a project, and you can fund 100% of their salaries and legal ads in this project. And most of the funding is basically for collaborative projects where you have other partners you collaborate with, but some of the funding instruments are also potential kind of where you can apply money alone. And typical EU projects are actually like public tenders. There is a call text which is describing very much in detail what kind of R&D activities you should do in your project and what kind of results you should be delivering. And kind of the funding instruments differ a bit from each other depending on how research-oriented or how close to market they are. Typically, if you are doing R&D collaboration, gaining new skills, ideating with the research and technology organizations, the grants are a bit smaller, the total grant. The funding rate is typically high. And then kind of the funding rate, well, typically high, kind of between 70 and 100%. And the kind of ideal leader is a research organization. Then if you go to kind of a bit closer to the market, product development, co-creation with your clients and the others, typically the total grants are a bit higher, the funding rate is a bit lower, and then kind of the ideal leader of this kind of a project is actually in the middle of the value chain. And then there are projects for even industrial scale-up, where you can kind of either get grants or loans, and kind of the ideal leader is obviously the investing partner. And if you consider why, or should you really give it a try, kind of go to your first EU project ever, yes, you should, because kind of typically one project leads to another project. You get invitations to the next projects, and you get more grants, more partners, more feedback, and more opportunities to plug yourselves in European industrial value chains. This is just an example to show kind of what could it be. It's real life. Kind of just consider kind of the opportunities and benefits of kind of for these companies involved. And some of the projects are actually forming an ecosystem for R&D and I, but even business. And I'd like to raise an example kind of from Project Applause, where we have 31 partners from 11 different countries. Just imagine being a startup or an SME in this kind of a project, where you have large corporations, big brands of the sector, and then kind of you could develop your technologies and demonstrate it as a part of the wider solutions by these large corporations. And then you have the best RTOs in Europe, making sure that you really go beyond the state of the art. So just imagine the benefits. And typically the problem is that if you decide to go for a kind of public funding, that how to find the right type of EU funding, or how to find the right call that suits you the best. Well, one obvious solution is that you could contact a consultant such as Spinverse, or then you can contact Business Finland. Business Finland has a specific unit which is specialized in providing advice in these topics. You can participate in Business Finland's webinars, which are typically free of charge, or you can utilize a search tool like Spinbase, where you can buy a license from Spinverse, or you can contact a research and technology organization that is active in your sector. And now, as I mentioned, that there are these 6 clusters which kind of publish their future kind of calls typically every 2 years. The next calls for the next 2 years are about to be published in the end of the year. But Business Finland actually has unofficial drafts for these, which you can get and review if you like, even before they are public. And I would like to kind of provide a kind of an example on kind of my favorite funding instrument, which is Key Digital Technologies joint undertaking. In this funding instrument, kind of the topic is relatively free. It kind of the wide funding kind of topic is kind of from microelectronics up to ICT, even up to artificial intelligence. But there is kind of a relatively free topic within the scope and relatively free budget, very good success rates, an excellent opportunity for you to plug in yourselves in the kind of European value chains. The KDT projects are typically quite big. There are kind of tens of different partners in the consortium. Typically, the funding rates are a bit lower, but for example, for a Finnish SME, the funding rate is close to 70%, like 67-ish. And kind of in some years, even 50% of the project gets funded. So kind of, it doesn't mean that they are easy, but kind of excellent opportunity. And the next calls are basically next spring. Kind of there's project outline, deadline in April, and full proposal in September. And the winning consortium start working in the end of the year. So make sure that kind of you grasp your opportunities there. And the thing is that SMEs are specifically welcome in these consortiums because this funding instrument has its own targets of onboarding as many new SMEs and participating as many new SMEs as possible. And then there are a few specific funding instruments tailored for SMEs. Kind of my favorite is Eurostars, which is technically speaking national grants. You only need a kind of consortium of 2 to 4 partners, and your grants could be up to 6 million euros. And typically the funding rate kind of for Finnish SMEs is 50%. Really nice hit rate, almost 30% of the project gets funded. So kind of something to consider and discuss with Business Finland on this. And then for scale up, you could consider EIC Accelerator, where the kind of maximum grant could be up to 2.5 million euros at that 70% of funding, or optional equity up to 50 million euros. And if this sounds like something of interest, kind of it's good to monitor what's going on, because kind of this instrument is seemingly about to change in the future. Or then you could even consider kind of instrument like EIB venture debts. And then the thing is that kind of the easiest way for an SME or startup to access EU money is actually getting on board in EU project consortiums. And there are a few tricks how you can do it. The first kind of probably easiest way is that you could contact a research organization, university, or kind of other organization like VTT who is active in your sector, and kind of let them know that you would be interested in participating in EU project consortiums, and kind of discuss further. Or you can join forces with your clients or suppliers and let them know that actually I would be interested in EU project, that are you working on them kind of at the moment, or kind of combine forces in finding some. Or you can even go and suggest your research idea for the RTOs and check if they would be interested. But the low-hanging fruit really is participating in brokerage events, because there is a multiplicity of brokerage events which are specifically organized for kind of building up EU project consortiums. And there are face-to-face brokerage events like kind of FX, which takes place in November in Amsterdam, or then there are kind of all kinds of online brokerage events which are typically free of charge. Or you can add your profile in free online brokerage platforms like ECS collaboration tool. And kind of in ECS collaboration tool, you can add your own profile, but you can also scan what kind of project ideas there are, and kind of let the coordinator know that you would be interested. So kind of it just requires your own activity. And then, one more. As I mentioned, kind of the clusters will be publishing their work programs rather soon. And Business Finland expects that there is going to be a number of info days in the middle of December. They're not published yet, but so kind of, if you would be interested, just follow horisontti-eurooppa.fi and the events within. And then, once you get an opportunity to join a consortium, a few hints and tips. So the first question is that kind of maybe you should check from the coordinator what is his or her kind of success rate, because it takes some efforts in building a kind of EU project consortium and the proposal, and you would really like to be in the winning consortium. And then the thing is that you should only join the consortium if the activities suggested are really matching your R&D and I strategy. Because even if you get like 1 million euro for your R&D, why waste 3 years of time if that does not take you where you want to go? And then kind of you should also consider that you should get a reasonable budget. And in my opinion, that means at least one full-time employee for the whole duration of the project. And the reason is that kind of there is always some administrative burden, and kind of only kind of reasonable resources will really provide you the benefits. And kind of if there is a kind of project consortium who's inviting you in and suggesting something which doesn't really match, and the project kind of budget is not really the level you'd like to do, just be open. Suggest what you want to do and tell them that you need more money. So kind of that's the way to do it. And kind of then make sure that you can write and review the text which describes your own activity, because the funding proposal is actually going to be a part of your grant agreement with European Commission. So you want to know what's about you. And then kind of don't worry too much about the kind of insecurities and limited visibility for the future. I mean, forecasting future is difficult. Always. Because the thing is that in EU funding proposal, there's always a plan B. You describe your risk mitigation plan, what to do next if your kind of first phase plans don't realize. And there's also a process of changing the plans. So kind of it's fully okay and understandable that kind of you don't know everything in advance. So thank you for your attention, and kind of I just hope that you keep in mind that there is a multiplicity of EU money out there, and you should consider taking advantage of it. Thanks, and don't hesitate to contact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva.
Thanks.
Thank you. what are interesting, insightful information about the funding, starting from the small, going to the venture capitals.
Thanks.
That would be the wrap up about the how to fund the rocket. And now we're going to change the topic to the hardware is hard. And I would like to welcome on stage Rebecca Melakari. She's going to lead us through that.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca. Really glad to be here. When I was a child, my mother painted a dream job for me to become a politician. On the other hand, I wish to be a stand-up comedian. I do find there are similarities between the two professions, but luckily I became neither. I'm the CEO and the founder for a wonderful product company called the Pixie Ray. As a company, we develop autofocus eyewear. We don't research on fungi nor deep tech fibers, but we do work heavily with material science, molecule compound. We develop algorithms, state-of-art electronics, and system integration. As to myself, I've been in the field of manufacturing and product delivery for almost 20 years. Today, I will talk about the pride and the prejudice of making hardware product. There are some lessons from the novel we could apply in our context. And just as declaration, it's not eyewear industry specific, nor it's a romantic love story, but there is a bit of loving part towards hardware making. If we would like to live in the world with more convenience and excitement and pursue the curiosity of humankind, we should be working on autonomous car driving or space technologies. Now I sound maybe like Elon Musk. I do take the pride if the product I'm working on can remedy deficiency, save time, empower people, make us see better, hear better, or feel better. Hardware per se, it has a very wide definition, so I would like to narrow it down a bit to consumer electronic product. First of all, I would like you to meet Mr. Sagu, who is a representative of SaaS, software as a service, and Netflix and Spotify, you name it, for the SaaS. And he's having a conversation with Miss Helen, who is a representative of consumer electronic product. Sagu says, in the startup scene, I get a lot of attention due to my potential stellar growth. But consumers love me and more. How does that manifest itself? On average, in American household, there are 25 internet-connected devices in 2022, up from 11 in 2019. Someone may perceive the pandemic worked like a time machine that propelled us to tens of years to the future. Sagu says, I may not agree the advancement to the future, but there is seemingly a substantial increase on the consumer demands for consumer electronics. But as a hardware startup, you need more time, you need longer development time and more capitals, and in the end of the day, you are less profitable. Well, that sounds a bit old school. If we take a look of DJI, GoPro, Fitbit, your opinion might be refashionated. Fitbit was valued at $2.1 billion in 2019 by Alphabet, and GoPro reached 31.7% net profit margin by June 2022. And DJI started selling drones worldwide with 3.8 billion revenue and considerably high profit margin. So let's not make this snap judgment. Hardware is not a few pieces of dumb plastic combined with basic electronic components. With the increase of hardware and software combination and IPR protections and the advancement in manufacturing, I find hardware is actually more attractive. But inevitably, making a piece of hardware requires manufacturing, supply chain, distribution channels. It does not come from thin air, neither thousands of coding lines alone. So I would like to take you for a few moments to the macroeconomy and look how does it impact on the manufacturing world. Once upon a time, our society used to be called the world village. Enjoyed the flourish time. We applied just-in-time delivery model. We cloned the manufacturing capacity worldwide. China became the world factory. Then the things start to change in a more obvious way. The tariff war between US and China lifted the trade tariff substantially. And COVID hit, increased lead times and cost, and geopolitical risk is down on the daily agenda. Talking about increased lead time, when the first time the semiconductor supplier told me instead of 16 weeks, do expect minimum of 52 weeks of delivery lead time. I nearly jumped from my chair, and now it's even become longer. If someone says there's a propelling to the future, I claim there's another time dimension. I'm seeing a slow motion. The whole world has been running on its full capacity. If you tighten one end of it, it causes massive wave to the other end. And always remember, the constraints come from the shortest wooden bar of the barrel. Our ecosystem is interconnected. There are many elements involved. We are talking about labor, raw material, integrity, environment, regulations, and technology. For the manufacturing advancement, it has two fundamental enablers. One is the government, one is foreign direct investment towards a developing economy. Government provide the finances, policies, M&As if necessary, and FDI work as a technology spillover to the host country. If we take a spotlight to the China FDI inflow in 2021, from the parent number, we see an increase, but the Hong Kong round-tripping actually plays as a disguise, and 3/4 of investment went to the service industry. The manufacturing FDI inflow to the world factory remains non-disclosed. Manufacturing has generations. Upgrading the line requires technology innovation and technology accessibility. Let's take an example here. I'm not going to mention again about the semiconductor, EUV machines, and ASML, because that's politically and security-wise quite sensitive. If we look at into, for example, ultra-fast lasering technology and equipment, basically it provides higher precision, more convenience, higher flexibility, and in simple words, it makes impossible possible across many production line steps. And I'm seeing one mushroom phenomenon in Europe that many institutions and companies not only developing the technology, we are scaling up this kind of equipment and being adopted by the industry. Actually, some of the gentlemen or ladies sitting there, if your eyes have been surgically operated, you might have been operated by the femtosecond laser machine. And that machine is more applied now to the industrial use. The reformation and the redistribution of the value in the manufacturing world has started. There's no little, no humor. The balancing process is going to go a long way in the manufacturing. When Mr. Donald Trump said that the energy efficient light bulbs make him look orange, I was a bit amused. But I do agree with him. Pulling back the manufacturing somewhat to your homeland will definitely bring you the benefits. The link between a thriving manufacturing industry and the prosperous economy is strong and direct. We just need to capture all the opportunities along with the manufacturing renewal process. I will come back to the do's and don'ts for the hardware manufacturing, especially for the startups. First, golden rule, trial and error. Very often, your first prototype in your garage that you created with your own hands actually work. Then you get excited, there's a new product coming to the market, let's do a product, let's go to the investors, and then we're gonna run a company. Then when you integrate, you design, you integrate different elements into the first prototypings, you're realizing you are failing one way or another. But that's very common. No shame about it. We just need to do the analysis, due diligence, and get up and move on. Always make plan B and plan ahead. It's quite hard, actually, to do the plan B when your plan A is not yet solid. But we have to work on it, forceful way. That will place ourselves in a much better condition from the risk mitigation and also bargaining power towards the partners and our own network ecosystem. And we have to plan ahead. When I say right now, it's a very valid point. We cannot wait 52 weeks for a delivery lead time for a simple component. So we have to buy, for example, from DigiKeys and Mausers or Octobuy, just buy off the stock in a small MOQ and stock it up so that your milestone will be hit by the material you have prepared up front. Local manufacturing for final assembly and testing. Local here means you can buy an airplane ticket, fly in, fly back within the same day. And that will bring you, and also you can do in-house, this will bring you immense information on the critical incoming material quality, outgoing quality control, and faster iteration between the customer feedback to the production line. The partner with best suppliers, and here the best supplier means who understand your vision, who prepare to support the development through the journey. And for example, MOQ, I repeat, the minimum order quantity can save you from cash flow risk, stocking risk immensely if you have the best supplier to support. Be prepared that what you need may not be found from the open market. One example here, jigs and fixtures and your testing system. It's quite often underestimated how much effort we need to put there with the CNC machines, with the software in-house developed application that can test your product in the hardware world. This is not all, but I will stop from the do's and don'ts for a moment and look at the third lesson is in general, if we don't succeed first time, we just need to try it again. If we follow the Pride and Prejudice, what's the direction of the manufacturing technology development? Here, I would claim it's a deep integration. It's partially driven by the wearable consumer electronics, wristwatch, AirPods, earphones, smart glasses, health trackers. We are talking here the ultra-low power consumptions. We are talking structural functions. And as an eyewear company, we are embedding electro-opto components into our product in the form factor of a pair of eyeglasses. So if any one of you is working in the deep integration, I'm going to really be glad to have a conversation with. And at very last, I would like to say to the Dare founders and the endeavors on the startup journey, a bit poetic, grapes grown in the harsher, difficult conditions of a dry season are known to be richer with nutrients and sweeter in taste, resulting in higher quality wine. Difficult time ensures fewer participants in any given sector, but it also ensures the one do persist, will develop, and reach the goal. So good luck, because you need some, and do your best. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. All right, and next in our schedule, we're going to have a very interesting panel. It's going to be Juho Risku, Rene Kromhoff, Doug Castro, and Rebecca are going to join as well. They're going to talk about scaling up hardware business. All right, let's give a round of applause for our new speakers.
No issues with that. Yeah, thank you. Then I have my table. Nice.
Okay, welcome everyone. Now we have an interesting panel about the scaling hardware and whether it's a hard or not. Let's see if that's a question. We have three panelists. Each and everyone has a little bit different angle and kind of a background, distinctly different background in scaling the hardware businesses. And I'm very, very much looking into a kind of a vivid and interesting discussion. René, let's start with you. You've been scaling both hardware and software businesses. How does the two differ? Is hardware particularly hard?
Yeah, thanks for the question. One of the things sitting on this panel in this stream was that the title was "Hardware is Hard," and I think that's a very wrong title. I think hardware is just different, and in a way, we continue to keep by calling it that way. We continue to keep sort of the myth alive that hardware is something very complicated. I would say it's certainly different. So I have been part of a company called Heptagon, where we made optical sensors and we scaled it from basically zero to a big exit. I grew up in hardware. I don't know software. So if you're in the hardware space, hardware is actually not necessarily that complicated. Moving to Finland 4 years ago, I've invested in a few companies, some of them in hardware tech companies, some of them in software SaaS companies. And I think that there are some misconceptions about this whole hardware is hard topic. And typically what you see if you invest or work in hardware tech companies is that you've probably been tinkering around for years. You have developed patents, you have developed certain know-how before you come out of the gates and found your company and go commercialize it. Whereas in software, I see companies, and I've worked with those companies, where relatively easy you can get sort of a product together, call it an MVP, minimum viable product, go test it with customers, and you could get probably a little bit quicker to customers and first revenue. However, so can your competition. So if you really have a good idea, you're not very well protected in that space. And that's one of the things I really love about hardware, is that because it's maybe a lengthy path to get there and a lot of research is required, it's inherently also very well protected. And I can go on, if you look from a financing point of view, software companies, especially if you go to growth stage, they raise hundreds of millions. Getting to big exit, fair enough. In my previous company, I think we raised less than 200, I think substantially less than 200, and it got to a 2.5 billion exit. So also this hardware is hard, it's expensive, it's complicated. I highly doubt whether that's actually true.
Douglas, you've always surprised me, kind of ease of scaling up. Anything to add here?
It's not easy, I think. If you're lucky, you make it look easy, but you suffer a lot quietly. I agree with a lot of what René said. I think one of the main differences is that the iteration cycles are much longer. So if you screw something up, good luck, because now you're 6 months away from delivering a fix, and you might have to do a recall. So there are things that definitely have to be better thought out. You can't just rush into an MVP and just iterate your way to a good product. You need to sort of understand, have a very clear vision of what you need, and also pay attention to manufacturing costs and a lot of other things. But I do agree, because I'm a hardware guy. For me, actually, hardware is a lot simpler and more intuitive than software development. It's just different. And scaling up, I think, it depends. I think one thing you need to decide early on when you run a hardware company is how much of the manufacturing, if any, you're going to do yourself. And based on that, you need to pick the right partners to help you handle everything else. If you get that mix right, I think you can scale up quite seamlessly, actually. It's a matter of having enough capital to buy more parts and ramp up production. It really depends. So,
Rebecca, if we'll change gears a little bit and look at the kind of how the kind of things differ throughout the different stages, and also kind of looking at your background, both in a kind of a big corporation and versus a kind of a startup in different stages. So how does it scaling up differ in kind of a big corporation, startup early, and the later stage?
We're comparing the corporation and the early stage startups. Based on my experience, first thing I would say in terms of the difference is the protocol coming from the big corporation. Even we are facing similarities in terms of local market regulation understanding. We need to understand the local culture when we're doing the scaling up, no matter from the selling, distribution, or the manufacturing world. But then typically in the big corporation, I would claim there's a protocol. You can replicate the manufacturing facilities and equipment and the know-how, the processes. And you do have an army of lawyers and salespeople supporting the protocol. And so from that part, I would say that's one of the biggest difference. Similarity-wise, we are looking at the local environment, no matter you are doing the startup or you are doing the big corporation in terms of scaling. But from the early stage of a startup to the later startup, we are talking from 2,000 units of your first limited edition to 20,000, 200,000 devices are going to the market. Your focus will be different. You need to have the supply chain, you need to have the uniformity, put in the focus, how you control your quality, you need to have sophisticated QMS system. So in different stages of startup scaling up, the kind of points we are talking here is drastically different.
Anything to add here, Rene, Douglas?
Well, I think something that came up was the manufacturing, and I know from experience, and I probably have a lot of scars that making one product, making one piece of hardware, or even making 10 to have some prototypes to customers is infinitely easier than going into mass production. We all have seen probably the Teslas delivered when they started to ramp up first, where the left door panel was different from the right door panel. The whole manufacturing is really, really difficult. And it doesn't really matter whether you actually outsource it or whether you insource it or do it yourself. I think one of the very crucial parts if you're in hardware is that you need to start taking into account the manufacturability of a device already very early on in your design cycles. And that means there's going to be inherently a trade-off between what performance can I get versus the manufacturability that I get. Because it's very easy to, maybe for your company, I wouldn't say it's very easy. That was wrongly said. But making one that works really well, it's a big milestone, but it's infinitely harder to make millions that work equally well. And I think that cannot be stressed enough, in my view. So just to complement it, so the design for manufacturing, that's something with the companies I work with. I really try to hammer in very, very early.
We've talked lots about the kind of the manufacturing side and the manufacturing challenges. What about the kind of a business side of are there any kind of a major differences in the kind of a either on the stage or the kind of hardware versus software side of things?
At least my experience has been that I think with software you can get away with having like a startup approach to things quite late on. Like you can be a couple hundred people and still have everyone sort of like roam around and be free. I think once you try to do that with hardware, like you can have a factory with 100 people and not have a lot of procedure, for example. I think hardware kind of forces you to professionalize a bit earlier, whereas in software you can keep things more laid back and fun. And I think the same goes to, finance, for example. So again, you probably need more experienced operators running the finance of the company, just because you're operating on margins. You probably need to also use leverage to expand production and all things that maybe with software you might have a little bit more leeway. So I think one thing that I think is good for founders, actually, I think it forces you to professionalize your operation a bit sooner than you would have if it was just a software company. That's just my experience.
Maybe you'd like to continue kind of on the topic that, I mean, you've been a founder in a couple of different audio-focused startups, and what did you change on the second round, and what did you keep? Anything you're planning to do differently on the third round?
The main lesson was not do all the engineering myself and actually get people who are way better than me on the second one. That made a huge difference. And I think a key thing that we got done much better now in the second one than in the first one, which was still successful and we exited it, is to find, when it comes time to scale up and professionalize the operation, is to find people that have the right balance between experience at operating larger companies so they understand the value of procedure and protocol and can contain chaos and help you scale gracefully, but they still have like a startup mentality and will still be nimble and adjust, on their feet. And finding people who adjust the perfect amount of both, it's super, super hard because finding good people, period, is difficult. But now you have sort of like more restrictive criteria. And I think that's something that we've been very fortunate with, is to find people that have the right mix of best practices, lots of experience operating at high levels, but still, have the startup hunger and mindset. That's definitely one thing that we did better this time.
Yeah, that's actually something that I've found kind of rather challenging. Not everybody are kind of okay with the startup environment that come from a corporate background, and at the same time, you need lots of professionalism that comes through the hard work over the years.
And you need PhDs for the ideas, and you need bachelors to get it done. That is, often you see at early stage startups that they, I see so many pitch decks where they say so many masters, so many PhDs. It always worries me, like who's gonna get this thing shipped and made and built. So that I think is also, to your point, the mix of people is very critical.
Rebecca, any other kind of requirements for scaling up than the kind of a team and then the kind of a design for the production?
Yeah, this is again broad question. I think first thing I'm always come back to the resources, the human resources part. We need to have people before we can talk about scaling up. And in the hardware company like we have, not only we have a sophisticated software team, we have mechanics, we have electronics, we have optics, and then we have system integration related to the qualities for both software and hardware. So we need to have people before we can even think of scaling up. Then I would say the total addressable market. Very often we are looking at the product go to the market, but we really need to investigate and know what is the meaningful addressable total market we're talking about. Basically, your consumer, your customers who are gonna adopt and buy your product. Then we come to the third level, which is then the quality control. I emphasize again and again in our operation, it's about the quality. When we do a consumer product, it will kill you. If the first few hundred thousands in the consumer's hand, it fails, your brand is gone, no matter how hard you have been working on it. And that time, we probably don't even have a brand yet. So these are the few points I would say the prerequisition for thinking or planning the scaling up. And then the last point we already discussed quite a bit in terms of manufacturing, the uniformity, the product, how we control the whole supply chain and the manufacturing related processes and so forth.
As I come from the kind of a financing side, I'm a little bit curious about what role does the financing play in the game, and particularly the kind of how do you sort of prove that the company is worthy of the financing and finance that's required for the kind of a scaling up. Any thoughts?
I've done both. So I bootstrapped my first company all the way to the exit. And on the second one, we raised some VC and private equity funding. So I think it all depends on the complexity of the product. If the product is simple enough that the founders can execute themselves, you can work part-time and get something that you can start selling and, play around with. And by the time you have momentum and revenue, you can just get bank loans. And at least that's what we did with the first one. With the second one, we needed, 20 PhDs and 20 masters to even get the thing out the door. So for that, you need some capital. So I think the complexity of the product depends a lot. Ideally, the more complex product will appeal to a larger audience. If not, your company maybe shouldn't exist. And I think going back to scalability, I think one factor that people often dismiss when it comes to scalability is having really good margins, even at lower volumes, because if your margins are very healthy, you have more profits to reinvest, and also it's easier to, leverage against that and receivables to fundraise, the sort of expansion of operations and scaling up. So I think you have to be like, margins are sacrosanct. And for me, bill of materials cost analysis is one of the first steps of product development. You write the specs. The first thing I do is, how much is this thing gonna cost realistically? And based on that, we actually tweak the specs before there is one schematic drawn or one line of code written for the product. Yeah.
I actually just want to compliment about the material cost. In our case, the same story. Talking about launching the product, you need to lock your stock across all your bill of material. There's a big capital in that sense, comparatively, that we need to prepare in advance.
Any juicy stories on the kind of from your history of founding and kind of starting the companies? Maybe Rene, you could start for a while.
I mean, juicy stories enough. I think, maybe to pick one quick one is that, back in the Heptagon days, at the end of the day, we had a successful exit. But at some point, we were also 2 weeks away from bankruptcy. So it was a sort of a near miss, or how to say it, which was quite a stressful situation, but we were able to pivot the company and became successful afterwards. But I think one of the maybe more sort of funny 5 years later is it is a little bit regarding the manufacturing. Is that we were working on one project, customer required millions and millions of pieces per week. We had to install hundreds of millions worth of equipment and clean rooms and that sort of stuff. So there was a laser focus in the company to make sure the equipment and the facilities were delivered in time ahead of the ramp of the product. And we pulled it off, which was a miracle on itself. And then we started to ramp, and it turns out, because some material needed to be carried from one station to the other, we didn't have the trays and the shelves to put the material on. So you have to imagine we were sitting on a few 100 million worth of equipment, but we didn't have enough 60 euro trays. Well, it's probably not 60 euro, but clean room compatible trays, which caused us a line down, and our end customer could not ship enough product out. We were gating in the whole ramp of that whole supply chain that they had. So the scrutiny we came under was gigantic, and just as Rebecca said, from a branding point of view, that was not good. So that really hurt us in subsequent projects when we were pitching to win it. People remembered the stupid trays. So. Line stressing, when you go, before you do mass production, line stressing, don't forget it.
I was similar with a close call as well. I remember spending the last money I had in the bank to buy a huge batch of ready-made product from the US. Shipment should have taken around 3 weeks. So I figure I'll get it in 3 weeks, send it to customers. Week 4, I get paid, make payroll, everything is fine. The container got lost, and it was 3 weeks late, which means that I would have been 3 weeks late for payroll. And I remember calling the bank, NORDEEP, and saying, I need a loan. How much? Like 50 grand. And they're like, okay, I'm back in the office next week. I'm on vacation. And I was like, I need it tomorrow. If not, I will not make payroll. And my contact there actually called his colleague who was working, and they gave me a loan in 24 hours, and that saved the day. And the lesson there was, never run out of money, actually. Always have as much as you can reserves in the bank. When you're bootstrapping, sometimes you overstretch yourself, and you're very vulnerable to one little hiccup, and you're done. And that was a good lesson to maybe be a bit more risk averse when it comes to the cash position of the company, at least.
Rebecca.
Yes, I was just listening and thinking, well, not only me kind of concerned and suffering for the same stories. I would say plan ahead, repeat myself. The plan ahead is one thing to do. If we are facing a potential, let's say, component shortage or any of the line breakage, we need to plan ahead to do a backup plan, which is hard, of course, but that's just something we have to do.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I mean, I do have okay, that was the software side of things, but I do have a kind of personal experience also, kind of a near bankruptcy, and that seems to be a kind of a common story for the many founders, that you miss a couple of weeks or even minutes from that point, but somehow you kind of fought it through. Is there a way to kind of plan? I mean, of course, you can design the product manufacturable, but any other ways of planning the kind of a startup or a case as a scalable? Any thoughts on that kind of a? Like Douglas, you did some things differently on the second one, like the people part, but if you think of a kind of a how do you start the company, how do you kind of plan the company ahead of founding, you know. Or to what extent you just play as it goes?
I think a big difference is what René said about designing for manufacturing. Actually, it's being very cognizant of how easy and repeatable is the manufacturing process for your products. That can save you a lot of headaches and problems for users, because if the product is really complex to build, it might not be as reliable, and then you have issues down the road. That's number one. I think the second, to me, is truly being as a founder, stick to my strengths, which are like envisioning the product and, this is the object of desire we will create, and just let everything else, leave everything else on the hands of people who are more experienced and more qualified and love things more than I do. So anything from, like I used to do mechanical design for switches and things, and we hired like a very junior mechanical engineer, and he was 10 times better than me, no surprise, of course. Little things like that is just, I don't know, double down on your strengths, and everything else, just try to find the best people that you can get and let them run with them and delight you with what they can do, which you couldn't do.
How do you attract the best possible people? What makes them join in?
I think if you can create a culture of excellence and you're fortunate enough to attract a few world-class people, there's sort of like a gravitational pull. I think great people want to be surrounded by great people, and everybody who's world-class wants to be a part of a world-class team, and I think that's doing things that cannot be done anywhere else. I think if you can sort of get some initial momentum there with the first 10 employees, have a high percentage of people, be truly remarkable and special. When you interview somebody that might have an offer from Google, if you have 2 or 3 people who are like, really, really, really impressive, they might say, Google will be there in a year if this thing fails, let's take a shot. And we had people who, turned down offers from Amazon and Google to come work with us because, they wanted to combine their passion for music and technology. And actually being in music, something that people are passionate about, helps a lot as well, because then you can get people who truly could work in Google or Meta tomorrow. But the chance to work at a music startup is, it's a unique chance. So whereas Google and Meta will likely be there in a couple of years.
So you're basically kind of sharing the same kind of inspirational base.
They have to share your passion, actually. Like it's almost like when you tell them your dream, they have to say like, oh yeah, that's my dream too, actually. And if you can get that done in 10 minutes, then they're much more likely to join than not.
Yeah, I think for our case, I feel really blessed that we are able to, by now, recruit many of the great talents, absolute the best team as a CEO that I would say. One thing I kind of learned through many different interviews is people, engineers, and they really want to participate from the beginning of creating a product and then share the vision. If it's a real, let's say, human problem, we are literally doing the vision improvement for human, and people want to feel their work is really helping other people, like consumers. They have the hands-on, they can touch the product, design the product, and then part of the journey and solving a real-world problem. And that's my best learning so far for Pixie Ray, that people would like to work together and solve the problem.
Yeah, so I think maybe 2 things we haven't really touched upon that much in this discussion yet. One is, especially in an earlier stage, sort of the equivalent of an MVP in hardware is your demo, especially in a more of a B2B environment. B2C, you may want to keep it more secret, but in B2B, get demos, and it doesn't matter that the demo has wires sticking out and whatever. It doesn't have to be form fit compatible to your end product, but have something to show. So the way I call it, I stole it from someone else, but show hardware instead of slideware. So get out of PowerPoint and get into something physical that you can show. And as an investor, that's also what I would be looking at is like, show me something rudimentary where I can see that fundamentally your great idea somewhat works. And then I think the second part, which is probably a little bit later stage, which can create a humongous amount of value, is the patents or the IP in general. I would argue that the exit I have been part of, probably 50% was all related to freedom to operate and patents. And it doesn't necessarily mean you need to spend a lot of time writing patents, but the IP part of your company is a significant part of your business. And as an investor, what you would look at is, is it a green field IP? So are they operating in a field where a lot of new IP can be created, because that can be very valuable? Or is it a very crowded space and it's very narrow on how you need to carve out your little island to operate? So I think the whole IP strategy cannot be stressed enough either.
That actually quite conveniently brings us to kind of a question of any other differences, looking at the scaling up from the investor point of view, or versus being a kind of operational in the company side.
Yeah, I mean that's more on a sort of on a personal level of being an investor in general, where you're a little bit more on the sideline than getting it done yourself. But otherwise, I don't think there are any significant changes. At least for me, it's very sort of rewarding that all the experience I have gathered, I can now share, and hopefully have some startups make maybe one mistake less than I did. Then you still have 423 to go, but that would already be an achievement.
At least that they wouldn't do the same mistakes that you did, and same applies to me. Yeah.
Yeah, but I also have to say, when you are part of an operational team and your investors tell you something, you may actually still go your own way and then figure out later that they were right. So it's always that tension field.
Yeah. I guess we are kind of approaching the end of the time slot that we were allocated. It was very interesting discussion, and just try to get picking up the speed. Before we fully wrap up, a couple of remarks that we kind of found out when we did our kind of a pre-research for our kind of latest fund, in terms of that relates a little bit of a scaling up the kind of a hardware businesses and the kind of from the investment point of view. And we found quite solid evidence that this kind of old myth of hardware being capital inefficient is actually a myth. And there seems to be several factors. One was the more related on the kind of a customer acquisition costs versus customer kind of a retention costs, and then the kind of uptick valuations between kind of rounds A and B. It seems that roughly half the customer acquisition cost translates to kind of a almost double uptick between A and B rounds. And the other kind of interesting tidbit that we found was the analysis about nearly 500 unicorn startups. And interestingly, the multiple distribution curves of hardware, software, and deep tech are quite similar, except one notable difference is that excess of 20 multiples are much more likely on the deep tech hardware side, which was quite interesting from the kind of investor point of view. Hey, we have 10 seconds. Any final remarks, anyone?
I'm good.
Let's not call it hardware is hard anymore.
This is software taught.
Thanks. Hey, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you also, Juho, for moderating that panel. Now we're going to be moving on to the next track. Obviously, super important for deep tech companies is how do you collaborate with corporates who might be strategic investors or customers and clients for your solutions. So raise of hands, how many companies working in automotive industries or could be relevant industry for your customers? Okay, so we have a few. So this next one might be interesting for you. Next, I'm going to welcome to the stage Vishnu Rajanikant. He is Senior Innovation Manager at Volvo. Please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. And I'm here to talk to you about Volvo Group. And as I was introduced, I work at Campix by Volvo Group, which is our collaboration and innovation hub. And I'm here to give you a gist of how we collaborate with startups and emerging tech companies. But before we get into it, a bit of an overview of what Volvo Group is. The most popular way to introduce, unfortunately, has always been, we are not Volvo cars. So that's the first point I would like to make. And we are present in different sites, contexts that you see out there. You know, we are present on the road with our trucks. In fact, we are one of the largest truck manufacturer in the world, along with Daimler then, being one or two. We have a strong portfolio of buses. We are in mines, quarries, and those kind of contexts with our construction equipment and also construction projects, of course. And with our powertrains, we are in the sea, in boats and in vessels. So that's broadly what Volvo Group is. And what do we offer to startups and emerging tech companies then? The first thing about Volvo Group is we are truly global. We are present in 190 countries, as you can see. In 2021, our revenues were around 37 billion euros. So we are a large company. Of course, the center of gravity is a lot of Europe and North America, but as you can see, we are spread out. There's a significant amount of revenue and also people operating in other parts of the world as well. So with this, we are able to scale your technology if we succeed at integrating that into the Volvo offer. I think that's primarily what we can do to this ecosystem. And hopefully in doing that, we can also support our transformation. And this is one of the key topics at Volvo Group today. A heavy equipment manufacturer, trucks, buses, construction equipment. Our biggest transformation today is going electric. And we have a commitment that all of our rolling fleet will be fossil-free by 2050. And these are, trucks, they are on the road for 15 years. Nobody just takes them away before that. So in order to reach there, by 2040, every new truck that we manufacture has to be fossil-free. And what we believe in this transformation is it'll be a mix of different technologies. There's battery electric, there's fuel cell, there is even internal combustion engine, but maybe on hydrogen. All of these technologies have to come together to make this a possibility. But what we really don't know is what will the mix be? How much of it will be battery electric? How much of it will be fuel cell? But those are things that we hopefully discover. In addition to this, there's no slide on that, but I'll say the other important focus area is autonomous driving. So in the context that we operate, we see that we will be able to deliver very high productivity and safety by employing autonomous solutions. We even have a business area called Autonomous Solutions, Volvo Autonomous Solutions, that are already operating with solutions out there. And there is also the energy markets. The moment you electrify transport, you you can't ignore the energy market anymore because you have a lot of batteries coming back. So we are also, through Volvo Energy, we have created a business area that focuses on the battery life cycle and second life application. So these are broadly what we are into, and also services, which makes the business model more sustainable. So that's the transformation. But how are we going to do this? It's very clear that partnership will be a very important focus to get there. And partnership is the new leadership, is something that is stressed a lot at Volvo Group. Here are some examples of large partnerships. You know, we have partnerships with Aurora, with NVIDIA on the autonomous side. We have a partnership with SSAB on fossil-free steel. We are also partnering with, you know, sometimes our own competition. You can see Daimler, Traton, and Volvo Group together have come together to create charging infrastructure for battery electric trucks in Europe. We have to do this because we have to create a market. There isn't one out there. So the key is partnership will be very, very important for Volvo Group. You see a lot of large partnerships here, but what we believe is there's a lot of innovation out here. So it was super impressive to meet all you guys and look at the really hard problems that you're working on. So what we do when it comes to emerging tech companies and startup is CampX by Volvo Group, and that's who I'm representing here. This is our collaboration hub. We are based in 4 locations: Gothenburg, Bangalore, Lyon, Greensboro. Gothenburg is where we started. And broadly, we have 3 programs, and the real focus is on the accelerator here. This is where we run collaboration projects with startups and emerging tech companies with an idea of scaling ones that make sense. We also have, we are running this incubator, which is sort of an early stage engagement, but more, maybe a little bit not early as you understand from a traditional incubator, but more closer to what a corporate incubator could be, where we will support and host startups and help them shape the product together with our internal experts. Venture Builder is more an internal program to generate new businesses, but do it as an internal startup. Use the same energy, focus, and speed that startups use to get things out there, but do it in like a corporate setup. This is broadly what we do at CampX, but the focus today is about the accelerator. And this is sort of at a very high level our process. What we do at CampX is we have built an inventory of problems and challenges to reach our goals of transformation. So we go around and look for companies that will actually fit those challenges. Once we find a good fit, then we move on to the validation stage where we will set up a proof of value project. And that runs very quickly, 3, 6 months, or even 8 months maybe. But the idea is to see what are the success factors, what can make this partnership work. And we want to do it, learn by doing. It's very difficult to come up with business models and how to, you know, what sort of unit economics will work, what should be the license model, etc. on paper. So what we believe is we have to do a project, learn about each other, learn about the teams, and then we can think about the launch phase. What we provide to you is, of course, the problems, the Volvo experts who will help co-creating the solutions. Also, we have a very lean process. So the contracts, the IP will be very quick and fast. We have sort of tailored it to work with startups and tech companies, emerging tech companies. And also funding for the project. So we bring funding for the startup working in these projects, either from our own funds or from public funding. So that's sort of everything in the mix. If I jump over, so what are we really interested in? I'm trying to spend a little bit more time here because I think this could be valuable. Like I said, electromobility. What you see out here is our completely electric product line of trucks that we are selling today. So we are already out there in the market. But of course, when we put them out, there's still a small minority of our 200,000 trucks that we sell every year. So we would like technologies to accelerate our product validation, use more virtual prototyping approaches like digital twins, etc. That's a key focus. We also have to get very good on energy optimization. One thing about an electric truck versus an electric car is it's not sitting in a parking lot 80% of the time. That's what happens with electric cars. You get to a place, you leave it in your house, parking lot, it stays there most of the time. So charging is really not such a big problem. But it is a huge problem here because these trucks work 2 shifts a day and they have to be up and running, and the customers cannot have downtime. So energy optimization, thermal management, charging services are important. The other area, autonomous, we focus on largely 3 segments. I'm running out of time, so I'll try to be very quick here. But essentially, improving the perception from where it is today to make it, to take us to multiple ODDs, visibility conditions, etc., simulation, cybersecurity, teleoperations, and importantly, software-driven vehicle architecture. These are interesting areas. Finally, on the energy, services that improve logistics operations, drives us towards sustainable transports and energy efficiency. So broadly, these are the focus areas, and this is still at a very high level. So this is the team, and we are in different locations, and each one of us is focusing on specific areas and also programs. With that, I think I will finish. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vishnu. Okay, we'll be moving on. Now we have the panel in the How David and Goliath Collaborate track, talking about aligning startup and corporate interests. And I'd like to welcome to the stage our panelists, Linda Krondal, Christina Brink, Paula Puzzi, Peter Van Giesel, and who was the final one?
Where should I?
One more.
Tanya Carilla from Infinited Fiber. Last but not least, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Great. So now I have another panel here. I'm Linda Krondal. I'm a CEO and co-founder of Things in Stockholm. And we work with deep tech companies. We have about 100 member companies with us. And we focus on turning deep tech into business, which is what a lot of you guys are doing as well. So with us here in the panel, we have a great experience. I almost tried to adding it up, and I think we're kind of reaching to 100 years of joint experience, which I think is pretty cool. Wow. So from the left here, we have Tanya. You're probably known by the audience already, but please tell us a bit who you are.
Yeah, my name is Tanya Carilla, and I work as a Chief Marketing Officer in Infinited Fiber company. And I think nice to be in this panel representing one startup company as well.
Thank you. And then we have Peter from Shell Ventures.
Yes, thanks for having me. Peter, I'm Dutch, helped set up Shell Ventures 10, 11 years ago. We invest a lot in deep tech, notably in new energies, so different than you may have expected. We do not invest in oil and gas. And we have a passion for hard tech. So we don't do a lot of digital, but it's more hardware based.
And I mean, relating to the whole security access across Europe right now, I think this is probably one of the hottest topics in the scene right now, I would say.
Indeed.
Mm. And then we have Christina from Volvo Group.
Hi, great to be here. I'm an investment director at Volvo Group Venture, and I invest in electrification and climate tech. The venture team as a whole also invest in logistic solutions, site efficiency, and that means that we look for solutions that can be used by our customers to make logistics more sustainable and efficient.
And Christina, a lot of the deep tech solutions that I run into in my day-to-day job is related to the process before the car kind of would reach the customer, the production planning and so on. Is that's not part of your focus?
No, because Volvo is a big purchaser of different type of items. So from the venture perspective, we look for solutions that we can, together with that type of company, meet the customer. So we are not looking for more suppliers to invest in, because that can, in the long run, not be good from an investment founder perspective. I think it's better to find the ideas and solutions where we have joint interest in meeting commercial customers within logistics. So for instance, we can share our data, our network of customers, and let the startups try their models on our network.
Brilliant. And Vishnu, who was just on stage, was from Campax. How do you relate?
We are two tools in the same toolbox. And Vishnu and the Campax team, they are one of the accelerators within Volvo Group. We also have another one called Innovation Lab, more towards software solutions. And we from the venture team, we collaborate both with Campax and Innovation Lab and across Volvo Group to find companies that can be beneficial for both Volvo Group and to create joint growth together with the startups.
Perfect. Thanks, Christina. And then we have Paula, last but not least. Paula, you're from Suzano.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. I'm Paula from Suzano, just introducing Suzano. Firstly, we are a Brazilian company. We are the largest pulp and paper company in the world. We produce like 11 million tons a year. And Suzano Venture is just a new arm for investments. And we aim to invest in bioeconomy as a general. We want to be a global platform for bioeconomy based on planted forest, sorry. And we have 4 verticals. The first one is use of the eucalyptus as biomass. The second one is the fiber packaging. Third, technology for forestries and carbon.
And I know that you mentioned, when I asked about your background, you mentioned partnerships rather than investments. What do you mean with partnerships here? Is it more than investing?
Yeah, more than investing. We want to be side by side of the startups, so collaborating with our knowledgement. We have a very huge R&D people that knows a lot about forests and biomass, and we want to put these people and to collaborate and co-develop things and technologies of the startups. We also want to open our facilities for that. And we also want to collaborate with other VCs, other CVCs and hubs, mainly because we are far away from Europe and North America, regions that we want to invest to, and we think these connections are very important to us to be stronger and together make some difference in the bioeconomy.
Thank you. So we have a representative from the David side in that sense, and then we have 3 amazing CVCs. And the 3 CVCs here, you are within really big industries, different industries, and industries that has big changes, I feel, in all 3 industries in different ways. Can you say a little bit about what's the main drivers changing our industries right now, and if you have perhaps a shout out to relevant deep tech companies here that should approach you afterwards?
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, we're making headlines oftentimes these days. So one of the biggest challenges for our type of companies is basically the societal license to operate, I would say. So hydrocarbon companies need to change the way they operate. The demand will change. The use of fossil fuels will change. My guess is we need molecules for quite some time to come. Cannot do it without, but we may not have to burn them. So we need to find different ways. Also, we need to, I think, get to much stronger in circularity. So I already spoke with companies over the last 2 days here, where we are active in and have set our internal targets to have a lot of the feedstock that goes into manufacturing of plastics come from waste plastic. So not use new hydrocarbons for that. So that underpins why we exist, because we need to basically become the tip of the spear, so you want, to mobilize the huge tanker that is called Shell to shift that business around. But it takes time. It's so big. So.
And Christina, I guess with you we have electrification, automation, or autonomous, and
yes, that's right. And I think, as Peter said, it's about sustainability and circularity. And especially since we are in a business-to-business market, it's a big challenge, but it's very important. And all aspects of the value chain are addressing these challenges. So it's about electrification, autonomous solutions, digitization. And if you translate that into technologies, it's AI, blockchain, battery technologies, new infrastructure is actually building out for electrification, both electrify and also for hydrogen. It's two big challenges that we are taking on.
And I guess, Paula, for your side, I mean, we don't only have paper inventions. I mean, we have everything from nanocellulose. Yeah. There's a whole chemistry area, I guess, also happening right now.
Yeah. We have many opportunities now of making new use of the biomass besides pulp and paper, as I said. And we are looking for green chemicals, bioproducts, new biomaterials. So we are driving, for our word, we call it innovability. So it's the junction of the word innovation and sustainability. So how you can use the innovation and to make sustainability happen more and more. Yeah.
And this panel is about how do we align the CVC or corporate interest with the startup interest. So if I just briefly summarize, I heard sustainability being mentioned by all of you. I guess that's one thing, but I guess also RI is pretty relevant still, the return on your investment. Is there any other interests that are your main focus from your kind of owners?
Well, I mean, I think the large corporates have changed in a very fundamental way over the course of the last, say, 20 years. When prior, these companies had massive R&D centers, and basically almost anything that was not invented within the walls cannot trust. I think these days most companies understand that there are some really smart brains that choose not to work for us and for the big companies. And we need to leverage that. A lot of innovation goes a lot faster, more efficiently outside large corporates. But especially in certain areas, I think large companies can help them a lot, because doing something at lab scale and getting that to kind of global scale requires... There's very substantial challenges related to that, especially when you need to integrate it in very complex value chains. I think that's where big companies can play a role in helping startups grow. I mean, after all the big companies were startups once in a time. I mean, many of the companies, you see the Pectin or you see another logo. Underneath it, there's like thousands of companies. They're all effectively startups, some bigger, some smaller. But that's what basically makes up a big company.
Tanya, that kind of links over to you a bit. What's your interest in working with the CVCs or getting CVCs?
Yeah, but I would like to first start from what people have said here, like sustainability, circularity. You, Paula, mentioned partnerships, and you started to also a little bit open up the collaboration and how can corporate support startups. It's really essential that we do it together. Like there is a kind of joint target where we head, and then kind of we need support and we help you in your kind of targets to reach them. In Infinited Fiber, we have the technology to turn textile waste into new regenerated textile fiber. It's in the core of circularity, and you can just refer to the textile waste created every day. Like every second, one garbage truck dumps textile waste into landfill or to be burned. So there is so much to do, but we cannot do it alone. So it's totally, I'm in line with what you have said here. So really nice to hear all these CVCs also like a strategic mindset towards startups.
I would just comment that of course companies are not changing, the financial is really important, but for CVC mainly the strategic is the first thing that comes. So what we want, for example, Susan Ventures, and I do believe Shell and Volvo is the same, is to develop new business, adjacent business for the companies. And for that, we need the collaboration of startups. So we really do know how to sell in huge amounts and to scale things. But then the bad side of the big company is to be really focused on the day by day. So how we can collaborate to accelerate the innovation in the company.
So how closely would you say that you have to be to the BU to decide what to invest in? Do you align your investments with your business units?
Yeah, definitely. This is something that we do believe is core for the success. So during the deal flow process, we have some alignments with the business units and with the tech people as well, so with R&D. They are together with us during the committees. We have the buy-in, mostly for the investments we want to do, because we believe that once we invested on it, then we need their help to create shared value. So
if you don't find that interest, would that be a no also to invest?
Probably, yeah.
What about your... Christina?
Yes, I think there should be a link and a connection and some potential for collaboration before we decide to invest. But it differs a bit what type of company and how mature the company is, because sometimes we invest without have a really defined way of collaboration. And then it's a value creation strategy that we call prepare for disruption, look around the corner. So we try to find companies that have ideas that we can learn from. So we know what area within Volvo that should collaborate with them, and we have specific kind of sponsors or interested people that will take on the collaboration, but we haven't defined how and when. So, but we need to see that it should be beneficial for both. Otherwise, we won't be the best investor.
Yeah, for us, it's a bit nuanced, I would say. So there's investments that the business wants because, you know, in the entire value chain, overall, it could be a very good deal for our shareholders. Purely looking at, you know, the equity component in isolation, maybe we would say, let's not do it. But then we will provide our expertise and then the business will do it, but will facilitate basically the equity part of that deal. When it comes to making pure venture capital investment decisions, again, it depends. If we see we could be a really important customer, then obviously we will test with the business whether, you know, if these guys will deliver on all the promises and the quality, product, price, etc. Would you potentially be a buyer? Yes, then that helps the discussion. At the same time, if we only do that, we make very myopic investment decisions. So we also need to be stubborn and say, well, we've done our research. We think this will become big. You may not be ready, but we'll invest anyway.
And especially in your side where a lot of the current business is not where you're heading forward, I guess. So you can be a bit more daring and go outside the...
Yeah, and I think that's what we need to be, because otherwise, you know, big companies, typically people rotate in and out of jobs and, you know, you're like 3, 4, 5 years in a role. But like we heard today, a lot of the investments take, and especially in the energy space, it's usually 12 to 18 years before you reach really a big level of materiality. I mean, those people have retired almost. It's like you need to be a bit stubborn here sometimes. So we try to do that, but you cannot have it wrong too often when you sink a lot of money, because at some point people start to run out of patience. So it's a delicate balance, I would say.
When you invest, do you prefer to invest together with other CVCs? And would that be competing CVCs, or would you rather go with more like institutional co-investors?
For us, no. We always welcome to co-invest with others. We with most CVCs in our space, we have deals done, many, in fact. And it's for a very simple reason. I think having a big brand, being a sole investor in a company, puts almost a moral obligation on the company to help the company when it doesn't go all that well, not according to business plan, which it hardly ever does. So you want to share the pain, but also you don't want to make the company be completely dependent on one party. It's not healthy.
The same here.
Yeah.
Sorry. We are very flexible, but we do believe that co-investing is very powerful because mainly you can co-invest with another player of the value chain, and that could have a complementary view of you. So just yesterday or Monday, I don't remember now, we were discussing with a packaging company, a packaging startup, and of course we could, for example, co-invest with a brand of a food brand or something like this that would understand more of the use of the packaging in the retail than us. So we could be stronger, the three of us, than investing alone.
So as a part of the DD almost, you don't only check with your own business, but also with your customer. Is this a strategic investment for you?
Yeah.
I mean, Okay, great.
I can add on to that. We always look for both financial VCs and as a complement to us and other CVCs on the cap table, because often the lifetime of the investment is longer than maybe the strategic collaboration and the projects. So I think it's good for the company to have long-term financial VCs that can run the coaching and the dialogue with the company also in year 4, 5, or 6, when maybe the CVC, that close collaboration has faded out. So we try to find good balance in the cap table, and we are happy to co-invest with other CVCs as well. And we try to find complementary CVCs, so it's not too many that try to find strategic collaborations.
Yeah, this sounds like, from this perspective as well, like a really good approach, because you can imagine if there is like a handful of people in startup size going through all those due diligence processes, same people who are scaling up their everyday work, trying to like achieve the big targets and so forth, then there is heavy due diligence processes. If we can share, you said share the pain a bit, and that is also good for us to share and to collaborate. So it's more effective to scale up and do all this due diligence processes and so forth. So yeah, good to hear.
So Tanya, would you approach a CVC and a CV differently, or CVC and VC differently in some sense?
Sure, like every time, depending on audience. I think in the earlier panel that I was talking about marketing, I used the word empathy. So you need to know who you talk to. You need to jump into that person's or company's shoes in a way to understand what is the like that we can achieve together. So
the joint interests.
Yeah,
again,
yeah. So in this case, it's the same. Yeah, it's different approach.
I think startups need to be clear what they are looking for from their counterparts. We always ask that question before making the decision as well. Like, what do we bring in addition to just a check? Because if it's just a check, we probably shouldn't do it.
Yes.
So you need to be clear.
Yeah. I'm thinking about timing also. Often when we do arrange a lot of venture capital days and so on, that I'm involved in. And sometimes I get the contact back from a startup and they say, no, I'm not looking for money until 6 months from now. So sorry, we're not wasting time on raising capital right now. We don't need to talk to investors. Of course, I'm biased in that question then. What is your view? How long before you actually need the money should you start talking to these guys? When is a good time?
I would say
you're
develop
desperate.
relationships very quickly, sooner better than later. We also have a lot of legacy companies in our portfolio. And you cannot start early enough developing the relationship, getting people familiar with the team, with what they're doing, how things are progressing, build that trust.
Even before they have a concrete offer?
Yeah, and just be open. Say, look, potentially we could see this come to fruition, but we're probably going to raise money in the summer 2023. But we just want
to set the timeline roughly.
Exactly, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I think then also it alleviates the stress in the teams of the companies looking for money, because it's just when you have 2 months on the runway, it puts so much stress on the companies. So taking your time and then slowly getting the big fish on board, I think is smart.
What is a normal time from the first contact until you sign the?
It depends. It depends on a lot of things. How simple is your shareholders agreement? If it's very complex, if it's very non-standard, it takes a lot of time. If your cap table is imbalanced and people have very different expectations on exit, for example, and hence there's all sorts of triggers built in somewhere, it makes it very complex. The more simple, the more straightforward, and the better your VDR is in place, the more forthcoming the team is about not just the business plan, but also open about these are the risks we're seeing, and know what you don't know. You treat at some point, it's a balance between selling the company and also being very open, because you want a partnership. It's not just transactional. So the more you build that relationship, I think the quicker it will go.
And you mentioned cap table there. I know I'm part of an investment committee, and sometimes we can see that the cap table is almost destroyed when it reaches us. Is there any red flag for you in a cap table?
Well, there's many, I guess.
One, the biggest red flag.
Pool.
You'll think about that. I'll hand over to you in the meanwhile. How do you see this? Sorry, the previous question that you answered.
The timing?
Yes, timing, sorry.
Yeah.
What is your approach? Do you have
first?
Yes, I think as good as early as possible is the best way, because let's say we meet like 100 companies, maybe 5 of them, that context leads to some kind of collaboration with Volvo, and 1 leads to an investment. So I think it's different ways of engagement, and it takes some time to find the best option for that specific company. So I think be early on and see what type of collaborations that can be made.
Well, from my side, the sooner the best as well. So we want to be very agile. We target 90 days, but I think that Peter brought it very clearly. It all depends on the company and how structured is the business plan and the patents, the FTO, and the technology. So it could have more or less discussion. But from the experience I have, once we identified an opportunity, then we go very deep on that and have many discussions with many different teams, so we can get to know it deeply in a fast way.
Any warning signs from either one of you on the cap table? What to stay away from? Very long list of
maybe many small passive investors that can be hard to handle if you need to do something quick, or so a concentrated cap table is good.
Yeah, I think also, well, there's many, but valuation is also important, especially for deep tech. When there's very likely to be follow-on rounds, you need to leave a little bit of meat on the bone for the next investor as well. If you ramp it up too quickly, and the next investor hardly can make a return until all planets align, it's going to be very hard. You set yourself up for failure. It may look good, you know, like maybe not today anymore, but like a year ago when everything was going gung-ho, people were overpaying, and a lot of them will suffer in the next round.
Yeah. So to sum up, is there any gold nuggets of advice you would like to bring, and also from you, Tanya, on what would you like to share to a company that would approach you? The do's and don'ts that you would recommend?
Yeah, I can start. I think the do's, I would say two. Firstly, how we can together, the startup and the company, build the shared value and have a clarity about it. And the second, at least for Suzano, looking for a commodity corporation perspective, it's very important that we can understand the target market and that this is a potential high volume market, because it doesn't need to start like big in the beginning, of course, but in the long term, it's important that we can heavily scale it. So this is something that we really look when we are discussing with startups, this potential in the future.
Will you go first?
Yeah. I think have a clarity of purpose, being clear about what your value proposition is, what is the problem that you're trying to solve. We still too often have pitch decks that have a fantastic technology and they're looking for the problem. That doesn't help. It has to be indeed, it has to be material. Also have really a strong team. You know, if you have serial entrepreneurs in your team that know how to do this or have scaled up a company prior and, you know, with demonstrated success, gives you lots of credits when raising money.
And I think one good thing is to try to spend a lot of energy to find customers and partners before looking for investors, because you have to spend time on both, but the outcome from the investors will probably be better if you have some leads and relationships already with customers. And that is also good when you really try to see what is your business model, and then it's better when you meet the investors. And also, as we have mentioned before, at least with us, it will take some time.
So don't come when it's empty in the bank account. Yeah.
Yeah, I can really just agree with you that have a strong value proposition. You really need to know what kind of problem you have the solution to, and then know who are you talking to. Understand how the story is told, what is really the key for that person or that company. So those two things are at least mandatory to understand before approaching from startup perspective, I would.
Thank you very much. I hope they sucked up your good advice here. We have lots of experience from you, so I'm really happy to have you here. So round of applause for the panel.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the panelist and moderator of that interesting discussion, what we heard. Next on stage, we are moving forward with the track about scaling to the moon and beyond. And Industrifonden is one of our distinct event partners. So I want to warmly welcome Patrick Sopocki from Industrifonden on the stage to have a keynote about European deep tech funding and the landscape of that. So we're going to learn more about the deep tech and what the funding is all about there. And here is
all right,
Patrick. Take it over.
Thank you. You hear me well? Fantastic. All of you, come in with your coffees. Late afternoon. So welcome everyone. My name is Patrick Sopocki. I'm with Industrifonden, ex-serial entrepreneur, and a researcher by background. I lead the deep tech investments within Institutionen based in Stockholm. I wanted to give you a little bit of a prelude before I invite an excellent panel of venture investors to the stage to discuss maybe one of the key challenges with deep tech companies, not only in the Nordics, but particularly across Europe, which is scaling up. So I will touch briefly on that topic to set the scene a bit before we move into discussions. This is an interesting one. You probably have seen a lot of movement from the Commission, particularly with Macron behind, to really drive the deep tech ecosystem with a lot of initiatives. And it's an interesting statement, isn't it? That we are excellent in making science with money, but the question is, can we make money out of the science? And I think this is one of the key challenges that the deep tech ecosystem in Europe and also in the Nordics face. So in short, we have an untapped potential for sure. And we are really strong with a nascent but growing breeding innovation ecosystem across all European countries, I would say. But we have a lag in funding. And I think across the Nordics, across Europe, we have a lot of earlier stage funds that do hardware, do software, or the combination of the two in deep tech. But for later stage VC, that's where there is the biggest lack. But overall, I think the funding gap is the biggest problem, and that we want to discuss a bit more here during this session. It's interesting if you look at stats, how we are actually performing real well in terms of innovation, in terms of science published, pairing China and the US, which are often the comparators for us in Europe, right? And if we look at funding, at least for the past 5 years, the relationship is completely reversed. So we are anorectic, spoon-feeding on the companies if you compare particularly to the US, but also to China. So that's the real bridge, gap we want to bridge. Now, if you look at the funding going into this globally, you may have the feeling that it's just going sideways, but actually, deep tech has really picked up throughout the past decade. And of course, with the production of innovation coming out of universities across Europe and more efficient TTOs and more serial entrepreneurs coming back into startups in this ecosystem, we will see even more capital deployed into deep tech. And an interesting additional piece, if you look at this year, we all know that we're going through a very turmoiled moment in the market. And on the general tech side, it's been a drop in funding, if you look across Europe. Whereas actually, if you look at Q3 figures up until this year, we've had a larger deployment in deep tech versus last year. So there seems to be something going on with the deep tech funding ecosystem. It's accelerating, and it's actually quite sustainable throughout these more turmoiled times. Now, you've probably seen a fair amount of surveys out there. We picked up one that EIC did across Europe, asking startups and venture capital firms on what are the actual key challenges when it comes to scaling your company. And maybe without surprise, fundraising came up as an absolute largest challenge. And we'll come back to the lead investor aspect as one of the particular challenges. The other two are probably also fairly obvious. Really driving product to commercialization, getting your first sales and scaling sales. And in cases where you need to scale production, those are the second kind of bucket of challenges. And obviously, the third one, as always, team and execution. This may be a busy slide, but I think the one key aspect I want to point out is actually the aspect that both startups and investors are 100% aligned on, which is the lack of European lead investors at scale-up phases. We're speaking Series B rounds and onwards, I would say. And this is an interesting one. I mean, deep tech obviously sometimes also includes software and SaaS type of journeys. But to illustrate a little bit where the typical value of death situations are shaped for startups, in the more general tech area, in the SaaS area, we often face that value of death happening just when you start to get your product out and you're iterating your first commercial proof, which is typically happening sooner, right? At seed stage. So that's the critical path for a SaaS company. Whereas for a typical deep tech company, it actually comes much later. But then the value creation really takes off. So that's a pivotal moment, both from a value creation and funding perspective. I'm sure you have loads of examples out there of companies that you may be founders or CEOs of, or have funded in your portfolios. But this is just a few examples. And just locally here in ISI, a company that raised 300 million, that really has expanded its shareholding basis, cap table with international investors. Some others, Graphcore in the material sciences field, raised 600 million, or Oxford Nanopore raised almost €1 billion listed in the UK. So we definitely have a number of examples, and actually a number of unicorns are staggeringly increasing year by year in the deep tech space. It's interesting to look at these cases. I won't have time here and now, but it's interesting to see what did they do and how did they succeed on their journeys of scaling. Another interesting piece, sometimes in the Nordics we are very humble to, what have we achieved? But actually, if we look at relative funding overall that goes into deep tech, many of the Nordic countries are actually lining up as primary countries deploying most into the deep tech area. Maybe not a surprise, because we have an industrial and entrepreneurial history that we build from. And actually, if you look at innovation, Finland, Sweden often comes out at top. So on a GDP per capita deployment in VC, deep tech actually is in the front lines in Europe, across the Nordics. But an interesting one, which maybe not everyone is realizing, across the venture investor firms, the reality is very different between Europe and US. In the US, so-called LPs that are investing in funds are much more represented by pension funds. It's the majority of LP stakes that come in from pension funds. And if you compare that to Europe, we obviously know, and we know it even better here in the Nordic countries, that there is a lot of governmental funding that goes in. So unlocking the potential for scaling companies obviously also has systematic effects on how LPs are deploying their funding into venture firms. And our conclusion is really that this needs to shift. Of course, we're super happy about TESI and Business Finland and EIF and these organizations, but I think we also need to see pension funds following and matching that government-led support into deep tech. But interestingly, the Commission is driving a lot of initiative these days to boost and catalyze deep tech funding with blended grants and equity financing from the EIC. So there is actually more capital available now than ever deployed in deep tech. And actually, the initiative by the Commission actually stands out as the largest initiative across the world that is deployed now into deep tech. For us, in our journey, so we've been around for 4 decades investing exclusively in deep tech. We've realized this funding gap. We realized the importance of not only sourcing and funding the most excellent companies in our local areas, but also trying to really syndicate and work collaboratively with our venture funds, with other investors or corporate investors. So we took an initiative earlier this year to launch a collective that actually put together some of the leading venture funds across Europe by geography in deep tech into a room and start to discuss how can we support the ecosystem in the best way possible, and how can we not only deploy capital together, but maybe deploy smart capital together. So this initiative is evolving now, and hopefully we'll build out this network with more VCs moving forward. That was my starting point. So I now would love to invite my dear fellow panelists to the stage.
I'm back. You get me instead of 3 other ones. All right. Did you get any ideas about the landscaping with Patrick? Now you all got quiet. So that was so emptying speech. I got everything there. All right. Well, let me warmly welcome the next panel with Patrick. We have Emily Metz, Jakob Fellman, and Lise Rechsteiner here, talking about scale-up challenges. So welcome.
Give them an applaud. A small one. All right. So welcome all of you. Thanks for being on the stage. Let's come back to a few points that I raised here earlier. But before that, why don't you give the audience here 30 seconds of an intro of yourselves and maybe your fund to get, a perspective. We start off with you, Emily.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. Hi, everyone. For those of you who were here this morning, maybe you've met me before. I'm Emily from Speed Invest. Speed Invest is an early stage venture capital fund investing all across Europe. We're generalist on the surface, but have sector-specific investment teams where I focus on deep tech in particular. So everything before Series A, pretty much, and always on the lookout for tomorrow's breakthrough technology.
And I have 2 daughters, so it's always women first. So Lisa, you go next.
Thank you. I'm Lisa. I'm with V Squared Ventures. We're based out of Munich in Germany. We do early stage deep tech also all across Europe, often co-invest with Speed Invest as well. Pre-seed, seed, Series A, ticket sizes between 1 and 3 million euros. We have 3 Finnish companies in the portfolio over the different funds already. The most notable one, I think, is maybe coming up next, Iqm quantum computers.
Very good.
But also do pretty broad in energy transition, robotics, automation, green or energy transition. I mentioned new processing, data processing, new space, and biotech as well.
Very good, thank you. Jacob.
Thanks, Patrick. So Jakob Fellman is my name. I'm with NGP Capital, which is a global venture fund founded in 2005, so 17 years and counting. And we're investing really across the US, Europe, Israel, and also China. From a stage perspective, we're focused on Series A and Series B. So our ticket size can range between 5 and 15, and total round size is usually 15 million up to 50. And we're not a deep tech specific fund, but we only invest in B2B, and then within B2B, we tend to spend most of our time around categories like robotics, AR, VR, and also satellite tech. And on a personal note, I lead our industrial tech team, so that's also part of the focus here.
Very good. What a panel. Maybe some warm-up questions before we dive into the meat of this discussion. So we are obviously in a more turmoiled market, and I think everyone is facing this, extending runways, tougher conditions, and also for funding. But I'm curious, maybe going to you, Lise, first, who look across Europe, and what's your appetite for investing right now? Are you on your hands, or are you rolling up your sleeves and investing as ever in this current environment?
We are investing as ever. We have a pretty decent investment pace, see a lot of interesting opportunities out there. Of course, we're not ignorant to what is happening in the market, and there is certainly some correction. I do, however, think that deep tech is a bit more of a stable segment than many others. It's not as bound by customer sentiments, by market swings. It's really about getting back to the fundamentals and true industry innovation. If you look at areas such as the semicon industry, we've had the prediction says we're going to have a record year of around 100 billion investments in the space just this year. Climate tech is the same. I think the first half year we're at 30 billion globally. So we're certainly seeing a lot of activity in that space, and yeah, we're keeping the pace up.
Good to hear for all of you entrepreneurs out there. Jacob, you are a bit later stage perhaps than our fellow panelists here. From your perspective, are you on your hands, or are you actually looking for scale-up opportunities in this room?
Yeah, so for us, we're in the fortunate position to have launched our 5th fund earlier in this year. So we're, definitely working to of course, invest the fund as normal. Of course, the market has shifted. There's no way going around that, and I think the US market and Israel were the markets that were maybe the fastest to actually react to the public markets, whereas then Europe is maybe lagging a bit behind. But certainly the slowdown is starting to show here now as well. But for us as a fund, we're certainly actively out investing and of course supporting our portfolio companies as well.
Very good, very good. And Emily, I mean, I know that you're also active in the market, but maybe you may comment on that as well, of course. But I'm curious, are there any particular areas that Speedinvest is now actively looking into that it's particularly exciting and maybe have relevance to a bit more troubled funding landscape?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the areas that we look into are always evolving and dependent, of course, a little bit on the market, but also on technology maturity. So kind of evolving as research is also evolving out of the labs. And I guess in terms of the pace of investment, I can only echo what Lisa was saying. So I think deep tech is a little bit sheltered from some of the turbulence that we're seeing in the market because of its intrinsic nature and because of its research-driven kind of focus. And I think in deep tech, maybe it's a little bit easier to not get carried away with hype, because when you're doing due diligence and analyzing a company, you're always bringing it back to the very basic of what is at the core and what is the technology that's going to drive this vision. So I think that's a positive, definitely, for the market in deep tech. And in terms of areas that we're investing in, I think it's still super broad and all across deep tech areas. I have to say we are doubling down in interest, of course, on climate-related technologies. I think there's a really nice amount of synergies that are happening between deep tech and climate, which are kind of the same thing or two different sides of the same coin. And I think kind of democratizing and increasing the access to challenging technologies via climate is a positive thing. So we've been looking a lot at the energy space, how to increase grid flexibility, long-term battery storage, anywhere down the value chain in energy, and the usual suspects, quantum, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, machine learning. I could go on and on listing, but...
Very good, very good. So let's dive in a bit. We're obviously here in the Nordics for this meeting, and many of you startups in the room are probably represented by this region. All of you cover the Nordics, but of course are not experts in the Nordics. But I know, Lisa, you have invested in a few. So what's your conclusion? What are the actual key advantages, or are there some key hubs that you see in the Nordics that are of most of interest? And if we then take the question, does that help scaling, of these companies?
I would certainly say so. I mean, you've observed it in a few different areas in the Nordics. If you think of robotics, maybe in Denmark, around the Odense region with universal robots and so on, you do see a lot of recycling of talent, of capital. And you need to build these ecosystems in deep tech exactly the way you've done it as well with, if you go to Sweden, in more marketplaces, fintech, etc. It's exactly the same thing we need to see in deep tech. I think what we're also seeing currently in Scandinavia is a lot of interesting activity around climate tech, not just energy, but you know, in terms of the whole transition that we're all going through, what's done with policy, etc. But also a lot of talent coming from oil and energy going into this direction. I'm also hoping that companies such as Iqm here in Finland would also drive a little bit of a boost, you know, to these new generation of companies within new computing. Hopefully also ISI here in Finland, ISR Aerospace, also one of our companies launching from Norway next week, rockets into space and opening, you know, the European market's access to space from there. I think will also be these kind of new role models that we'll see in the Nordic ecosystem driving many further companies to come. So I'm pretty hopeful when it comes to deep tech in Nordics.
That sounds promising. And maybe to you, Jacob, I mean, you have a global remit with your fund, but obviously with some origination here in Finland through Nokia. I mean, how do you think the Nordic ecosystem fares? And are there particular areas that you would say, and areas within where you're investing, where you say they really stand out?
I mean, I think maybe one difference to the US, for instance, or Europe versus US difference is for sure kind of how closely also the government might be able to support the ecosystem. And in particular, I think maybe the Nordics also has the benefit of not being massive as societies, but fairly close knitted, so the kind of distance between also government and business doesn't necessarily become too far stretched, so that can kind of nurture each other and also play a supporting role. And pretty often, I think, especially for deep tech companies, you know, tapping into these slightly more unusual pockets of capital becomes extremely relevant. And then, you know, how do you find that? Because that's a super opaque topic, at least in my opinion. So then kind of the closer needed the society is, the perhaps slightly more easier it gets, but it's still quite many stones you need to turn before you kind of actually maybe find some of the opportunities.
Yeah, makes sense. You want to shine in, Emily? I know that you cover a lot of other geographies across Europe, but to the extent you've seen some companies today maybe, or yesterday in the Nordics, what stands out for you? What would get you excited about this hubs across the Nordics?
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely recognize it as a region of technical excellence. There are a lot of universities that have world-standing reputation that we definitely look up to and respect. We also recently relocated one of our partners to Stockholm. So that's kind of to show our dedication to the region and say that we want to keep on investing in the Nordics. I guess the things that stand out to me most are via the bias of my own experience. So I have a background in physics and again recognize the stature of a lot of the institutions here. And there are many companies that are paving the way in quantum, you know, some old school companies and more semiconductors, and of course the natural and energy resources. And I think also from the outside perspective of the Nordics, I mean, we kind of look up to this region in terms of ecological and climate transition. A lot of people view this region as kind of ahead of the curve. And so I think that means that the future and innovation is always at the forefront of what people are doing here.
Wonderful. So all good. It sounds like we have some fertile ground here and capital willing to get into the region, even in later stages, like with NGP. So let's dive into the meat. I showed a few slides here, and particularly maybe this survey that EIC did on scale-up companies. To begin with, do you agree with these conclusions? That funding and really the lead investor is one of the prime challenges for your portfolio companies maybe, or companies that you've followed in the ecosystem? Shall we start there? Lisa, you look really puzzling. Do you agree or not? Or do you want to throw another survey to find out the real truth?
Yeah, I guess there's a difference between doing a survey of all startups out there. I don't see it really as a big problem in our own portfolio yet.
You've got such a stunning portfolio then.
I don't know, maybe it's just the specific teams. Maybe it's also reaching out to international investors, not just sticking to Europe. There's certainly also, other opportunities in terms of public funds that help, especially, like the IPSE program. And others that facilitate this as well. I can imagine that for many it's hard to find lead investors, especially within deep tech, because you do need to have an understanding of a specific area to dare venture into it. And for sure, it's easier to, I think, find a lead investor in, I don't know, fintech area than it is in deep tech. So certainly challenges there to tackle, but I guess also the startups need to find their right target audience. And then maybe also think about how they position themselves and their own commercial attractiveness, because a lot of the deep tech companies as well have a tendency to focus very much on the tech, which you do need to understand, and you do need to have a technical differentiation, but it's just part of the picture. You need to have a really strong commercial organization and a commercial attractiveness that you sell to the investors as well.
Emily, do you agree with this, or do you stand up for this survey?
I think I do have to agree with it. I think similarly to Lisa, like via the bias of our own portfolio, we see things in positive light and haven't hit any barriers or huge problems yet. But I think there is a lack of later stage funding. I think the average size of a deep tech fund in Europe is between 100 and 150 million. So kind of just by the nature of the size of the fund, it's more challenging to issue larger tickets of 10 or 20 million. So it's not that people necessarily don't want to, it's that it's just difficult because of the size of the fund. So people should be raising bigger deep tech funds, which I guess is positive also for entrepreneurs. And I think there was a few things that were identified in that EIC report talking about scale-ups that are things that we can improve upon in the European ecosystem, actually, in kind of softer skills. So I think they mentioned even just crafting a narrative is still an issue for later stage deep tech startups. So that means that a lot of deep tech companies that are growing still have researchers basically leading the company. And those researchers need to become more and more entrepreneurs as they go up that journey. And by the time they're pitching to later stage investors, it should be, I'm an entrepreneur first and a researcher second. And maybe that's something that still needs to be iterated upon. I think a lot of work was mentioned also in improving kind of a board structure, making better use of non-executive directors to provide, exactly like Lisa was saying, like expertise in very specific areas. I mean, if Europe has one thing that's good is that it's a very solid and close-knit network. So we should be able to leverage a lot of the industrial advantages that we have there to help that growth.
Yeah, makes sense. And maybe too, Jacob, I mean, you maybe represent an investor that could take that B round. Do you lead your usual investments? And how do you act in this?
Yeah, I mean, we do like to lead, and there's been actually quite many cases during this year where we've been talking with entrepreneurs at the beginning of the year who've had very high ambitions with regards to their fundraise, and the ambition level just hasn't kind of matched where the company was from our point of view. So we kind of remained on the sidelines, and then 6 months later, we get a call that, hey, we've actually slashed our target with 50%. So I definitely kind of agree with that survey that, and what they're often saying is that we have a lot of, corporates or potential follower investors who could participate in the round, but, we need a lead to step up to basically price the round. So, definitely playing kind of at this stage, but also recognizing that there is that gap, at least I think, and it is quite often quite high quality companies also. So it's not about that, but I think the market has been really tricky this year compared to last year. I think last year these companies would probably have been able to raise close to what their original ambition was, but then they just had to kind of rewrite their plan quite aggressively. And of course, it's not helpful to run the business either when you have to basically plan with less than half the cash or something similar like that.
Yeah, makes sense. Thanks. And maybe to address the other two buckets of challenges, I mean, any comments on the commercial scaling is obviously coming a bit later in a deep tech case, typically. Any practical examples from your portfolio of companies who have managed that well and how they did that? And maybe then we can touch also on execution and team, obviously always a super important aspect of how to scale. Who wants to go first on the scaling commercially and how you've supported a practical example in your portfolio?
I can volunteer, and then I can take the easy ones and leave.
Yeah, of course.
No, but I mean one thing that because we're not deep tech specialists, right? So what we of course recognize is that we then try to bring in, like plug that gap then from a board perspective, for instance, to bring in that alongside us then, and also to kind of support the company. So that's one very typical thing that we would do if we don't see that we kind of have actually the right expertise. We can add other things to the company, of course, but we don't want to pretend that we know everything either. And I mean, I think the whole kind of go-to-market question is kind of the elephant in the room, of course, always. That how do you kind of get to a point where you can actually convince an investor that market timing is right. So either you can, of course, have the commercial proof points, but to a bit to Emily's point around the narrative, that if you're very good at creating a super solid narrative in terms of convincing people why actually right now is the time, then that can be super powerful. And I think that's what we're seeing maybe more in the US being done well compared to Europe.
Do you agree with that? Lisa, you're furiously say something else here.
No. I very much agree. And I do think there's a very common mistake or a very tricky situation to balance in deep tech startups. And that is actually scaling whatever you need to do in R&D at the same time as you build production, manufacturing, sometimes even a fab. And how to have a continuous feedback loop between these two. You can't start just with R&D and then hope that the manufacturing will just fit that naturally. It will need to go hand in hand. And how to handle that at the same time in parallel is extremely tricky. You also have to take into consideration the product market fit at the same time. You need to ensure that the quality in manufacturing is at the right time. You need to hire very different kind of people, blue and white collar people at the same time, different kind of organization. So it is certainly a trickier organization to scale. I have seen some really good examples. I have a good one in the US, Sologen, that does enzymatic production, self-reproduction of chemicals.
Yeah.
So really building chemical plants. But the interesting thing is as well with these new kind of concepts is that if they take it to their advantage, this kind of scaling this parallel and using advantages from synergies that maybe incumbents are not using, physics, biology, computational approaches, chemistry, etc. You could rethink a few things, and they did. So they were able to, for example, reduce some of the steps, thus miniaturizing factories. But also a very interesting thing that they did at the beginning, just to prove product market fit, but actually to start a consumer brand. So first they sold cleaning wipes as a consumer brand to people, consumers out there. And that's normally what you expect from a chemicals, capex heavy business model. But they did that to show product market fit. They sold that off, of course, after some time and really focused on scaling up. But I do think, one can take a bit of this rethinking the dogmas that are out there into consideration and try to outsmart maybe some of these capex heavy models.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. And I guess de-risking that commercial manufacturing scale-up is one aspect. I think many non-deep tech investors find deep tech scary because it's capex heavy. It mustn't be. So it's a good point.
And sometimes non-deep tech is also capex heavy.
It is, yeah. We know that. Emily, something to add on here?
Maybe to add on a little bit about de-risking. I mean, I guess this is a controversial thing, whether it's always good or bad, but there is also a lot of public funding that's out there in Europe for deep tech companies. And it's kind of a double-edged sword because a lot of time applying for these grants takes a long time. And it takes a lot of founders' energy, and the success rate is very low. But I think it is a tool that has proved successful in de-risking later stage deep tech companies. And there are a few examples in quantum, for example, Pascal, 39 million, a Finnish company, Suutopak, that received quite a lot of funding from the EIC Scale-Up program as well. And I think this, first of all, lowers the size of the ticket that might be necessary from private investors. So helping those later stage deep tech funds that maybe can't put a lead ticket of 10 or 20 millions. And it also de-risks a lot the capital intensive nature of things. So it is a tricky one, but I think it is a positive and it's there. So it should be used, and we should see the benefits of it since it's there.
Very good, thanks. And maybe, I mean, if you at least agree with the stats that there is a lot more deep tech capital deployed in the US, and part of the funding and scaling journey often lands in at least bridging from Europe to US investors, if not Asia and elsewhere, of course. But do you have any good examples of companies scaling that took capital from various parts of the world and how they managed to do that? What it took for them to actually get to the hundreds of millions of raising capital, including US-based capital. Anyone who wants to go?
I mean, I can't quite speak for the hundreds of millions of stage round yet, the companies in our portfolio. So we're an early stage investor, kind of getting to the later stages of their fundraising. But it is true from Series A onwards. We often work with US-based investors. We can also work with Asia-based investors, and we end up with quite an international cap table, actually. So I think it's a positive thing so far. I mean, if the round comes together, you can get a lot of geographical advantages, right, from working with investors that know a specific region best and that have, their own set of network in that region and industrial partnerships in that region as well. And that's kind of how a few of the rounds that we're working with in our portfolio company at the moment are coming together.
Very good. And maybe to finish off in the last minutes here, guys, what is your advice to some of the founders out here in the audience of the best tip to successfully fund your scale-up? I'm sure you have a few founders in your portfolio that you have advised over the years, or companies that you've seen. What would be the number one or number two tip you would like to give the audience? Lisa, you seem to have something on mind here.
It's very hard to give one general tip to everyone because every case is different.
Fair enough.
If there's one thing that I would really emphasize when it comes to deep tech is work on the story, the communication of what you're selling. Of course, you can go deep into technical things with technical investors, but overall, you need to nail down the commercial story and become a really good seller. And it could be worthwhile to spend some money on that, some consulting, and get a professional communication in place.
Very good. Get a consultant out there. How about someone else here?
Yeah, maybe one tip that I heard from one of our founders recently was he was discussing, I don't know if there was a direct correlation between the lowering number of conversations he was having with VCs at each fundraising round. I don't know if it was exactly a correlation, but it was definitely a trend. But his advice, Simon from our company, Pimlock, who just raised a Series A, was to be a lot more picky with the investors that you speak to as you go through around the rounds. I think at the beginning, in the early stages, it's very easy to end up speaking to literally every investor out there. But I think as you go through the rounds, you kind of pick up that there's actually a pretty few select people that will really understand what you're doing. And when you speak to the investors that have captured the essence of your technology and understand what at its core, you'll have, first of all, a completely different conversation. You'll be able to be probed on things that are actually genuine challenges for your business and genuine opportunities for your business. And you end up wasting way less time fundraising. And you'll be able to gauge pretty quickly whether that investor has interest or not. And that can be seen via their background, via companies in their portfolio that are in a similar space. Like that's a really good place to start. So kind of just filter down and be more and more picky as you're going through fundraising rounds further down the road.
Very good.
Maybe one tip just related to that is that, even if you are speaking with someone who might not be the perfect fit for you, ask that person who you should speak with.
Yeah.
Because it's very, again, opaque in terms of how you actually find your way to the right people. So just keep asking, keep pushing for introductions. So that's maybe one thing. And then in terms of like general things that we look for is it's like, pick your customer. That would be maybe my a bit to Lisa's point. Also, like you can go after the biggest, the most difficult, the most complex customer, and that can consume you and your team for a good number of years, for instance. Or you can go to the maybe slightly less sexy, smaller, but more nimble, faster customer to get those early proof points faster. I think that would, at least from a scale-up investor point of view, be my advice, unless you have very high conviction that you will actually land some of those very large customers. So, for instance, we are very wary, for instance, of talking with companies who are only discussing with automotive OEMs, for instance, because the design cycles are extremely long. You have no visibility into their decision-making process and all of that. So that's just a couple of things from my...
Very good. And maybe just to finish off, VCs at least should try and see what's coming in future, since we are investing in companies now that we really want to see grow. So in one word, what vertical do you think will really bloom and produce unicorns in 5 years' time in Europe, since we're mostly covering Europe with this session? Lisa, you go first.
One word.
One word, one vertical, one technology.
One vertical. But more words.
Maybe two.
Okay. Whatever computational.
Whatever computational. Very good. Jacob, how about you?
Well, I'm of course biased, but I'd say industrial automation.
Of course. And Lisa? Emily.
Also quite biased, but I would say quantum computing.
Wow. There is a lot of companies coming in there. Very good. With that, thanks very much to all three of you. Hope you had some insights from this. And thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, industry founder and Patrick and all the panelists for the very, very interesting talk, what we heard here. Next, we're doing a little taking off and decorations here. And we are moving forward with pitching and learning more about what the founders get instant kind of feedback about their own pitches. So I want to warmly welcome here the moderator, Ilya Barkino, to the stage. Welcome, Ilya.
Thank you very much.
You are going to tell a little bit about what's happening next.
Yeah.
So I think we all are eager to know what is coming about the pitch doctoring.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Is it a PhD or something? We're going to learn more about that.
Yeah.
Okay, have fun.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me good? I take that as a yes. So, first of all, thanks a lot to Patrick for this great panel discussion and all the participants. So now we're going to invite up to stage 2 startups, one by one, to talk about their journey, and then we're going to ask them some questions about their issues in scaling up and the learnings that they've had. So first of all, I'd like to give a warm welcome to the co-founder and CEO of IQM, Jan Götz. Welcome. Over to you.
All right. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I will present just in a few minutes what we are doing at IQM and where the company currently is and where we are planning to go. I will not give a deep lecture on quantum physics because I think in the time we have, this will not be possible. But in a nutshell, we are a company that builds quantum computers. And what you see here is our vision on how our product in the end will be used. So this is a look into a big computing center, and you see it's full with these kind of black boxes, which are racks full of conventional computers. And what we bring in is the white devices. These are the actual quantum computers. So you see these are macroscopic machines that we are building, and the promise that they give is actually that they can solve very complex problems in a much more efficient way than we have with the semiconductor-based computers. So the motivation here really is to create a new disruptive technology for computing, which allows us to solve problems which otherwise we would never be able to solve. So it's not about creating a speed up by a factor of 2 or 3 or something, but it's really about enabling solutions that otherwise we would not get. And some of these problems, they're so complex that we don't have enough atoms in the universe, even if we would like to build such a big computer. Or if we had the most powerful computer, it would still run for thousands of years. So this is kind of the complexity class of problems that we are talking about. And you see on the right-hand side the landscape. So you see there are quite many fields related to science, research. So it could be, for example, material development for more efficient materials, better solar cells. It can be drug discovery, but also all kinds of optimization problems that you find, let's say, in logistics, traffic, or finance. And another aspect actually is the efficiency from an energy perspective. So quantum computers, if they solve certain problems in an exponentially faster way, actually the total amount of energy that you need is also greatly reduced to what we have in these big computing centers. Just to give you some numbers, a large computing center can easily consume 10 megawatts or more of power, which is quite substantial. And there are actually places on this planet where you're not allowed to turn on a new center unless you shut down an old one. So this is really an issue also to be solved. We do this as a company which is headquartered actually here. Our offices is just around the corner. You see on the bottom left the view actually there into the bay. We are now around 200 people actually located in 4 different places, most of them here in Finland. But then actually we have a quite strong team in Munich as well, around 50 people, and a handful of people in Madrid and Spain as well. You see, actually, it's still quite an R&D heavy topic. So over 50% of our employees hold a PhD title in quantum physics, computer science, or mathematics or so. But then also because of this, it's actually a quite diverse team. So we are hiring mainly out of academia from all over the world. And we are now approaching actually 40 nationalities with a team, which is great. We are funded mainly through venture capital, but then, of course, also from research projects, and most recently also from the European Investment Bank, which has supported us. What we do is we develop chipsets. So we do the design of the chips. We have quite powerful design and simulation tools. Then we do the tape out. We are running our own foundry here in Finland, a 600 square meter clean room where we process 200 millimeter wafers. We cut them down into smaller pieces, as you can see here. So this is one of the processors. We package it, and then we build a whole system around it. And there we use, of course, a lot of third-party components. We screw all of it together, and then the business model is actually selling out those systems. And we, on the software side, we integrate into existing software frameworks. So the business model is mainly at the moment selling into high-performance computing centers, which is a very well-established market, an existing market. It is growing, and we foresee a quite strong sales pipeline there. And the technology is not yet ready to solve industry problems more efficient than supercomputing centers, but we think that maybe around 2026 or so, the computers will be powerful enough. And then on top of this system sales, there is another let's say revenue channel, which mainly comes then from the applications and making the systems available also through cloud or other remote systems. We have done this so far twice, once here in Finland, where the customer is VTT. They're already operating a 5-qubit system from us, which is now being upgraded as we speak to 20 qubits. And then there will be another upgrade in next year and hopefully then many more in the future as well. So we kind of go the journey together with our customers. And the second deal we have actually is in Munich, in a supercomputing center there, where we are delivering a 20-qubit system next year. And then also we are planning on how to continue this journey forward. So there's a lot of kind of potential to grow, both from the technology point of view, from the team, but then also from a business point of view. So thanks a lot, ready to take any questions and feedback.
Thank you. No, great presentation. And so you mentioned that you reached an organization of 200 people in about 4 years' time. So can you tell us a little bit in the audience, what have you learned during this journey of scaling up your organization?
Well, I think as a founder, one of the most important lessons is that you need to trust other people and give away, because obviously I cannot handle 200 people kind of on my own. So it starts with the founding team. We're actually a team of 4 founders. So already there we distributed quite heavily the work. And then we hired actually very good people into the management team, and we distributed a lot the responsibilities. So for me, this is the main learning, that I cannot and I will not do everything myself, but I like to give away things and then basically get the learning by observing how things are being done in a very efficient way.
Yeah, so outsource as much as possible. Cool. And so what have helped you get to where you are, and what advice would you have to other founders who are looking at going through your ways and scaling up?
Well, I think the advice is take advice, because especially on the science side, often we are quite stubborn because we think we know everything best. And I think in many fields that are related to company building, there are topics where people have done it already many times successfully in the past, and they give you the advice. So I think here, it's really being open to the advice. Of course, you don't need to blindly follow everything that people tell you. Maybe sometimes it's good to get a second opinion, but really try to build a network of maybe mentors or coaches or people you trust, and then take their advice on how things can be done in an efficient way, instead of doing everything in your own stubborn way.
Yeah, that's very good advice. So listen to advice or take advice. So when it comes to your go-to-market strategy, how have you developed that to be in line with your scale-up ambitions and to be able to scale up your business side of things as well?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, in the very beginning, when we started the company, the idea was very much going towards, let's say, some kind of Intel business where we are producing processors and selling the processors. But then we figured out actually there's no established quantum computer industry where we could sell to, right? So maybe the idea was good, but it just didn't fit the reality. So we changed this, and now the idea is that we are actually a system integrator. So we built the complete system because there is a customer base. These scientific computing centers, they are out there willing to buy. So I think this is important that, of course, you can have a great idea, but then if you realize, okay, maybe there's no product market fit or no market yet, you need to develop. And I think also now looking forward, it will further develop. So the system sales, I think it's a very strong argument, but probably there will be additional kind of sales channels through cloud or some other means in the future as well.
And so when Patrick was on stage before, he had this graph of how deep the company's revenue explode at a later stage than typical SaaS companies and so on. When would you say that your sales is going to start to truly explode? I mean, you've already got some sales going. When do you think it's going to be like, boom?
Well, I think the hardware sales, the system sales that we do, it will grow, but not in this kind of hockey stick fashion that you're referring to. And this point when it will really explode, I think, will be when the quantum computers solve commercial problems more efficient than a conventional computer. And this can mean it's faster, it can mean it's cheaper or more accurate. Any of these, I think, would trigger a point where really industry gets in, and then this would then create this kind of exponential growth of the revenue.
Yeah, exciting to see when that is. So in terms of financing, we saw that there's quite some gaps in terms of financing when scaling up. What challenges have you found in your financing ambitions, if any?
Well, I think I would very much agree with the slide that Patrick had there with the challenges. And finding the lead investor, I think, is a key issue also for us, especially in a field that is so deep tech and that requires so much capital. Because this is a combination where people don't feel comfortable with the technology, plus we're asking them to put a lot of money on the table. So I think this is a key challenge that we need to solve somehow in Europe. There are many ideas. The EIC was mentioned, so I'm also active in this. But I think we need, in the end, also, for example, the pension funds that were mentioned or other solutions to tackle this. And then we need well-educated deep tech VCs which do the due diligence and which take the lead. I think in this way, hopefully in the future, we can create a situation where it becomes easier for startup founders to get the financing.
Yeah. And so if you could put together your dream scenario of the ideal syndicate in your next financing round, how would that look like?
Well, I think what we need are investors which are sharing our kind of vision and mission going forward, who accept that it's not going to be a short-term play. But we are really, I mean, we are here in a field where it takes still a few years. And what I have learned actually through the fundraising periods, that another industry which is very much aligned with this is the kind of life science pharma, where if you invest in this, you also need a lot of capital, usually in these kind of clinical trials, and there are very long time scales. And I think there's a great alignment between the people who invest into these fields with what we need on the quantum side. So I think investors like this who have reasonably deep pockets, but who also see the vision and the purpose. I think this is another thing, that we build technology that can always be used in different ways. And I think we should also then kind of create on what do we want to do with it? What is the purpose of the technology that we build? I think this is more important than having some brand logos or something there. It's like someone who shares this vision and has the resources to carry the company along the way.
Yeah. And you mentioned the pharma industry. Thinking about the bigger aspects of quantum technology, which other areas do you think this will excel?
Well, I think it will start with those industries which are very R&D heavy, which put a lot of their own budgets into R&D, because at the moment what we can do with the computers is science. And it will transform from enabling science. Already now, hundreds of research papers are being published on the machines that the whole community builds. And this will transition into the R&D. So it will first be those industries which are very R&D heavy. And then maybe in a second step, it will be those industries which are more product focused. But the difficulty is to predict the timescales, like when will it hit the R&D industry, when will it hit the other one. But I gave you some idea with the 2026 of where we think how it is going.
Interesting. What's next for you guys?
Well, what's next is, of course, we want to accelerate on all levels, kind of strengthening the team, developing the technology. So we have a tech roadmap in a similar fashion. You see it in semiconductor industry, so processor generations. And of course, we need a lot of great development still to follow this technology roadmap. And then, of course, selling out the system. So we are expecting to sell a few more systems in the future.
Very interesting. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Rounds of applause, everybody. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next on stage, we have quite an interesting company. So from quantum computers, we're going to shift focus to mosquitoes. I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name, but please welcome to stage Lech, CEO and co-founder of Molecular Attraction.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks for inviting me. I'm here to tell you that mosquitoes can be beautiful. There's 3,500 species of mosquitoes out there, and most of them are just pollinators. And it's only 2% of them which you know and which you hate. And also the female, freshly impregnated females, which are drinking blood. And this is what we're going to focus on today. We have a fantastic way of controlling mosquitoes. They're called sprayable pesticides. For the last 80 years, they're cheap, they're efficient, but they're extremely hazardous, and of course, they're not that great for the environment. So this we all know, and we're looking for alternatives. But on top of that, mosquitoes are evolving very quickly. Over the last 25 years, half of the African countries harbor populations of mosquitoes which are resistant to pesticides. And on the Indian subcontinent, DDT resistance is already rampant. So we need better solutions. And you need to bear with me for a second here. I mentioned the evolution. Malaria parasite, in its evolutionary process, needs to attract mosquitoes, which are one of the hosts, to people, so it gets transmitted. And we studied that, and thanks to this, we discovered and developed a molecule which is not only attracting mosquitoes to malaria-infected people, but also is forcing those mosquitoes to drink. What you're looking at are the female mosquitoes not drinking blood, but are drinking just salt solution with toxin and our molecule, which now we can mass produce, and we can turn that into small passive traps, which are attracting female mosquitoes, which instead of biting you, are going to be drinking the toxic solutions. This is a very simple molecule, so it's easy to produce, it's easy to scale, and also because we're working with chemicals, it's very easy to work with concentrates, so you can actually have a fairly robust distribution system. And here you're looking at, and we don't need to even use a typical toxin. What you're looking at are female mosquitoes which are drinking beetroot juice, which turns out to be toxic to female mosquitoes. So mosquitoes shouldn't switch to a plant-based diet. In our portfolio of molecules, we also have a number of sex pheromones and other molecules which are changing mosquito behavior. And all of this allows us to have solutions which do not require pesticides, but are chemical-based. Sometimes it sounds like science fiction, but we actually do real deep tech science. We publish in a very high-impact journals, and we have a number of patent applications. When I say we, that's a team of 8 with 3 main co-founders. Johan, he's coming from the property services and management, which is the biggest sector paying for mosquito control at the moment. I'm an immunologist coming from the global health area, worked with diagnostics and vaccines before on the malaria side. But the most important person is Nushin. Nushin is originally Iranian. She's an entomologist, professor, and a force of nature. And I would like to take just a second to mention that at the moment in Iran, women like Nushin are protesting so they can have a better future and they can have freedom to study, to work, and to do fantastic science. Yeah, let's talk numbers. According to GiveWell, the cheapest way to save a human life is to invest in malaria prevention. The cheapest way of that is to use pesticide-impregnated bed nets, $5 per bed net, $4,500 in general per life being saved. So this is our target in terms of cost of goods. But we can do, we all think that we can do better than the pesticide bed nets. And there are fantastic technologies being developed now to control mosquitoes. We're not the only company which is trying that, obviously. But we think that we have an edge because we are not using GMO mosquitoes or sterile males, but fairly simple molecules. So we can achieve the same scalability and price as pesticides, but without the harmful effects. So, and also, it's an $8 billion market at the moment, very controlled by only a few players, and they are used to chemical solutions. So we are tapping into a typical distribution and sales channels, which they already have. And if you want to help us scale, because in this case, scale really, really matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. So, before going into the deep... Oh, come here, come here. No. I don't have malaria, it's okay. First off, are there any risks to biodiversity by implementing your technology to eradicate these type of mosquitoes?
Yeah, so we get that question a lot, right? So first of all, chances of us eradicating all mosquitoes is 0. They're extremely robust organisms and they're very resilient. We target only blood-drinking mosquitoes, which is a fraction of all the mosquitoes out there. So it's around 60 different species. And what we're trying to do is to create, let's call it the mosquito exclusion zones around places where people live. And so we're not planning to, release our stuff into the forests and so on.
Great, good to hear. So you guys are obviously not at the same stage as Iqm, for example. Instead of 200 people, you're 8 employees right now. And so what kind of key additional skills and talent do you guys need to scale up successfully?
Everyone expects that I'm going to say something about production, but it's actually regulatory. The molecules which we're using are simple enough that the synthesis and manufacturing, it's not an issue. The issue is to introduce a new environmental product on the market. And as you can imagine, this is very regulated, which is actually good. It's good for us. A typical pesticide takes 350 million euros to get introduced in 7 years. Our regulatory process is simpler, but there's literally no specialist who did phagostimulation registration in EU or US. So for us, it's the regulatory people. This is something which we are looking for the most at the moment.
Good to hear. So if we have any regulatory experts within this field, hit Lech up after this. And so apart from that, what are the main milestones that you think that you guys need to reach before being able to scale up?
Proof in the field. So everything works in the lab. For every startup which presented here, everything worked in the lab, always. So we are now moving into the environmental open field trials. So you do not use any enclosures, you basically just test it in the environment. I think of it as clinical trials phase 2 equivalent. So once we demonstrate the efficiency in the field, that's the moment when everyone truly believes in what we're doing and our clients are willing to purchase the products.
Great, interesting. And so looking at scaling up in general, we obviously saw that previously that the funding situation is different and we have different valleys of death, so to say, within deep tech compared to traditional SaaS companies. In what other way do you think that scaling up a deep tech company differs from scaling up a traditional tech or SaaS company?
Perception. So, first, we cannot just throw 200 developers at this problem and just accelerate. Some biological processes just takes time, right? Second, in our case, there's another twist. Everyone thinks we should be a charity. It's like malaria, that should be a charity, or any other global issue should be a charity. Obviously, this is a viable business, so that's another thing to go through. But it's maybe not a challenge, but something which I would suggest everyone tries to tap into is that deep tech has a need for very niche competences. Like, for me, it's like how to formulate smells in wax. I mean, there's maybe like 3 people in Europe who kind of do it on a daily basis. It's hard to find them. But if, for example, in Industry Fonden, you have a whole portfolio of companies, it's fine. You have the whole portfolio of companies which probably have some very deep competences which could be useful for other portfolio companies. So this is what we try now with EQT, one of our investors, that their portfolio companies are being notified that, look, there's molecular attraction needing very narrow competence, and there's someone in Munich who can do that. And like usually we need like few hours sometimes, and that's enough to get us over a very, very steep hill.
Interesting. Noted also.
Yeah.
So looking at this from the bigger parts of things, so what are the most critical changes you think we as an ecosystem need to do to boost the deep tech startup community?
How to boost the deep tech startup community? I think, well, in Sweden we have a particular environment that we own all the research, right? So there's no issues with university transfer offices and so on. VTT works very well with the spinouts. But when you're going to look especially at both Europe and US, aside from few top institutions, this process do not work. One of the most scary things is to talk to your university who owns the IP and who's going to be donating it. So if we can fix that, I think that's going to actually generate a number of new companies.
Good.
Yeah, administration just needs to be.
Yeah. So you mentioned this broad network of investors, portfolio companies, and expertise that you can leverage. What other parts do you wish that, or what other things do you wish that new investors could contribute with after investing in you?
Aside from the network?
Aside from the network.
Well, piles of money for very low evaluations. Very high evaluations, sorry, very small stake. Yeah. Aside from this, maybe, for the last 8 years, both the evaluations, the speed at which companies were reaching the unicorn status was unsustainable. And this is not sustainable for deep tech. So this, I think, I would love to see more investors like Industry Fund, for example, to accept the slow burn. So it doesn't need to be a rocket ship to the moon. It can be, the fleet of planes which are actually over the hill. And also those companies can generate revenue and profit before they're becoming $10 billion unicorns and so on, and crash.
Yeah, exactly. Now, so how have you guys, you mentioned earlier that you have these, people having the perception that this should be something free because it's a noble cause to cure malaria. But how are you twisting and developing your go-to-market strategy to be able to become a true successful startup?
So there are two angles to this. So no one in Nigeria expects this to become a charity. They just want to buy the products. So the people who are actually affected by the vector-borne diseases, they're super fine with paying for it, unless it's completely unreasonable prices. The second angle is that I'm happy to say that it works for all the blood-sucking mosquitoes. It's not only the malaria carriers. So we can target also north of Finland and north of Sweden and so on. And those are the countries where we're going to have very market level pricing. So yeah, one of our first potential clients is a luxury resort. Yeah. So yeah, we're going to charge arm and a leg from the people who can afford it. And we're going to have break-even prices for the places where we really want to implement it fast and at scale.
But that's interesting. That becomes, in a formal way, some kind of charity, letting the people who use this for better quality of life pay for the ones who actually need it for saving their lives. Sounds like.
Yes, and also it's not that I invented this. I would like to, but it also happens by itself. So the IP protection in Nigeria or Kenya is very weak. So you're going to get a lot of competition and copycats very quickly. So then you compete on price a lot. So yeah, we're going to be forced to do that, but we want to do it proactively.
Yeah. The same question that I asked to Jan. What would an ideal syndicate look like for you in the next investment round?
An ideal syndicate. So Melinda French, because her ex-husband is more into energy now, and I think she's still more into saving lives. Should I name names of the company? No, there's a number of pesticide manufacturers or big chemical companies which have venture arms. Yeah. That would be also very good. Yeah. And we're happy to have EQT on board, and they own a lot of pest control companies which are clients. So that should help. Yeah, a little bit. Yes, just a little bit. Yes.
Great. What's next for you guys now?
Flight to Germany, but no, we actually we're gonna launch a next field trial in South Africa. We're already having one in the Seychelles, which is ongoing. And we are going to launch, finally, after 3 years of preparation, a trial in Burkina Faso. So with all the political situation in Burkina Faso, if this is going to work within the next few days, yeah, that's going to be a moment to celebrate. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you a lot, Lech.
Thank you so much.
Warm round of applause, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks to Ilham and thanks for his startup, brave startups. I just wanted to close the session. I hope you enjoyed the keynote and conversation around the funding gap. I think my ultimate conclusion is, yes, of course, we're hoping for startups to scale. But I think with this funding gap that we face, I think us venture firms, we also need to scale. So a lot of venture firms currently in the ecosystem are subscale. So we also need to take advice from you guys as entrepreneurs on how we can scale our venture funds. I think that's one key takeaway from my side, at least. And on the startups, I hope you enjoyed the journeys that we are facing here. Iqm representing quantum tech, obviously a real tough journey of building out complicated hardware, but an enormous opportunity to drive simulation and more complex AI algorithms on top. And having them scaling obviously also represents an opportunity for a key hub to grow out here in the Nordics in that area. Molecular obviously represented a company in the face of moving towards scaling up, but also representing technology in biology, which is another key stronghold, I think, we see across the entire Nordic countries and particularly also here. So with that, I want to thank you for listening and have a great rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Patrick Sabogi and Industry Fountain for being in one of our event partners again. And we are truly, truly happy with the Arctic Startup and this whole NORDEEP event to have you here and building this track. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A big applause for the Industry Fountain again and the beautiful Patrick. Ladies and gentlemen, the second day is moving forwards toward the end, but we have a couple of very interesting sessions still here. And we are moving forward with a couple of showcases. LightCode Photonics is the next one, and Jan Bogdanov is going to tell us more what they are doing over there. So Jan, you are warmly welcome to the stage. Let's give applause to him.
Thanks. Hello. My name is Jan. I'm a co-founder of LightCode Photonics, and we changed the way a robot looks at you. We believe that mundane and dangerous tasks shouldn't have to be performed by humans. And we are already on the road there, but there are still a few significant hurdles that have to be overcome. The logistics sector is making massive efforts to deploy mobile robots. They are struggling to keep up with the customer demand, while workforce is less and less available. Robots need quality data to understand and to make decisions necessary for their operation daily. They need to understand what's in front of them, what's around them, and they need to understand where they are. 2D cameras are not enough for that today. And LiDARs that could bridge the gap are expensive and often fragile. However, still 3D data is required. And LightCode Photonics is building a novel 3D camera that can provide a solution, that can provide the positioning information, that can provide the path planning to help them avoid the obstacles and understand where they are. This allows the robotic mobility robot manufacturers to increase the autonomy of the robots, which in turn helps to make their fleets pay off. Our secret lies in a novel imaging technique and state-of-the-art, high performance, but very affordable sensors. Here you can see how we take a 12-pixel sensor and increase its resolution up to 128 times just to get an image with a total of 1500 pixels. We can choose the resolution enhancement to be lower, to be higher, however is needed. And this is the solution that these mobile robots are looking for today. For the past 2 years, we've been doing heavy product development, and we've increased the performance of our device, and we've come down in specifications, in the form factor. The gray box you see under these prototypes is not a table. It's our first prototype. So the efforts have been good. And the advancements we have made, we are protecting with patents. 3D imaging and sensing market in general is growing rapidly. It is expected to be, currently around 7 billion across the wide variety of applications today, and it is expected to be about around 15 billion by 2027. Before the crisis, there were around 100 LiDAR companies worldwide, each of them trying to build the product and try to find the product market fit that is required by these robots that will make our lives better. However, this bridge has not been gapped. The bridge between very high performance but also expensive 3D imaging devices and lower performance but low cost devices. LightCode, with its unique technology, with its ability to control data volumes that are acquired from the scene and to vary the resolution that is required for a task, is going to bridge that gap. We are partnering with 7 customers today, and we have had much interest from companies such as Intel, Sony, Waymo, Starship. We are getting more piloting partners to verify our technology, and we believe this is the way forward. Our team consists of extreme talents that are all driven by our vision and also the ability to build very, very cutting-edge technology. We have, among our investors, we have investors who have invested in companies that are today unicorns. We also have an extensive network of highly competent technology experts that advise us and help us reach our goals. Our goal is to build an MVP, validate it with customers, commercialize it. And for that, we are raising a 3 million seed round. Join us as an investor and as a believer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. It's very interesting. And now I would like to invite on stage our next showcase. And this, please welcome on stage Ture Parviainen from Volare. Welcome.
Hello. First of all, great to be talking here today. I think everybody has had very interesting discussions with everyone here, and I'm very happy to be talking here. So, I am a founder and CEO of Volare, and I'll tell you a little bit of a story that you probably are a bit familiar with. When you look at what has happened in these turbulent couple of years, it has shown how vulnerable our infrastructure is to external shock. And the maybe easiest example here is what happened in oil and gas. Europe is extremely dependent on many core ingredients and raw materials. And when we talk about the food, the equivalent of gas is perhaps proteins. Proteins are vital. They are extremely needed in the food system. And if we look at where does the actually protein come from, actually Europe is 75% dependent on protein concentrates that come from abroad. So pretty dependent, and it is extremely important. So what can we do to actually help to remedy this problem of dependency? We have to look at the resources that we have at hand. And if you look at Europe as a whole, there is about 130 million tons of food waste yearly in EU. And if we look at the projection of the future, we are going to need even more protein. So what do we do? Of course, that's the solution what Volar is developing. So basically, we can take these raw material ingredients and turn them in the bioprocess using black soldier fly into protein and lipids. And we can help to alleviate the demand of protein by supplying new source, basically by using existing resources. And we can make a really big impact by doing this. Where those proteins are used, basically, they will replace such proteins as soy or as fish meal. And it's not only about the self-sufficiency. Basically, at the same time, we can reduce the climate intensity of these proteins that we are using in the food system. And if we compare, for example, our protein to these common sources, basically, we are talking about a fraction of emissions that are generated in our process compared to these alternatives that are mainly imported. And what's the best part of it is that it's actually not something that we need to wait for like 10 years or 20 years in the future, but it's actually something that already today we have a demonstration facility actually in Hyvinkää, and just next year we are starting to build our commercial facility. So there are solutions that we can take in play where we can make a big impact. That is something that I have always been a firm believer on, that we have to be the ones who actually take those solutions forward. If you want to do something with us or collaborate with us or just interested in us, contact one of us and we'll tell you a bit more. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that case. We are moving forward with our next one, and we have Kuvaspace, and Matti Ekdahl is coming to tell us more about what are they doing. So Matti, warmly welcome over here to tell us more. And warmly welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matti Ekdahl, and I'm here to tell you guys how we're quantifying the Earth using our hyperspectral nanosatellite technology. And I think it's fair to say that most of us in our careers, we will arrive into a point where we start to think, am I doing actually something meaningful? Does my job have a purpose? Do I contribute? Am I making the world a better place? And I think one of the best parts working at Kuvaspace is that I don't have to think about this. So I have a lot of problems to solve, a lot of issues to overcome, but that's not one of those. So we are tackling or engaging one of the most critical problems this planet and humankind is facing at the moment, as we know. So, for example, climate change. We can help to make carbon credit markets actually work by providing a reliable verification tool that and kind of an analysis how much there is carbon, how the carbon sequestration mechanisms actually work from day to day, from year to year on this planet. Food security, ever more worsening situation, more people on the planet, more storms, more flooding, more droughts. So this is one key element we want to contribute on. And we are building a solution that can forecast yields on a global scale, updating weekly throughout the cultivation season. Safety and security, unfortunately, the environment here has changed a lot over the last 8 months, the past year. And our technology also has pretty unique capabilities on this side. And what is actually our technology, this hyperspectral imaging? It's not like a common thing. Not very many people know what it's about. So I'm going to try to keep it on a high level and understandable. So basically, and how it differentiates from other satellite technologies that are looking towards Earth is that hyperspectral data reveals things humans can't see. So each and every object on Earth is reflecting sunlight in a unique way. So for example, I could be distinguished from my teammates who are wearing the same clothes. I have a different spectra than my teammates. And using this same method, we can say that this tree is pine, this tree is birch, there's wheat, there's corn, and we can also go quite detailed level in the molecular level of things. So we can say that this wheat field is lacking water or lacking nitrogen. So there's really a huge amount of information that you can derive out of hyperspectral data. And we are planning to build a 100 satellite constellation, which is quite a lot. But to be frank, the satellites are quite small, 15 kilograms, not like huge old-style satellites. With the 100 satellites, we get imaging opportunity 3 times a day, roughly. So we really get into daily changes on our planet. We're a little bit, maybe like a bit more advanced than most space startups because we already have 3 missions under our belt. And we have been building 2 satellites for European Space Agency by far. And all of our satellite missions have been 100% success. So the satellites still work, every one of them. So we don't have to solve all the problems at once. We already know how to integrate and build satellite technology. So we can focus more on the business side and problem solving on that area. And the markets we are entering are huge, and actually there's the main growth drivers are climate change and prevention in that sense, and mitigating the effects of it. There's ever more funds flowing into this scheme from purely like private sector, governments, NGOs. This is one of the key problems humankind has to solve. National security threats are ramping up budgets in all of the European countries, Japan, Australia, United States. So there's a lot of money and opportunities on that side as well. And then one thing related to food security is that there is still billions of people living from their own land, from their yield, especially in Asia and Africa. And they don't have any kind of insurance policy because they cannot afford Western insurance policies. And this is an issue that the global insurers have wanted to solve already a decade ago, but there just isn't cheap enough data source and reliable data source to enter into this market and have a yield insurance costing $10 instead of $5,000. So we have a solution for this. We can help definitely on this one. Our A round is now open, aiming to close at 23 million by the end of the year. And we're roughly looking for 9.5 million euros of VC money at the moment. So if anybody has some extra millions in the pocket, I'm happy to discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you, Matti, for that wonderful showcase. So now we're moving on to the final panel of the 2-day event. And it's about creating a better sustainable future. And the reason we wanted to put this one last is because it's tying together with how we began the whole event with why will Nordic deep tech save the world. And now I want to welcome to the stage for the first keynote, someone who is supporting deep techs, especially within climate for scaling up. The keynote is called Climate, Tech, and We. And I welcome Pia Erkinheimo, Director of Deal Flow from the Finnish Climate Fund. Give her a hand.
Woo! Thank you.
All right, here.
And there is the tough. So, good afternoon. It's an honor to be here, capturing everything that has happened during these exciting 2 days. I think we've had enough of deep tech, and I'd like to bring now the discussion to a kind of a human level. What can we do with the challenge of climate change? My first education is actually behavior scientists, so you will also notice that from my vocabulary. And that's why we're actually talking about the challenge of the humankind is facing and the goals. So as you can see, Finland has the bravest goal in this planet by aiming at to be carbon neutral by 2035. As we are here with the Nordic family, I took some statements from other 4 Nordic countries. Iceland 2040, Sweden, depending on their regime, it's either 2040 or 45. Denmark and Norway hasn't said anything more than the European Commission. So, nevertheless, but we are fighting against the clock to prevent the average global temperature from rising for 1.5 centigrade decrease from pre-industrial levels as early as to 2030s. Global climate emissions should be cut by 7% every year. The goal is huge, and hopefulness and hope alternate depending on the day and the tabloid. But why a person against his or her own better knowledge in the area of climate anxiety? Why do we behave against all the knowledge what we have? So let me quote on a theory by Kubler-Ross model of 5 stages of grief. The climate change is a scientific problem caused by human behavior. As you know, only in Finland, we reached our planetary boundaries this year on March 31st. I read that last time in Finland, one planet has been enough for people living in the area of Finland, has been in early 70s. I'm too young to know how depressing the time living was at that time. So, but I do know that people survived, and there are at least very funny memories of the fashion of those days. So, according to Elisabeth Kubler-Ross, 5 stages of grief. First is a denial. It doesn't apply to us. It isn't true. As I'm writing for a local technology-oriented paper, Tekniikka and talous, technology and economy, every now and then as a guest columnist, I noticed that one of my columns, it was agreed with the editor that it was opened to not only for under subscription, but to everybody. And I noticed living in a bubble where I had totally forgotten that there are still, this will happen like 3-4 weeks ago, that there's still a lot of people who are denying climate change. So it was, and then I showed it to my teenagers, twins, and they were like that, "Mommy, you've been mobbed. I mean, how come this is true?" And I said, well, yeah, well, and then I had the advice from our communications director that, you can't, talk, you can't reply to every false statement there. This happened, by the way, in Finnish. So these people who still don't believe in, so they are in denial, I would say. Anger, this is disturbing me. So the climate change means that I can't, I need to do something for it. I need to kind of I will miss something. I will need to withdraw myself of something because I need to live now in a proper way, which would be more sustainable. So it's disturbing, it's creating anger. Then the bargaining, which I like, and I notice my subconscious is doing that, and also my conscious. So if I don't buy meat and my clothes are vintage, can I delay the transition to a more resource-wise commuting and keep my fossil fuel car for a little longer? So this is kind of the bargaining thinking. And then depression, it doesn't matter. It's not enough what I do because, you know, what do the Asian people do, or what do the North American people do anyhow? So it doesn't make sense. And then finally, we come to the acceptance. This happens, but we can control it with our own choices and, well, also regulate the impact. I don't know, does this sound familiar to you? I've at least changed my consumer behavior habits. And in some other Nordic countries, they call it hygge, but I think we've got more hygge, at least in my life, just, you know, realizing these matters. And the transition has been quite profound, I hope at least. Of course, it's social sciences, so there has been also critics regarding this theory and also that these things aren't going in order. So, I am working for the Climate Fund, which kicked off its financial activities 18 months ago, and we've done 11 investments. I'm happy to talk about that and talk some more about what kind of money we can offer and what's the stage, where are we relevant of. But I'd like to give you an overall understanding now that the Finnish Climate Fund is a state-owned special assignment company. It operates, focus is on combating climate change, boosting low-carbon industry, and promoting digitalization for accelerating these goals. And the mission is to reduce carbon footprint and strengthen the carbon handprint by innovative climate, so I call it climate tech or digital climate tech solutions. And without jeopardy, we reduce the gas house emissions and increase resource efficiency and promote biodiversity. I have been also talking about that how the CO2 equivalent ton is actually the new currency. So this is one of the quantitative indicators that we are looking for each and every invest we are making. And this is the great deal flow picture of what we've got so far. So we are interested, as I said to my digital friends in digital, that the climate change is not happening in metaverse. It's actually happening in physical world. And you can see here now how I've been with my team analyzing the deal flow, both inbound, referral, and outbound deal flow. So we are looking everything underground, replacing rare earth metals, for example, with biomaterials, up to nanosatellites, something like that, as we saw, Kuva space, or data coming from plenty of sources, which is put to learning algorithms and edge computing that will then nudge, as you know, the nudging theory, nudge our behaviors as citizens, consumers, B2B business makers towards resource-friendly living. So you can see there hydrogen, there is upscaling plastics, there are digital solutions. For sure, the indirect impact of digital solutions to our behavior can be vast. So this is what we are doing. So let me take now 3 things that are close to consumer clean tech, that is often defined that it consists consumer-oriented, resource-saving solutions that are intersected in digitalization and the circular economy. There is no climate change without digitalization, I would say. So these are our need to communicate, and this time digital communication is the thing I'm looking for. Warmth, so clothing, fashion, and nutrition, i.e. food. So, as I mentioned, there is no solution to climate change without digitalization and open interfaces. But we have to understand that the digital solutions can play an important role in indirect emission reduction potential, and often in solutions that increase the carbon handprint. So, but we have to also remember that the carbon footprint of our devices, the internet and systems to support them, is accounted 3.7% of the emissions, and that is to be doubled by 2025. So this was the result in 2019. So digitalization per se is not the solution. And according to the SHIFT project, a French think tank focusing on carbon leakage and energy consumption in digital technologies, have risen 37% since 2010, despite the fact that resource scarcity has developed enormously. So then, it's really about the software, and of course, the program is done in the cloud, and then we need to think also the data centers, which I think this audience knows well. But then, what is also same with all things, like a large multinational company says that anything that can be electrified will be electrified, as you've been hearing, I'm sure of that. So we have a challenge with rare earth metals. So that's the digitalization. But on the other hand, that's the mean that could nudge us to more resource-wise behavior as individuals. The second thing is fashion. Fashion is actually biology. And it's a cruel machinery, but a very important social network, especially for pairing. And it seduces us to consume even more than the carrying capacity of the earth. So textile industry has a significant carbon footprint, and clothing makes the most out of it. More than half of our clothing is made synthetic materials, so fossils, plastics. And replacing them with plant-based solutions is challenging unless there is a drastic reduction in consumption. So, but of course there are alternatives, and circular economy is such, and looking other sources like weeds, needle, straw, mushrooms, pulp, modified fibers. So, I mean, there is always some, silver lining, but fashion is really a tricky one. So then we have food. Everybody loves good food, but it's so intertwined in our each and everyone's cultures and reads that, what is good food and for whom? It's an oxymoron that our food cultivation, because it's actually a threat to our nature, to our biodiversity and climate. We should be so much working on towards regenerative food production. So the system is broken, and a huge systemic change requires change in operating systems. And food system especially, it's broken. And how can we do that transition in a way that the consumers would understand sufficiently and would like to be nudged towards the new? So cultural barriers, for example, cell agriculture is not perceived as organic, legislative restrictions, high investment costs, and lack of information, shortage of experts, and so on. So we need to create a new culture, as we actually have created with communication and digital communications, I would say. Think how much we've learned over the last 20, 30 years because of being able to communicate digitally. And I think something that drastic change we need also for our nutrition in our food system. So the climate crisis needs more than technology. A bold statement in a deep tech conference. But we need more also other people and competency than engineers and business people. We need philosophers, we need social scientists, we need designers, we need artists. And then, especially now, this is a Finnish problem. In Finland, we need also women more, because Finland is unfortunately still at the forefront of generated working practices. There are women's jobs and there are men's jobs. So when advocating women in tech, we do notice that when technology is perceived in the domains of climate and then education and health. So that's also the domains where technology does interest women as well. And then when coming deeper in the discussion of the competencies, I'd like to quote a friend of mine, or his tweet. Johannes Gullischen tweeted last month about the next leap of competence. Sustainable solutions for agriculture, forestry and mining are at the heart of our culture, of our future. And studying biology now is comparable to studying information technologies in the 80s. What do you think? Could it be like that? So last, it's about gospel of hope. Communication about climate change is depressing. After all, climate change is a consequence and caused by human beings, whom, by the way, are parasites on this planet currently. But especially among young people, women 18 to 21, anxiety is spreading like wildfire. They have other things to be depressed, like Black Lives Matter movement, the pandemic, the European war. So their future, and that's the future which we will be building together. But if they are depressed, they don't have the energy of challenging my generation. So I need to be worried. So we could think like that technology helps. So it's a human caused problem and human can fix it. And also what we also need is, the gospel of hope, the narrative to be changed. I promised to myself, for example, that I won't be tweeting anymore those tweets that do not also provide a solution for the climate change, as we know that the facts don't lie. So I'm inviting you all, dear deep tech, top-notch professionals, to write the gospel of hope and talk about that, how we can solve, because we're in a hurry, how we can solve the climate change. And personal note, my favorite philosopher, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, said that as for the future, it is not your task to foresee, but to enable it. So thank you for listening to me at this very last hour of this great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia. The wonderful keynote, setting the stage for this track, also bringing in the social aspect, so thank you. Yeah. So now we're going to the final panel, and this is called Next Steps for Startups and Sustainability. And we have two awesome panelists who I'd like to welcome to the stage now, Julio and Mari. You're good. You're good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please.
Yes, thank you.
I think.
Perfect. And I'll be moderating this one.
Yeah, I'll go beside you.
So, I'll introduce the panelists. Pia, mulla ei ollut
Okay. Selvä. Joo, kiitos. Okay, I was dismissed from the panel. Thank you very much.
This is She was promoted to Keynote, anyway. So, yeah, so I'll introduce our panelists, lay a little bit of context, and then get into the questions right away. So, first, Mari. Mari is founder and CEO of Origin by Ocean. She has a PhD in organic chemistry. She loves complex natural systems and tries to mimic them on a molecular level. Prior to founding Origin by Ocean in 2019, she was working in big industry at Stora Enso, BASF, and Ava Biotech, and very passionate about environmentalism and ecosystems. And you're also a yoga teacher.
Yes.
And you have a dream to learn Sanskrit, is that
yes,
right?
the holy language.
Yeah.
But now we will speak English today, so don't worry.
So are you doing yoga regularly? Is that your entrepreneurial health toolkit?
Oh yeah, definitely. Everyone should do yoga every day, at least for 5 minutes.
Awesome, awesome. And then, of course, we have Julio. Julio is the head of carbon business and corporate venture capital at Suzano, located in Brazil. And Julio is an economist, and before joining Suzano in 2019, he was working in corporate finance at the BNDES, which is the Economic Development Bank
of Brazil.
Of Brazil, right. So, and your actual professional career started as a paper boy.
Yeah.
Was that
exactly.
right? How did you end up in this place from being a paper boy? It's a long journey. And also semi-professional football player until 17. And we actually have the same favorite Brazilian football team, which is called Fluminense.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I was told that. Yeah, and we have the same jersey.
Yeah. And so are you still playing football?
No, unfortunately, I had a very serious injury back 20 years ago. I had an injury in my anterior cruciate ligament, and I had to retire from the fields. And I started running. So now I run marathons and half marathons, which is good as well.
Okay.
Good for thinking. You run and you think at the same time.
Okay. So both of our panelists have ways to release themselves from some of the everyday stresses that life brings these days. And I can relate with that part as well, because I had an ACL surgery as well,
really?
and I played professional football.
We had the same.
And yeah, exactly. It didn't end there, but anyway. So now I'm going to lay a little bit of context for the panel, and it seems like we are in a bit of a pickle, right, with climate change and biodiversity loss and all these other issues. In the industrial economy is based on was built on fossil fuels, heavy industries like chemicals, where Mari is working, and forestry, where Suzano is focused, are extracting natural resources and high-emitting industries. And it doesn't look to be growing when you look at it on a global scale, because obviously we have Eastern and Asian economies growing, and these people also deserve the right to have a good life. And it looks like this may continue for a little bit of time. So we have to be realistic as well with some of the goals that we're setting. So we not only need to decarbonize industries, but come up with creative solutions. How could we turn something, an extractive economy, into potentially regenerative one in the idealist view? And many of the startups here today are also thinking about these issues, and it becomes relevant within deep tech, because a lot of these technologies can be enabling this type of transformation that we need. But at the end of the day, these solutions need to be scaled, and it's really difficult. And some of them take some capex, and they can really high capital expenditure in the early stages for financing. And startups are really kind of reliant in some cases on corporations to build these things. And it's easy to be idealistic, and a lot of early stage founders are. I'm sure Mari has been, and maybe to some extent still is. But we do need to be, how it can exist in reality is a little bit of a different question. So we're going to talk about all these things. But first, I want to understand, why, Julio, are you in Finland right now? It's the Nordic Deep Tech Business Conference. We have mostly people from Europe attending. So why did you come here all the way from Brazil?
I'm actually chasing startups. Just kidding. That's the reason I'm here for. But I must tell that before coming here, the only reference that I had for Finland when I was a boy was the your Formula One race driver, Rosberg.
Keke Rosberg.
Yeah. But speaking seriously now, Brazil and Finland, they have a very long tradition of cooperation. Actually, the pulp and paper sector in Brazil was very much based on Finnish technology. All the important Finnish equipment providers helped to build the pulp and paper sector in Brazil. So this is a long-term collaboration that we have. But I believe that now we're inaugurating a new stage in terms of this collaboration, because I think you in Finland are in a more developed stage when it comes to deep tech. Brazil has a lot of research as well in biotechnology, for instance, which is a basic ground for bioeconomy. But we are not that developed as you guys are. So Finland is a very important place for us to be. In the case of Suzano Ventures, which is our corporate venture capital arm, we want to build up our positioning in some important geographies, and Finland is one of our top priorities. So that's the reason why I'm here. And the reason for us to start from Finland is that we made a very successful investment here. So Spinnova, as many of you know, is a very successful case of investment for Suzano. And Suzano Ventures was actually inspired by the case of Spinnova.
Okay, yeah, and Spinnova was actually speaking in the first panel today as an enabling technology, and obviously super good connection there. And what about, just quickly, what is the sustainability agenda of Suzano?
Yeah, sustainability in Suzano is something that is very pervasive in the company. Just to give you a very tangible example, before joining new business in Suzano, I've been with the company for 4 years. During 3 years, my first 3 years in Suzano, I was in the finance department. And there I was the one leading the second worldwide sustainability-linked bond for a corporation. So sustainability in Suzano is something that it's very, very pervasive. So even when we're issuing a bond, we're attaching some sustainability aspects. And we believe that in order to build the new Suzano, the future of Suzano, we should leverage from our very competitive positioning in forestry and the way we transform the biomass into products. Nowadays, pulp is the most important product, but we believe that we can develop a lot of new products out of the forestry base that we have. And we have more than 300 people in research and development trying to develop these new products. And we want to partner with the ecosystem to do more open innovation. And venture capital is one of the most important ways for doing this.
Okay, yeah, and that's a good sign for the Nordics if you have you have your eyes here, because obviously you have a really big organization. And now, and Mari actually has some connection now, obviously with Stora Enso collaborating at some point, but we won't go to that. We'll skip straight to Mari, and could you share a bit about Origin by Ocean? Amazing circular economy company. How are you transforming chemical industry and actually improving and regenerating ocean?
It's very easy with algae. So that's the answer for everything. But seriously speaking, it's very difficult to transform any existing technology with very conservative mind. And I'm not saying conservative mind in a bad sense, but in order to build something big, you need to normally have a very long history. And the chemical industry has a very long history, and it has a very important history for us, for our modern society and the way we live. So I'm not being naive to say that we will change the whole chemical industry, but Origin by Ocean, what we are doing, we are seeing a great potential to change some of that chemical industry to be more sustainable and maybe increase the offering of sustainable products. And we use invasive seaweed species, and that means that they are there because of our actions on land. So when we have excess of nutrients in the oceans, we actually start to see these invasive seaweed species to bloom. So that was the idea, that how to utilize this biomass, which is there because of our actions on land, and turn the waste into functional products, into business. And that was basically how we see the regeneration taking place in the oceans, in environment, but also in the final product, so in the consumer product. So when you have sustainable alternatives for oil-based ones, you actually decarbonize the consumer products. Because people don't normally think, that's kind of why everyone who knows me, I'm always talking about this thing, so sorry about that, but it's very important to understand how much we have accumulated naphtha-based carbon in our everyday lives. Like when you wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you shower, you clean your home. We are using the products which actually originate from the chemical industry. And it's a lot of carbon. So everyone is doing a carbon footprint, and you're talking about food and electricity and stuff like that, and emissions, but you don't calculate these chemicals in your everyday lives. And this is where we want to come in and help, of course, the consumer brands to have more sustainable products. So we can regenerate kind of the origin and then also the products. And it's very important that this word of regenerative is not used in a wrong way, because you have to be able to show with data that you're actually doing it. Because there is enough greenwashing in this world, we all know that. So I think it's important to bring the numbers in.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so obviously there's a eutrophication in the ocean. It costs a lot of money to take it out, but by creating products out of it that you can sell, then you basically have a reason to go get it, and one that people will invest in. And obviously it's amazing. It's highly capex intensive, most likely. You have raised a €2 million pre-seed. Was it
seed round 2 million? Yeah.
In which year? 2020.
2020.
2020, exactly.
Yep.
So how has it been now trying to raise capital for your startup?
Wonderful. No, it's been really, really tricky. And I think the situation is that it's not about this round we are raising now, but it's about the whole timeline and the development of the technology. So we actually want to build a commercial production plant, and that means that we want to own that. And VCs normally think that, oh my God, like, do we have to pay for this thing? Yeah. So you also have to educate the VCs that the money for these type of investments come elsewhere. But I think that the world is in a situation that everyone is saying there is a lot of money there, which is true. We can see it as well. But we want to have a certain type of investors, and I'm not saying that we are being picky or anything like that. But just looking at the whole development chain is very important to have professional investors in at this stage to really help us to go through the next round and then the round after, and have patience and of course expertise to really help us. But of course, it's always tricky to. I think there are no such a thing as easy, rounds to raise. Yeah. There are always difficulties.
Could I build up on that? Yeah, I think the case of Spinnova is very educational in this respect, because Suzano, for instance, invested in the first round 5 million euros. Was not that little money in the very first round in 2017, and we had another 2 rounds to prove the technology. So there were a lot of milestones, and now after 5-6 years, we're now scaling up the technology, and it's another millions and millions, 30 millions actually, in a joint venture with Spinnova, between Spinnova and Suzano. So it's exactly this point. I think in the case of deep tech, which is precisely what we're talking about here, different from many digital-based type of startups or ventures, it's more difficult in terms of the patience that you need. So I think for this type of technology, corporations and CVCs are more suitable, I think, because we tend to be more patient, and we tend to understand better how it takes to develop the technology. That's what we believe at Suzano, and what I've been saying to companies. We're gonna be partners for a long time.
Yeah, that's a good point. And obviously, probably a blended cap table is probably what it most looks like. I think Spinnova also has a few financial investors like Maki, and probably other ones too, alongside that. So what about Mario? Who would be like strategic investors for Origin by Ocean?
At this stage, definitely, as I mentioned, we need to have a professional investor who actually comes from the money world, so to speak, who's been doing similar type of things of scaling up a deep tech type of a technology. And then also strategic investors from the consumer area where we want to sell.
Right.
But that's always a bit tricky because then some other investors or partners can get a bit scared if you have let's say industrial VC who could be potentially your customer in your cap table, because they might think that, okay, you have some exclusive rights or some sort of a contract with them, which we don't do. But it can give a wrong message as well. So it's a bit of a balancing act, I have to say.
Yeah. And in addition to the capital, there's also this infrastructure that the corporate VC can provide as well.
You're right, definitely right. And that's the point that we normally raise when we're speaking or talking with startups, because it was said in the previous panel, I think from the Shell representative, that it's not only the check what we bring, because money is just part of the equation, I think. In the case of Suzano, we want to open up the company and to offer collaboration from the nursery that we have for forestry, passing by the plantations that we have, the manufacturing facilities, the logistics, monitoring, the shipping, the port activity, and the client relationship. So it's a whole bunch of activities and assets, if I can put this way, that we want to put in place to help and to collaborate with the startups. We want to be agile, and we want to be very open to collaborating.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you have the ability to write tickets and scale up companies, as you just mentioned. And looking at your focus areas, like sustainability is your focus.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to transition to. So how does the process go for you for selecting sustainable startups?
In the case of Suzano, we have a very close relationship with our R&D staff. So we need to have some green light from them. This is a very basic thing. And when it comes to pre-seed, our fund is focused from pre-seed to Series A. But when it comes to pre-seed, those guys are the one really taking the decision, right? Because the companies tend to be so immature that the business part of it plays a role, but the most important aspect is to understand and to dialogue in terms of the technology that we have. Right. Is that a promising technology? Does it fit into the verticals that we have?
Yeah.
Do they fit into the investment thesis that we have? So these guys from the R&D are the most important ones. And we don't write a check or we don't engage if they don't give us a green light. So this is deep tech. So we need these guys that can dialogue with the startups in terms of the technology that we have. A second aspect is the ability when to see that that technology can have an impact. In the case of Suzano, we're a very large company, and we want to have a huge impact in the things that we do. So having an idea of the addressable market or the impact of that technology can have in specific situations is something that it's really crucial for us as well.
And when a startup comes to you, and you've invested in some successfully, so what have you noticed any key characteristics of the companies that it goes well for and the ones that don't?
I think the technological aspect is very important because, again, it's deep tech and the team that is taking that journey. Okay, so myself, when I interview with a startup or a potential investment, I pay very much attention on the team itself. Is this team capable of taking this idea or this project ahead through the milestones that we're going to have over time? Okay. Do they have an idea on how what is needed to implement that plan? So I think it's not only the technology itself, but the quality of the team. And this is the very basic recipe, I think, for investing in venture capital. That's not a big difference from the digital economy.
Yeah.
So the quality of the team is very, very important.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, Mari, you were working in the science side, the research side of some big industrial companies, where I'm sure you were trying to suggest some sustainability changes. So, how was your experience trying to do sustainability inside of a corporate? From like,
yeah. So I was always hired as an expert to do completely new things. With sustainability angle always. Looking at especially biorefineries processes, the whole value chain from biomass to biochemicals or biomaterials. I think there are a lot of different ways of viewing the sustainability depending on the company. So there are a lot of, let's say, inside ways of talking about sustainability and measuring it or calculating it. And this might be a tricky thing that these new processes, they don't necessarily fit into existing templates you have within the big corporation. So there needs to be a willingness to change those first. And there needs to be kind of a transparency in the discussions that, okay, we have developed this sustainability method in order to evaluate, let's say, this existing process. But it doesn't fit into the new one. So there needs to be this type of let's say, a mentality to understand that. Many companies at the time when I was, of course, everything has changed in the past years quite a lot, we all know that. But when I was working there, it was extremely rigid. And it was always like, you know, you want to just trying to fit that wrong shaped box through, you know, other shaped, you know, hole. And we actually put a lot of effort doing that, which I was think personally it was crazy because we had great things in our hands. And then you spend your time trying to force, you know, something into existing model that everyone knows that it's not going to work. So that was really frustrating. I'm a person with very high energy levels, so I want to do things, and I got very frustrated because doing something like that, and I think that's really the problem. That, and also as a startup, I hope that we will be big one day. I want to remember that. I don't want to be in a situation that I will force people to use something that today they're thinking is good, but we have to have it as a working document that you have to keep changing it because you learn as you do things, you learn a lot, and you have to be able to keep that mentality of learning.
Yeah, speaking of mentality, I think companies have to be prepared to fail in many investments, and that's the point that we took to the board of directors of Suzano, for instance. And they were very open in this regard. They said, look, we know that making such investments, we're going to fail in many times. So the mentality is a very important aspect. I think you raised a very important point as well, which is like we cannot fit this type of decision into the typical corporate way of thinking or way of decision making. So we need to build something different, and that's exactly what we try to do in the case of Suzano Ventures. We have a particular decision making process, which has nothing to do with the typical decision-making process that we have for the corporation as a whole. So we build up a much lighter type of decision-making process. And finally, I think it's important to note, and that reminds me my statistic classes, which is we can have two types of errors, like investing in something that is going to fail, or not investing in something that is going to flourish. And the second type of error, I think it's much worse.
There's a lot more loose there.
What I mean by that is that we should take risks, you know. Of course, you have to measure the size of the risk, but speaking of big corporations, I think this is something that I believe changed in the recent years. Corporations are more willing to invest in this type of technologies. That's the image that I have, especially for Brazil. Until 5 years ago, we have 1 or 2 corporate venture capitals in Brazil. Now we have almost 100.
But doing pre-seed investments as a corporate is actually quite rare. Like there's a lot more uncertainty at that stage than later on. And that's usually when these scale-ups are getting kind of incorporated into the mix and such. But Mari, for you, like that must have been a huge advantage. Going to found your company, to have that those lessons from inside the corporate. So are there any lessons that you want to share that you learned that you took into your founder journey?
Yeah, you have to be realistic. There is no cream premium. You have to be realistic. And I think it's one of these things that we always fall in love with the things that you have developed and you have discovered, and then you start to get a bit blind maybe, during this process.
Yeah.
But you really have to be realistic. You have to have the numbers ready. Of course, you have to dream big. I'm not saying that, but at the same time, you have to be very concrete with your plans.
Yeah.
And also be able to change them. But I think, being realistic is something to start with.
Be careful with the wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Exactly. But you just mentioned it. So green premiums, like this is something really common that startups are like, oh, we're just going to mark it up 20% and try to sell it. Like, does this work?
No.
Does it work?
No, I don't think it. I don't think it works either. I think for this kind of products or new technologies to flourish, we have to be competitive in the end. You can start with a kind of a niche position, but for us, and let us be in the same boat here. I think for us to change the way things are being done or to come up with new products, we'll have to displace part of the products that we have, and we'll have to compete. So pricing is something very important. You mentioned like China and Africa countries, and even Brazil. In the case of Brazil, Brazil has a very big poor population, and we need to offer products that they can afford. So people will not buy the products that be fair here and honest here. People will not buy the products just for the sake of being sustainable, I think. Otherwise, it's going to be a niche market. And that's not the point.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously some startups have sustainability at the core of their business model, and that might be something that, if they fulfill their business model, then they're also going to be more economically successful as well. So Mari, you have sustainability at the core of your business, and some people have even, I don't know what type of profiles these people are, but they've called it this Jesus project potentially. How does that feel for you, hearing that from whoever you've heard it from?
I think it's, in a way, it's a bit of a sad message, because it shows that we are still in a society where things and business cannot be that good.
Yeah.
So there is always this feeling of, okay, behind the curtain, there needs to be like some sort of a skeleton somewhere. So I think that's where we got this Jesus project name, because everyone's like, oh my God, everything is so good. And, you are using the waste and you're turning that, and you have LCAs and you are very transparent and stuff like that. But I think that's the only way. If you find a company today, you have to be very transparent, and you have to be able to do that. And it doesn't make any sense to have a startup and just be like, because you can't be 50% pregnant. Either you are there or you're not, type of thing. So that's how I view these type of businesses. And and I think it's a great opportunity. And this will be the new trend. In the future, this will be the trend.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I mean, investors are asking for companies to be so ambitious. So this is being very ambitious. You're doing really good business, but also really good on the sustainability side. But from, having those conversations, have you become more focused in, let's say, your product portfolio or how you enter the market and such?
Yeah, definitely. I think when you're working with problems of today, they are very complex, and the solutions are very complex for that. So that's maybe the problem for some of the VCs out there, is to understand that if you are providing a solution to a climate change, it will be a complex solution. But and everyone has been telling here about crystallize your message and stuff like that, which is very important, especially when you're talking about the complex structures. And we have learned a lot from VCs, and I'm really grateful for everyone who has talked to us and helped us how to tell our story, and basically how to crystallize and prioritize the things we want to do. And that's very, very important, because you have to keep the focus all the time, and you have to know where to start from and what to do first, and what's kind of the second priority. However, that does not change the big picture. The big picture stays the same. It's just how you basically function within the frame where you are.
Okay. And Julio, from you have the point of view of customer and investor, I guess, in these startups. So is it better for you if startups are really focused on one specific product, or if there's like more developing a platform that can impact different verticals?
I think it could be both ways. When it's a kind of a platform, the prospects can be huge, right? But speaking of the startup itself, it's so difficult to develop the business plan, to develop the technology, that I think most of the times it's much easier if they have a specific focus, if they know very well what they're doing, the market that they're going to be involved in the future. So we could do both, right? But I think it's much easier, especially for immature or very, very early stage startups, to have a more specific type of business plan. I think that's my experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And tying back to how we began yesterday, the whole NORDEEP Summit, Risto Siilasmaa's keynote, he was talking about thinking clearly about the future. And I think about that as scientists and investors and corporates, how by thinking clearly about the future, we can be more successful in what we want to do. And one parallel that can be drawn is obviously digitalization, which is horizontal across all industries and enabling really good stuff. Sustainability is similar, but obviously it's driven by some different mechanics. It's driven by a necessity that we have to transform actually at this point with climate change and all the problems. So it's a massive opportunity for startups that want to change the world and also be successful in creating successful businesses and doing industrialization or creating a more sustainable industrial economy. So my final question for you both, from the sustainability point of view, if we really think about the future clearly and about the world we want to build and the industry we want to build, what are the next steps for startups and sustainability?
Details. So it's all about details. I think it's very important to look at the details when you are developing a new technology. You start to learn a lot how to be even more sustainable and how to improve processes. And by processes, I mean the whole value chain, what you want to create. But devil is in the details, and I think it's actually a good time for us to really look. You have a big picture, big vision, that's all good. But the details are very, very important. So I hope that the discussions will go from big pictures quickly to the details, because then you see the juicy stuff.
So like macro level to micro problems and solving those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would call it realism. I think we have to be realistic and know the details, as Mary has put it. And also, I think we have to be transparent, because there is a lot of greenwashing nowadays. So people tell that they're doing this and that, but at the end of the day, they're doing the same thing in a different way, and it's not sustainability in the end, And in the case of Suzano, we take it very seriously from the forestry that we keep. And by the way, we're committed to zero deforestation. We plant every single tree that we use to produce our pulp. Actually, when we grow our forestry base, we're capturing more carbon from the atmosphere. So we tend to be very scientific in this regard, and we try to be very transparent. So we have long-term targets when it comes to sustainability. We publicize our every single step that we make. So we try to be very realistic and transparent, to build trust and to build confidence in the things that we do. And I think this is very important when it comes to the sustainability agenda.
Yeah, absolutely. I got nothing to add to those. Thank you.
Thank you.
And obviously, I would add actually that we add a sprinkle of hope in there.
Yeah.
Maybe especially for younger generations. I always bring up this fact, like 57% of young people think humanity is doomed because of climate change. So that's where, entrepreneurs like Mari and so many other ones here at NORDEEP Summit are so important. So we sprinkle some hope within the realism and the details, of course. All right. Thank you. So that's the whole panel.
Thanks very
Mari
much.
and Julia.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right. So that is also the end of the first inaugural NORDEEP Summit. On behalf of myself, thank you so much. Thank you once again to all of our partners, all of the startups that have made it here, all of you attendees. You guys have been amazing. And I'd love to welcome the rest of my team up here. Wait. Oh, for the photo. Okay. I'll make myself useful. Here we go. Do you want to have a word? Why not? Yeah.
Jan, you want to have some words?
Not really. Thank you for coming. Who am I talking to? And is there anybody home?
Yes.
Let's just take some pictures. Thank you.
Yes. It was really great to have you guys all here, and we were really happy for the first summit. So we were expecting much less attention than this, but this happens to like a big gathering after all. So we are so happy that you are all here. And let's come closer. Thank you for coming, and let's have a picture. No, okay. Yes. Exciting.